Welcome to our workshop with Aajonus Vonderplanitz. He's here to talk to us about raw food, about becoming more healthy, about detox. Aajonus came into our lives a couple of years ago, and we've never been the same since. And we've been sharing these many blessings with our friends and telling you all about it. And so here he is today to tell us some more.
Thank you, Jill. Hello. Has everyone read the book? Or there's some people who haven't read the book? Anybody who hasn't read the book? 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Okay. I'm just going to then just take a few moments for the people who haven't read it. I'm an individual who was very, very ill since birth. Almost died when I was 10 years old from a reaction to the polio vaccines. Gave me peritonitis, and they misdiagnosed as appendicitis when I actually had perforated intestine. They treated me for appendicitis wrongly, shot me with antibiotics about every 3 to 4 hours, plus pain medication. By the time I was 13, I started with angina pectoris, which are terrible muscle spasms around the heart. I would pass out. They let me lie down on the floor in the classroom for about 20 minutes because they didn't know what else to do. By the time I was 16, I had to start taking insulin, although I refused to until I was about 19. A few times I did take it. I didn't like it. By the time I was 19, I got a stomach ulcer. The treatment of that gave me a stomach cancer. The treatment of that gave me blood and bone cancer, and the treatment of that gave me lymphoma. I did not go back for the I did not go back for the verification of the lymphoma. And they just said, well, there's nothing really we can do. We can try to extend your life a few months by taking more chemotherapy, but it's doubtful that will work. I was already an invalid. To get from anywhere was a great chore because if I stood up, I passed out. So what I'd do is I'd sleep on the couch, live on the couch. When I had to go to the kitchen to get something to eat or to the bathroom, I rolled off on the floor and scooted across the floor with my elbows. And sometimes it'd take me a half an hour to get to the bathroom. That's how ill they made me. And that was mainly from the treatments. In the book, I talk about that. The first part of the book is a story. And how my son was in an automobile accident when he was 22 years old. Fractured his skull, about 1/5 of his brain was damaged. They said no one had lived with that kind of brain damage and that he would never recover. So the story is about how I helped him recover using raw foods and how I came to understand and know what I knew to help him by going through my own challenges, health challenges. So basically that is the gist of what you'll get in the book, and then the second part of the book are raw food remedies for hundreds of diseases. And they work 85% of the time. So it's a high rate. If it didn't work 85%, I didn't put it in the book. There are lots of remedies that worked less frequently, but I didn't put it in the book because there's just not enough room. What I'd like to go over today is something that I haven't done in the last 2 workshops that I've done up here in the last 2 years. It is mainly focused on detoxification and the healing process. This diet is not a magic bullet. I've never found a magic bullet. I've searched for magic bullets. Pills and, the particular one food that will do it, this bark or this herb. Or, this HGH, some human growth hormone. This was the key that will change your whole life around. Never found such a thing in my exploration. And I haven't found anybody else who has either. Some people have been helped tremendously because they were absent in maybe just one particular nutrient, and they had those kind of miraculous reactions. But they are far and few in between. This diet provides the nutrients necessary to supply your body on a daily basis to regenerate and to resupply all of the vitamins, enzymes, and minerals cauterized, lost, and destroyed from cooking processes or any kind of processing, whether it's heat or dehydration, because they destroy nutrients. And I remember one fellow was talking with the doctor and said, well, your body has those enzymes, you know. Yeah, your body has them, and it will leach from every part of your body, every cell in your body, every time you eat a cooked meal. It's absent in enzymes. It has heterocyclic amines. It has lipid peroxides. It has all these poisons which are carcinogenic over a period of a lifetime. To reverse all of this, it takes lots of enzymes, lots of vitamins to be able to accomplish that. So I'm one of those 100% raw fooders. When you've been where I've been, and you've crawled around on the floor to get to anywhere you're going, and nobody's there to help, because you know if you ask anybody to help you, they're going to end up putting you in the hospital if you pass out. So I refuse all help except for 2 days a week a person from a hospice. A volunteer would come over and do some shopping for me, and another would clean the house. And basically that's how I learned about raw foods, with this one volunteer came in drinking carrot juice and said, I want you to read this book. It was a very short book, maybe 82, 86 pages. It's about this woman who reversed her cancer by drinking a gallon of carrot juice a day. That introduced me into raw foods. It changed my life instantly. How it did that was because I had dyslexia. I had dyslexia so badly that if I looked at the printed page, it swirled. And I got vertigo, and I'd vomit. Back in the 50s, when I was learning to read, you were not allowed to follow your sentences, your words with your finger, because they said that slowed your reading ability. But they didn't understand that if I didn't use my finger to hold the page down, I'd vomit. So I was 22 years old before I drank this carrot juice. Within about 10 days of drinking it, my dyslexia disappeared. I had to cheat my way through schools. To get through college, I had to have oral exams at all times. And all the professors told me, they said, sure, we can help you out, but if you can't read, you will never make it in this society. Great support. You know, there's nothing I could do. It's like, you know, like a cripple, you know, you can't live without your legs. Sorry. You know, you'll never be accepted in society. But this carrot just reversed that, and then I'd stop drinking it, and then the vertigo would return. I'd drink it again, it would go away, and it would return again when I stopped, and then it would go away again every time I drank it. So I learned at 22 years old that raw foods was probably a good therapy. By 1972, when I was, 72? Let's see, 25 years old, I made the commitment to totally raw foods, February of 72. And I do them completely now. According to Pottinger's work, does anybody know about Dr. Francis Pottinger? Okay, he did work with lots of raw foods. He did work with an experiment with 900 cats over a 10-year period, feeding them various diets. He found that it took the cats who ate cooked foods, got all the diseases of humans, and to get well again, it took 5 generations. For us, getting well to optimal for male health will take 40 years from the day you start eating a good raw food diet, 100%. That's not a bad average. That's about 2.5% a year. Let's say your body's New York City. Could you imagine revamping New York City at 2.5% a year? Impossible. So the body is pretty miraculous to be able to do it at that rate. It isn't the pot of gold is at the end of the rainbow. As you go along, you get better. There are detoxifications all along the way, especially if you've been a cooked starch eater. Because the advanced glycation end products that form from all starches, whether they're cooked or raw, store at a rate of 70% in a healthy body and a rate of 90% in an unhealthy body. New York City Medical University did research on advanced glycation end products, which are, you take carbohydrate, your body converts it into a glycogen, your body uses glycogen, which is a blood sugar, and then the byproduct of that is advanced glycation end products, glycotoxin. The body reads most of cooked starches as already having been utilized. So instead of converting it in from a carbohydrate into a glycogen, it goes right from a carbohydrate into an advanced glycation end product, which is a glycotoxin. So you're storing that immediately, directly. What that leads to is candida, herpes, all kinds of skin problems in a lot of people. Other people will break down their glands. If those sugars, toxic sugars store in a thyroid, it can cause hypothyroidism. It can damage a liver. It can damage a pancreas and lead to diabetes. Innumerable diseases. And that doesn't include, which I've already mentioned, the heterocyclic amines, which are protein toxins that are formed from cooking. Those are radically dangerous to the nervous system and to the hormone development or the hormone synthesis of all glandular activity. Even prostaglandins. Hormones are considered extra tissue, extracellular. If you have, when your liver produces a hormone, or your testes or your ovaries, that is a hormone. When you have an intracellular hormone-like development or secretion, that is called a prostaglandin. All of these sugars, these advanced glycation end products, interfere with the cells being able to form their own hormones, intracellular hormones. So the cells break down. With all of our immense processing that we have today, McDonald's, everything's in a package, rarely is anything fresh. These toxins are accumulating at an advanced rate. Then we have the chemicals, the processing, the preservatives, the pesticides. Add that to it, and then we're pretty toxic. Cancer in 1955 was at a rate of 1 in 1,000 died of cancer. Just read an article from the Sun magazine, March issue. Can't remember the physician's name. He said that 1 in 2 males now get cancer. 1 in 3 females get cancer. That's up just from the last 2 years. That's pretty extraordinary. And then you say, well, we've been cooking foods for at least 10,000 years. We know that. Or at least 8,000 according to Jewish, heritage. 8,000 some years, cooking all along the way. Of course, there were some raw fooders, in the Bible, like Abel, Cain, his brother, was a vegetarian. Slain his brother, was a meat eater. Abel was a raw food meat eater. very passive guy. His brother, who was a vegetarian, was not very passive. So was his brother. Hitler was a vegetarian. I've known a lot of vegetarians, including I was one for 6.5 years. And I had quite a temper. My sugar level would go off instantly. I had low blood fat level to protect my nervous system, so I would get irritable very easily. Now you'd have to beat me into the ground to get me to become hostile. The whole idea that vegetarians are more calm and collected because they don't eat meat is an absolute myth. Now, there are some people who are more affected by the poisons in cooked meat. Yes, the heterocyclic amines and the lipid peroxides. It will irritate their nervous system or their glands and cause them to be more irritable, or just as irritable as most of the vegetarians I know. These collection of toxins is what I'm going to get to today. How can they be removed? The body uses 3 methods. It makes solvents, just like we have degreasers, soaps. You're 80% fat, 15% protein, and 5% alcohols that it makes from any carbohydrate that will ferment, turn to alcohol in the body. Go in and dissolve tissue. Now, the byproduct is almost identical to turpentine, and it is as toxic. So there's a low-grade nausea that's created from it and some depression. It destroys lots of bacteria. The second method is bacteria and virus. Bacteria and virus can go in and feed on degenerative tissue, breaking down the cellular toxicity. Not the chemical structure, because that still has to be done with the solvent process. And if you don't have bacteria, virus, or parasites, your body has to use the solvent process, which is very, very slow. The bacteria and viral process works about 2.5 times faster than your body can use a solvent. So bacteria is good. It's 2.5 times less toxic. I thought it was 50% less toxic, but in the research that I've done the last 1.5 years, it looks like it's 2.5% less toxic than the turpentine-like substance. The third is parasites. Parasites, my God. Quickest workers you can have. Only time it's dangerous is when you're in third world countries and you're dealing with people who only eat cooked grains, carbohydrates, live on cereals, like in India. Because those tapeworms do not live on the tissue, they live on the food. If those tapeworms did not exist, those people would die very quickly. Those children would die earlier because your body cannot store that much advanced glycation end products in your body without completely turning it into an acid like Coca-Cola and dissolving the body. So those tapeworms are even good. And they feed on advanced glycation end products or carbohydrates that aren't even converted yet, right in the intestines. When raw food is administered to any of those people who have that, guess what happens? 3 months the tapeworm's gone. Minimum. If you cut out carbohydrates completely and put them on a raw meat diet, they're gone in about 10 days. They actually will just come apart, and you'll pass them out. Some people have vomited them, but not very many. Parasites are a wonderful thing. They work 5 times faster than your body can use a solvent to remove degenerative tissue. Most people don't even know they have parasites until somebody diagnoses it and tells them, and then they go have all of these dewormers. And they've just annihilated their best friend. Most people who have parasites don't even know that they're working because the byproduct is so non-toxic that the body doesn't notice it. The nervous system doesn't notice it. With bacteria, there is some identification because of the verotoxins produced by virus and bacteria. But that's all favorable. They found that at the University of Toronto, in association with the Hospital for Sick Children of Toronto, that the verotoxin produced by E. coli will completely dissolve tumors and the blood vessels going to the tumors in 7 to 5 days with one injection. Dr. Lowe at Yale has done the same thing with salmonella. Only he does it, he says, he's created a genetically different salmonella than our normal salmonella, because that way he can patent it. But if you just ingest anything with bacteria and it let your meat rot, stuff like that, you'll be getting all the verotoxins you need to help reverse cancer. Now, I use rotten meat to help reverse diseases. This is all about bacteria. A man named, a scientist named John Monroe just published some of his work. He used EDDSs. Do you know what they are? Mm-hmm. Okay, that's an electronic machine like a computer. They wire you up. They send in signals, and then they come back as biofeedback, and they can diagnose your situation, your conditions. They also have a paradigm of what some healthy individuals had, and then they will send those electrical currents into your body to adjust your whole electromagnetic system. Now, if those who have read my Appendix X, that's the therapy I was talking about that wiped me out for quite a few months. Because it doesn't look at you as an individual and saying, well, you need this because of this and because of this. It sets you up as a paradigm for about 8 incredibly unusual, healthy people, astronauts, that this whole program was designed to facilitate. Because when you're in a capsule, you can't deal with anything else. You need to go in there and violate the organic nature of things and take care of it, or else you're going to lose some $3 billion or $4 trillion, apparatuses floating up in the sky. When they identify you with these and send these electrical impulses in there, they are structured on the paradigm of a few individuals, and it doesn't match but a very, very, very few people, a rarity of people on this planet. So what it does is it confuses your entire system. Now, John Monroe, a man who's been working with this and working with programs in that neighborhood, just found something out about his own machine. Now, I don't know if it was because he heard about my Appendix X and what it did to me, but in one of his experiments, he took people who normally got 2 to 4 colds or flus a year. He worked on inactivating the viral bodies that create colds and flus. For 1 full year, none of these people got a cold or a flu. The side effect was that they got clinical depression. He did not identify it as the lack of virus or bacteria. Kept plunging along, trying to find out what it was. Nothing worked. So he reintroduced the viral bodies again. People got the colds and flus again, but the depression went away. I've been utilizing high bacteria to take people out of depression, clinical depression, for a long time, about 4 or 5 years. I waited until you're the first group that gets to hear this. Been waiting till almost 5 years to utilize this to make sure that it worked in all circumstances. Not all circumstances, not all cases would eat the rotten meat, so those I can't tell you about. But all those who did do it, and there were about 17 people who utilized in the last 5 years, whenever they got clinical depression, or any kind of depression at all, they rotten meat. They'd come to my door, got some more of that rotten meat? And it'd be so rotten that, you'd want to vomit if you smelled it, up to 5 months old, in the refrigerator, in a jar. Take it out once a week, twice a week, let it air. You do it outdoors, don't do it in your house. And let it air. And these people will take just small amounts, and they'll just cut it like, a capsule size, and then swallow it down with milk. And if you plug your nose, you don't smell a thing that it doesn't taste. But that's what they will do. And it worked in every case. One girl had cancer of the kidney, cancer of the one of the adrenals, and cancer of the hip, and her right breast. This girl had been in chronic fatigue since the age of 20 years old till she was 27, till she went on the diet. Still did not break that chronic fatigue for about a year and 3 months. A year and 1.75%. 1 year and 9 months it took her to break it on the diet. She still was irritable to an extent, and she still had depression. The healthier she got, the more depression she got, because the more energy she got, the more frustrated she was, because there was still that certain amount of inertia that was built up for so long. All of a sudden she wanted to do something and didn't know what to do, and depression resulted from that. So finally, after 2.5 years, I persuaded her to try high meat. That comes from Eskimos. Eskimos ate a lot of high meats. That means bacteria high, rotten fish or beef, or caribou is mainly what they had. So she took this, and I had done a workshop somewhere and had gotten a fresh deer. So I took all the glands home, some of the glands home with me, lung, liver, spleen, pancreas, all those things. And I put some in some jars and let them mold. So they were some of them were as old as 3 months when she started having them, and up to 5 months. Within 2 months of taking this, and she was about 2.5 years on the diet already, but only after 2 months of taking these high meats, this girl was the kindest, most affectionate, gentle, could not get her angry, could not upset her at all, and never depressed. In just 2 months.
How often was she getting it?
She took about a marble-sized amount every week for about 3 weeks. And that's all. Large marbles. Yeah, large marbles. Yeah. 1 a week for 3 weeks, and then she let about 5 weeks go by, and then she did it again. About 3 marbles, large marbles worth.
Did she detox a lot?
Well, initially she got some headaches, some migraines, and that will result, of course, if you've got that bacteria going down eating all this degenerative tissue, and all this bacteria starting to make everything work again, and your body becoming rooted, with nature again, there is going to be some byproducts that need to be removed. And if it gets high in the blood, in the lymph, you're going to have some reactions, whether it's dermatological, blood pressure for headaches, irritability, whatever it might be. Those transitions people will go through. Everybody goes through some kind of detoxification, some side effect of that process. Interestingly enough, though, 95% of the time, they're exactly the symptoms that you've already gone through anyway. Let me give you an example. Let me finish that conclusion of John Monroe, who did the electrical dermal stuff. He concluded that the virus are ways that all life forms can communicate rapidly, because they get in and they can alter RNA and DNA. We know the virus do this. So from one species to another, it's the quickest way to communicate, because those viruses can go to plant, animal, anybody. And it's like, he said it was like a process of symbiosis where everybody can stay in tune with what's happening on a planetary level, on an ecological level. And that was a nice way to put it. I didn't, make my conclusion that grandiose. I'm more focused right on what happens physiologically. But I thought that was a nice evaluation or a nice conclusion from his work of what happens when you destroy virus and the depression that's created, and when you reintroduce the virus, the happiness that's created. So it's all part of you keeping in connection with everything, because people mainly get depressed because they don't feel connected. And it goes on a cellular, bacterial, viral level. Now, back in September, I started going through a detox. I started eating a lot more decomposed nerve tissue. Like rotten brain, rotten spine. And boy, you talk about rotten, that is the worst stench of all. Now, the reason I did this is because in my cancer therapies, when I had all of the tumor growing here, they irradiated me, and back in 1967, there were no holds barred, 68 when I started receiving, there were no holds barred on the intensity and the rads that were utilized in radiation therapy. They completely burned my spine. I could not touch my knees. I couldn't bend over. In 1977, in 1976, I began eating meat. In 1977, I had my first spinal meningitis. I thought I was going to die. I was coughing. It was like an intensified flu doubled with triple pneumonia. And I was filling up. In 5 hours, I could fill up an entire bath towel with mucus.
Wow.
This went on for about 5 days. I went into a coughing jag one night that lasted 6 hours. I was in a New York-like apartment, so I had neighbors up above me and below and on one side, knocking on my door with bottles of antibiotics, trying to help me. And after the 6-hour jag, they called the paramedics during it. And, of course, I'm coughing like hell, and the paramedics are there banging on the door, and I'm saying, go away! Go away! I'm okay. I just got a terrible flu. Go away. So they left me alone. But there were times when it was just like after the radiation therapy and the chemotherapy, when I was so crippled that I was crawling on my elbows. My back was in excruciating pain. It took about 4.5, 5 months to recover from that. I was sore in the back. I was sore everywhere. But when I finished the regeneration from that, I could touch my shins. I went through it again 10 years later. I could touch the floor. I could actually put my palms to the floor if I worked at it without bending my knees. Last September, my spine started again in the lower back, one place that had never really gone. The spinal meningitis was prior to that mainly stuck from my waist all the way up to my brain. And this one started my lower spine, and I noticed it during sex. After a half an hour of the old up and down, all of a sudden I started feeling very sore, and I could start feeling the pain. And I knew something was happening. And I thought, low grade. So it went on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And sometimes it was worse than other times. Then all of a sudden, in February 28th, 25th, 28th, it hit. All of a sudden I started feeling very, very sore. And I have a crossbow that's 150 pounds, and the prod on it broke. So I had to remold and construct one because this is an old wood one that they don't make anymore. And I couldn't get a part, so I had to do this whole artistic thing and mold it and create this prod to go on it. And I went to string it. Well, when you string a crossbow that's 150 pounds, it comes out to a 300-pound stretch. So I went down to string this, and the muscles right here on my lower back ripped out. I was on the ground instantly, in pain. I knew that. I thought about that, and I said, wait a minute, I'm going through months and months of lower back trouble. I should know not to exert that. I should have taken it to the bow shop and just have them string it. But I didn't. So the detox and repair became extraordinary. I had a black tie event that I had to go to 24 hours later. So I had hot water bottles that I put on the area just to get circulation in there, and I took a pain formula. This pain formula works 95% of the time. From last year, I even got it up higher. Pain formula is 2 raw eggs, 4 ounces of cream. If you can't get a regular cow's cream, then use coconut cream. 5 level tablespoons of fresh, soft bee pollen, refrigerated. If it's not refrigerated, it's dry, dehydrated, and it won't work as well. Or it's kiln dried and it won't work at all. The juice of 1 tablespoon to 1.5 tablespoons, depending upon your particular individual need. I suggest you use your intuition to decide that. Of either lemon or lime juice. Now you blend that for about 50 seconds. What I prefer doing is blending it in a 12-ounce jelly jar. If you get an Oster or an Osterizer blender, the bowl, the canister where you blend everything in, you unscrew the base of that, take the blades and the washer off, and put that away forever. Unless you're going to have a party and share your smoothies with everybody. But you take these jars, you can have 4-ounce, 8-ounce, 12-ounce, pint, quart jars that these blades will screw right on. Makes it very easy for blending. It keeps the oxygen level down so you're not oxidizing your food as much. So this 12-ounce container holds that particular recipe nicely. Blend that for 50 seconds. Eat it with cheese. Now, I have been telling people to drink 5 ounces every few hours as necessary. 2 to 5 hours, drink 2 to 3 ounces more and eat a little cheese with it. We have potlucks in L.A. Every 2 months. We have potluck, and maybe 40, 50 people come, and we share all this, everybody's recipe for raw meat, and it's a great celebration every 2 months. And then they asked me to speak, and I'll speak. One woman got up and gave her testimony about the pain formula, but she wanted to address how she took it differently than what I recommended. She was a woman who's 39 years old. She has had menstrual cramps since the age of 12 that put her in bed 3 days a month. Literally in bed, she cannot move. The pain is so severe. She woke that morning with the pain, the cramping. She went to the kitchen, forced herself up, made the pain formula, drank it all at one time with the amount of cheese that I told her to eat, which was, per the whole thing, 1/3, 1/4 to 1/3 a brick of cheese. Cheddar works a little bit better if you're a person who gets migraines. It's better to use the other cheeses. And it only cuts it down maybe 5% of its value, of its therapy. She drank the whole thing at once and ate all the cheese at once. For the first time in her life, she did not have any cramps for the rest of that time. They ran away in 40 minutes, 20 to 40 minutes. Her cramps went away. So it's a great formula. Everybody loves it. And migraines, it even works for migraines. I couldn't get it until I had the cheese and other things involved. It didn't work for migraines before. This now works for migraines.
You can add honey to it, right?
You can add a teaspoon of honey, if you like, yeah. Only a teaspoon.
What kind of cheese did you say?
Cheddar, the raw, no salt added cheddar cheese. You can use any of the other raw, no salt added cheeses like the Munster or the Monterey. But the cheddar, for some reason, works a little better.
What about homemade?
Pardon?
Homemade.
I've never tried it with homemade. You can do that. Do you have pain at all anytime? No, it says you're not good for my experiment. Okay, you have pain still? Okay, good. All right. So the pain formula works when you're going through these heavy detoxes. So I had quite a few of those. Now, this is before this girl got up and gave her testimonial, so I always did my 5 ounces and 2 to 4 ounces every few hours. So I had that, and I had nothing else but some little balls of, golf ball sizes of meats in between my pain formula. I went to that black tie affair. I took an ace bandage and wrapped it around my waist. And I actually, I had to get up slowly, and move slowly, but nobody really noticed. The next day I was laid up and in bed again for a week. And I was crawling around on my elbows, just like after all of the medical therapy for cancer. I was in pain, headachy, everything, and I had to crawl everywhere to make my food, to do everything. The pain formula would bring it right down to a point where it was easily tolerated. I just wish I had experimented and drank it all at one time, each day instead of spreading it out. And since that time, I went into, which was about 2 months ago, I was still going through it because 2 months ago is basically, we were still in the first few weeks of when I did that. So after I heard her give that testimony, I tried it. I drank it all at one time. For the whole day, and for 2 days, I would go without pain, except for a little stiffness, just a little bit of ache when I got up or sat in a particular position for a while. On April, almost 2 months to the day, I woke one morning, got out of bed, forgot I had the pain, because every morning when I got up, it was back again. That morning I got up, no pain. It was all over. It's been a week now. I'm able to stretch again. For the first time since before the cancer therapies, I was able to sit on the floor and put my legs out and drop them to the floor. I've not been able to do that for 30-some years. I've still got 4.5, 5 months to go to heal from that detoxification. But always, you have to understand that on this diet, it doesn't stop your detoxifications, which are, you call illness, sickness, whatever it is. All illness and sickness is trying to get rid of the toxins that are stored in your body, whether it's your own degenerative tissue or pollution that you put into it. If you panic, you'll run off to a doctor, get antibiotics, all this stuff, and then what you do is destroy your bacteria. Then you don't enjoy life. Other things break down. And then where are you? You're on the road to death. More degeneration. If you don't panic and know, I've been doing this for many, many, many years now, on the raw foods and raw meats, the bacteria, high bacteria. When you detox on this diet, you detox properly. And you heal properly. You just cannot panic. The people who panic destroy themselves more. I'm going to let this gentleman...
To get rid of the bacteria, but it didn't really help me as far as the energy level. I didn't really quite come back out of it. I was always low energy. That led to a point at New Year's where always dizzy, couldn't hold urine for more than 15 minutes, very little energy, not clear at all, couldn't even pick up a job. And when I decided I wanted to live, I ran into Jill the next day, who turned me onto the book. And within a couple of weeks of doing the raw food, most of my energy was back. Within a month, I could hold my urine all day. And to be honest with you, I've never been able to do that my whole life. I always had a problem with that. So something rebuilt stronger than it was when I was in high school. So I've got muscle all over my body I've never had. Clear. A lot of things. I have a whole new body in 4 months. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Most of the time, the reactions are not that radical. Most people do feel elevated experience once they start the raw meats. However, a lot of people will go into, I would say 20% of people go into a detox right away, panic, and leave the diet, and never give it a chance. All of those who remain on it always gain. I've got clients who've been on this diet for about 22 years. These people should have been dead ages ago. And they're still doing it, and they're healthy. One man's in his 60s, and he had intestinal problems so badly that he basically was dying. Distended stomach, it looked like, a pear. He had inflammatory bowel syndrome. Went on the diet, got rid of it. His hair was all gray, lost most of it. When he went on to the diet, after about almost 2 years on the diet, his hair came back in and red. And it stayed that way for 15 years before it went gray again. And this man is approaching 70. He's approaching 70. And he's got the body of a teenager. Another case where a fellow had Alzheimer's, 67 years old when he went on the diet. His wife put him on it because he really didn't have the faculty to be able to take care of himself. His wife put him on the diet. He ate the foods, thought nothing of it. He didn't have that faculty to discern. And he ate the foods. Everything she put down, he ate. Within about 3.5 years, he had the body of a teenager. I've never seen anybody reverse that quickly. I don't know if it's because his mind didn't have all that tension dealing with it, or he had he had hormones that occur in young people. Human growth hormone that usually by the time we're 25 we don't have anymore. But anyway, when he died 7 years after being on the diet, he was 67 when he went on it, so he was 75 when he died, somewhere around there.
Did he get his mind back?
No, but it didn't get worse. So his wife never had to hospitalize him. So Ellie was just elated because he was able to stay home with her and he was fit. She'd never had to, put diapers on him or anything. So he was in stage 4 Alzheimer's. Stage 1 and 2, I've seen the diet reverse. But 3 and 4 stops it, the progression of it, but does not reverse it. And balding is the only other one that I haven't been able to, reverse, but maybe 60% of the time. Or the diet, I don't do anything. The food does it. I'm going to take a few minute break just to have something. Do you want to cut that for a minute? Maybe you better hit the gong one more time. Oh, yes? Eating the Okay, so through this spinal meningitis, I was again detoxing using bath towels, not as much as that first time. The body will use any avenue it can to secrete these toxins. It will go out the skin, it'll be built into the mucus, leave out the mucus, whether it's in the bowels, the urinary tract, the sinuses, the throat. Anywhere the poisons can exude, they will excrete. The vaginal cavity in women, lots of mucus there. Ears can drain. Women have basically 7 bowels and men have 6. My theory for women living longer, the main reason is because they have that extra place to discard, and they discard a lot. Every period and also every day that they're discharging mucus, they're getting rid of poisons. Men don't have that luxury. So they contain and hold about 20% more toxins, which accounts for the 20% of longer life in women than in men. Also, it's 1 in 2 men that gets cancer and 1 in 3 women that gets cancer. More data proving that theory of mine could be right. So all of these things that you get, the pain, is circulation going, nutrients getting into that area, tissue being dissolved, removed, carted out, new cells being regenerated. All of that is just like if you were to gut a house and to rebuild it. It's not going to be very utilizable during some of those processes. Like I wasn't able to function at all for days at a time. One time it was for 3 days that I really could not do anything but be on the phone and help other people get well. Here I am crippled and I'm giving advice on how to get well. But the process is the process. Detoxification and then regeneration following that. When you're decomposing degenerative tissue in the neurological network, often you'll do them coinciding together symbiotically. You'll regenerate and as you detox. Otherwise your whole body could shut down. Now there were times when I couldn't even move my lower body for one time up to 3 days, several times 1 whole day. maybe 4 days, individual days, I could not move. I mean, they just didn't work. There was no communication between the brain and the legs and the feet. I felt like, if I tried it, I was going like this, and plus the pain in my back. I just didn't panic, and I knew that this was a detoxification process, regeneration, and it took from September to February to April before it concluded. Driving I went up to flew to Sacramento, went up to Mount Shasta for a few days, up to Ashland, drove back down. After sitting for a long time, that much driving, I did have a little bit of tightness and pain in my lower back, but nothing like during the detox process. And because I could immediately put myself to the test, I had more stretchability, more flexibility than I've had in over 33 years. That is how you identify. And you can trust yourself every time you go through a detox, is you wait till several months after your detoxification to see if there's any improvement in functionality or vitality or basically your general better feeling. You just cannot panic. You panic, you go to some a homeopath who will give you a remedy. And remember, homeopathy is the early stage of allopathy. They give you something that will cause a reaction that's similar to the symptoms that you're having. And basically it's fighting fire with fire. It's causing a trauma and a toxicity, not a nurturing, healing effect, just like any drug or medication. So, taking antibiotics, anything like that will destroy that process. People who, let's say, have surgeries, like his father just told Phil's father, just had a bypass, a valve job, as he called it. He's a mechanic, so he calls it valve job. So he got a valve job. He takes antibiotics now just so he won't reject and won't have a problem with that. But he has depression. Again, you destroy the bacteria, destroy the virus, you're going to have depression. And who do you know that takes antibiotics on a regular basis that's a happy person? I don't know anyone. Everyone I've ever known during the course of while they are taking it, and sometimes for very long periods, for years after taking lots of antibiotics, get depressed, clinical depression. Again, they destroy the bacteria, which is part of their life, part of giving them life. So I don't know how many ways I can say it, how many times I can repeat it. Detoxification is necessary. Healing is necessary. Don't panic. You go through everything that you've ever gone through in your life. You'll go through it again. But this time when you go through it, you'll detox properly and you'll heal properly. I'll give you another example. In my early teens, I started having athlete's foot to the point where I was bleeding. The only way I could stop it was to take Listerine and pour it on my feet and let my feet soak in Listerine for hours. And then I could go a few days without the intense itching, causing my body I just rip my tissue to pieces and bleed and bleed and bleed. Well, about a week ago, it started, the first time since my teenage years. When I got the cancer and all of that, of course, everything. I had psoriasis and bursitis so badly that was just a part of it, so I didn't identify it differently. But when I started going a raw diet and eating lots of raw fats, all of that subsided. And I very rarely had a problem, except some places where I had impetigo on the face. Those eruptions would come up again and go away. Well, this week I started with the athlete's foot, on this foot. Now, I think it was this foot reacting that way, not just because I had had athlete's foot and poisoned it with Listerine, the great antiseptic, but because in 1980, I was bicycling in the desert on a street that had moss on it. I went around the bend, and the tires went out from under, and this whole foot from here down got caught on the curb, and it ripped the toes out one by one. So it split the toes between the second and third toe. It split it about a half inch, the next one about an inch, and the little one split all the way about 2.5 inches to the bone. It broke 7 bones in my toes. Now, I looked at that, and it's a mess, and I'm in excruciating pain. Luckily, the people I was staying with had a 14-year-old girl, 14-and-a-half-year-old girl, that loved going around cracking everybody's knuckles. And I was going around. So I waited till she got up, and I had her put my toes back in place. She didn't cause the other in me, because you look at this mess, bloody, there's tissue hanging, all this. So it took me about an hour to persuade her. Literally, it took an hour to persuade her to do it. And I said, listen, I'm in pain. You will help me, please, please, please. So she did it, and she got the 4 there, and then she got 5 actually back into place, bones set right and everything. And there were 2 down here that I didn't know that were broken way down there until the next morning. I woke up in excruciating pain, touched around there, and of course they were out of place. So I had to get her up again and then have her do it very, very hard. So I packed it with mud. In fact, right after she did that, I packed it with mud and I hiked 3 miles.
You did?
Yep. The next day, after she set those other 2 bones, I packed it with clay again and went bicycling 12 miles. I knew that if I sat around, I was going to focus on the pain. I knew that if I got that foot moving, the circulation would get in there better. And all the electromagnetic energy from exercise would make it work quicker. So I got over all of the pain literally in about a week. It still took about 10 weeks to heal it. But because I packed all kinds of mud in there and everything, I'm sure that part of that and the fungus that remained in that foot from when I was a young child is coming out now, out of that toe. But it's a process, you know. It's a process that everybody will go through, detoxing the things that their body already tried to detox before, but didn't have the proper nutrients to do it. Just don't panic. And don't get discouraged, because a lot of people will get discouraged. It's not working. I'm getting sicker. I'm getting ill. You know, I can't move. I'm crippled. That's just a process. You'll get through it. When you get through it, you'll be better. You just have to be patient to get to that point where you're better. And 100% of the cases, I'm not exaggerating, 100% of the cases, it's always been true. Whether I've had cancer, since I wrote the book, I started working with people who had medical therapies. Otherwise, I stayed away from them, because then how can you tell whether medical therapy or the diet's working? So, as I said in the book, 98% of the people who didn't have any therapies with cancer reversed their cancers. Now that I've been working with people who've had therapies, you know, it takes about 7 years before you know. 12 years before you absolutely know, according to Harbin B. Jones's work, who was professor of medical physics and physiology at Berkeley from the 40s, 30s, all the way through the 60s and 70s. About 60% of them look like they're reversing their cancers, but I really won't know for another 2 years, 4 years. 7 years. Doesn't look as good at all. People get better than they were. They start surviving. All of their nutrient counts goes up. Their blood normalizes, and the doctors are thrilled and all of this. But they've been so damaged with chemo and radiation and surgeries that their bodies just cannot recover. And I noticed that when people have these therapies, especially radiation, it destroys virus and bacteria. It's meant to stop regeneration of anything. Virus, bacteria, parasites, anything. I ate pinworm-infested salmon, fluke-infested brain, tripe. I've eaten a lot of parasites, trying to get them to work in my body. When I did those tests with the animals, it showed that they healed. It took longer, but they healed best and got to be like kittens and puppies again, even though they were very old animals, once they got through their parasites. So I tried to introduce parasites into myself because that was the quickest way, but they wouldn't take. The only thing I could theorize was that the chemotherapy still stored in my body and the radiation therapy has created such a condition where the parasites can't thrive. I can use virus and bacteria, so I rot the meats and that works, but the parasites I just can't work with. There's a Dr. Weinstock that just released his information this year at the University of Iowa that took a flipworm from pigs. It's a worm that lives in the gut of a pig, and gave it to these people with inflammatory bowel disease. What he did was gave them a liquid solution with, and it was just sugar water, with the eggs of the flipworm. He had them drink it. Now, what he set out to do was to prove that the flipworm would not be harmful to these people, even though they had inflammatory bowel disease. What happened was that these people got well from eating these parasite eggs. And they were back 4 to 5 minutes later. Can we have some more of those? He wasn't expecting that at all.
Were they on a raw food diet? Or
No, regular diet. You can take, there's an African medical doctor who uses maggots to get rid of gangrene. It's just one woman, National Geographic shot it and put it on TV on the British Broadcasting Network. You could see her whole arm was going to have to be amputated. It was a mess. He took maggots, very young maggots, and then laid a layer of them all over that, wrapped it with gauze, about 5 layers, and then when you could see that some of the maggots were hatching, he unwrapped it, and the tissue was all clean and new, no scarring. Australia has just made honey a medicine. So the doctors can prescribe honey as a medication for burns because it reduces scarring by 80% and increases healing 2 to 3 times.
topically?
Yep. There are a few open minds out there in the medical profession, but there are not many.
Do you thin the honey with anything or just as it is?
No, just as it is.
No wrap it so it doesn't...
Yeah. For burn, yes. I wouldn't use crystallized, though. Just, pardon? Unheated, completely unheated. Yeah. Someone asked me about eating a lot of honey. I've only found a few people, like maybe 2 out of about 200, an average of 2 out of 200 people, so 1 out of 100 people still has an allergy to completely unheated honey. And it's a temporary thing. Usually it takes them 3 months to get to that point where they're not allergic to it. There's no anaphylaxis. I've never seen anybody have anaphylaxis from it, child or otherwise, from a completely unheated honey. But when the bee goes around collecting the nectar, it swallows it. In its stomach, it produces an insulin-like substance that converts that carbohydrate into enzymes. Not just protein catalysts, as I thought before, but actual enzymes, live active enzymes. And those enzymes are utilized for protein utilization, assimilation, even digestion. 90% of it. So only 10% is left as a sugar. That 1% out of 100 cannot utilize that insulin-like substance. It neutralizes it, so then it refers all that back into a sugar. Even though it's not a radical sugar and will cause damage, they still can't handle a high level of sugar, just like they can't handle a high level of fruit, even if it's raw, because the pancreas doesn't produce insulin properly, or an insulin that can utilize the sugar properly. Because some people's pancreases are fine. They're they're manufacturing insulin, but still they have hypoglycemia or diabetic effect because the insulin that they're producing is not workable. It's not being able to be utilized properly. I would say 90% of all the diabetics that I've seen were not even diabetics. The pancreases were completely working. It just may have been at that day, that test that they had, it showed a high level of blood sugar, and the doctor said, "You're diabetic, take insulin." 9 out of 10 had never been diabetic in the first place. Taking it 25, 30 years. Put them on a good diet, take them off the insulin. They're functioning normally, easily. It's a big racket. The drug industry loves it. The CEOs love it. The salesmen love it. I'm going to start taking questions now. Yes?
So the thing with I have reactions too when I have honey.
Mm-hmm.
So it may disappear over time or maybe not.
What are your reactions?
Well, I have the brightness bothers me, and I have muscle pain in all over my body.
All over your body?
Mostly actually the shoulder, the neck, the back. I'm sore. My muscles are so sore. What else do I have? Blurry vision, sensitivity to bright light, muscle cramps. That's it. But the thing is, then I get addicted to it. It's like I want more. I have to just stop.
Well, your symptoms are not an allergy to it. Your symptoms are a detox of advanced glycation end products. Remember I said when the body has taken carbohydrates and utilized them as glycogen, or cooked carbohydrates and turned them into advanced glycation end products, they store a rate of 70 to 90%. Her body's loaded with them. Honey helps her clean those out. And just like when you're exercising and you get a lot of lactic acid built up, the next day you're sore all over, the honey's pulling out the advanced glycation end products and making them fluid, and they cause the muscles to be sore. And sometimes tendons.
You know, with my vision, it's really impairment. Because I can't see, I can't read.
That means that you're, in every situation where I've advised eating lots of protein when that happens, usually within an hour the vision is restored. So it means you need protein immediately and not eggs. You can put egg white in your eyes and that'll help, but actually eating meat. And beef, when you have blurry vision, for some reason, not everything is logical. Not everything is linear. You figure that the eye is mainly neurological tissue and should go along with all the other reactions that I've had utilizing fish and fowl to regenerate neurological tissue faster than you can regenerate neurological tissue by eating lamb or beef or venison, any of those. However, when it comes to the vision of the eye, when you start getting blurred vision, it's a low red meat substance that clears it. So if you start getting blurred vision, you know you need to eat red meat real soon, right away.
Do you get reports from people on the diet, reports of improved vision in general, like nearsightedness and astigmatism?
Yes, the most radical is one. There's a doctor in Santa Fe, New Mexico, who is a psychologist and works for the government. She's an expert witness. She has had asthma all of her life. And her eyes, the whites of her eyes were always bright red, so it looked like she was always stoned. So here is a doctor up on the witness stand looking like she's stoned on dope. And how credible is that? You know, so she'd gone on the diet and went from using an inhaler every day, you know, anywhere, she said, up to 30 times a day using an inhaler, and on prednisone all the time, to utilizing prednisone only, you know, about 4 or 5 times a year, one day, and her inhaler 4 or 5 times a year. Did I say that right? Prednisone 4 or 5 times a year for one day, and the inhaler for that much as well for a whole year. And she had Coke bottle thick glasses. And after about a year and 3 to 9 months on the diet, she called me panicky. I can't see anymore. I can't see. This diet is ruining my eyes. I said, well, you're 53, 54 years old. You've been on a Cook diet for, you know, up until a year and a half ago, and approximately. And it takes 40 years to regenerate everything, so the diet's not going to be able to take care of everything all at once. So that's something that may be taken care of longer, take longer to get to, and also it may get worse before it gets better because your body is very depleted and everything if you've been taking prednisone and inhalers all these years. But I said, if you want to find out, go see the optometrist and see what he has to say, or she has to say. So she went to the optometrist, called me when she got home. She said, guess what? My eyes got so much better, I had to have the prescription reduced so I could see. And I have had that reaction only with the people who regularly put maybe once a day, once every other day, egg white in their eye. Take like one of those eye cup-sized glasses. They put like a half a teaspoon in it, hold your eye open like this, like it's going to pop out, put the eyepiece up in there so that the edges hold the eye open. Put your head back, roll it around about 5 times, drop it back in, remove it, open the eye again, and roll it for about a minute. It'll get all of the egg white rotated and massaged into the eye. It does reverse astigmatism, everything. Takes makes the eye, if your eyes are very bloodshot, it will reverse that within about 20 minutes.
Can you do this every day?
Yep, you can do it every day, several times a day, if you like. I had my publisher's girlfriend's father is a painter. So he's been around spray paints. Oh my God. So you can see his eyes all the time were bright red. So about a month ago, publisher called me and he said, what can he do? He said, he's not going to eat a raw diet. He's from El Salvador, so the old school. I said, well, don't say that he won't. Just give him this to do, put the egg white, have him put egg white in his eyes 2 or 3 times a day. Within a week, he was eating raw meat. because that worked so well. And they'd given him drops. They'd done everything. They said he was going to lose his eyes. And I just saw him for the first time the day I left. And his eyes were just as white as white. I mean, he had a little redness over on this side of one eye. And that was it. And he was putting the egg white in his eye 3 times a day.
Is that good for inflammation and stuff?
Inflammation in the eyes?
Yeah, like conjunctivitis.
Yes, like
Conjunctivitis?
Conjunctivitis, pink eye, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Yes.
I have a couple of questions. I've been sick for quite a while. And,
congratulations.
Yeah. I tried. I was diagnosed with a parasite, a certain kind of parasite from Mexico.
Are you getting these questions good?
And I was using herbs and using this, that, and the other, and I finally got so debilitated, I decided to use an antibiotic, which I've never done before, which I'm on right now. I'm almost finished with it. But my experience with the parasite, my symptoms from the parasite are much better, and I'm feeling stronger. And my experience is that I know what you're saying is what you're saying. My experience was that I probably would have. It's an unsuccessful parasite that kills its host. But I think that the parasite and I were not getting along.
Were you eating raw diet?
I wasn't eating no, not on this diet, but I've never eaten raw meat. But I eat a lot of raw stuff just because and juice and stuff, just because that's how I eat.
Yeah, but that won't do it. You got to have raw fats and raw meat to deal with degenerative tissue, because that's what they feed on. They feed on degenerative cells. And the only way you can replace and protect cells is of raw fats and raw meat. So the antibiotic will work for you because it'll destroy those that are feeding on you if you're not supplying the nutrients. People who have problems with parasites are people who do not eat meats or proteins that will rebuild and regenerate their cells. Otherwise, they'll ulcerate and have problems. So you probably had ulcerations all throughout your system where the parasites were eating, and whatever you were eating was not regenerating the tissue well enough to keep up with the rapidity at which the parasites eat away at that tissue.
So you have no concern when you buy commercial or buy beef or fish or whatever with the parasites that could be in that meat?
No.
You really don't?
No.
What about someone who's debilitated? Would you be concerned with them?
Them I give it to rotten. I give more rotten food to them than I do to anybody else. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you another question. Since I've spoken to Jill, I've been making clabbered raw goat's milk and putting eggs in, and I can't handle the eggs. I don't know why. I don't digest them well, and I like the idea of it. It's not that I'm resistant to it.
Well,
do you have people with that problem?
Yeah, some people can't handle eggs right away,
Especially
and at times. Well, it's not the egg white. It's actually the combination of the egg white and the yolk that causes intense detoxifications. And if you just had, if you've gone through a series of antibiotics, your digestion.
I was eating before that.
You tried the eggs?
Yeah. I just can't.
But you were taking the herbal dewormers.
Not that point. They're not worms. They're not the big guys. The big guys, I think, are easier to deal with. There's a microscopic one-celled guy.
Yeah, still flukes. Yeah.
They're not
like
flukes. They're not flukes. They're
protozoan infection.
And they actually get into the cells, into the walls of the intestines, and cause diarrhea. And that's the main thing that causes pain, diarrhea, and gas. They're not good.
They are. But yours weren't because you were not eating a diet that allowed them to do their job properly, and you were not able to regenerate and protect yourself from the byproducts. The byproducts cause the diarrhea, and some people bleeding.
Yeah.
Okay? When people eat properly, eat lots of raw fats, especially meats, the fats in meats, and dairy fats, they don't have that problem. Some people have a problem if they have digestibility problem. If they have intestinal problems, do not handle eggs well for a while. One time I saw it take 2.5 years before the person could eat eggs.
So then you don't suggest they try the eggs?
No, I tell them to stay away from eggs, but maybe, a couple of weeks. That's all.
Do you worry at all about, and you probably think it's nuts, but, they say that biotin is bound by egg white?
Yeah. There's the spell check when my book was done, and I talk about that in my book, it substituted the avidin for albumin. So when you see albumin, when I talk about the biotin and the albumin, that's supposed to be avidin. That happens in a test tube, but not in the human body, not in an animal's body. And when they check the feces and find a high rate of avidin and biotin together, it's always in the accompaniment of biocarbons.
Which is the starches?
No, biocarbons are when we use something to utilize it as fuel and there's a carbon left over. Okay, those biocarbons, no matter what it is we use to burn, whether it's carbohydrate or fat or proteins in the form of pyruvate, there's a carbon left over. Okay, always those carbons, no matter what they are, attached to that avidin and biotin mixture. So what they have done is they've pulled out toxins. You'll have less of those carbons if you eat raw foods. You don't have an overabundance of them. But when you eat cooked foods, you've got a high rate of them. Because, again, you go into an advanced glycation end product that's very similar to the carbon. And then you'll find it bound in that binding process of the avidin and biotin. But it doesn't stop it from working. It means there'll be less biotin for the brain activity, yes. But there's no ill symptom from it, as the conclusion was formed.
Yeah.
It was a very ill-formed conclusion.
Well, it's pervasive in the literature.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yeah. So one last question, and I know it's hard for you to assess where I'm at since I'm not doing the full diet, but when I have been eating mostly proteins and vegetables, and I find...
Together?
Well, I mean, in my diet.
But are you eating them together at all?
Yeah.
Are you eating vegetables with meat and vegetable juices with meat?
Eggs and dairy mostly.
Okay, you should not drink vegetable juice with any kind of protein. Vegetable juice should be had alone or with fat only, like raw cream or coconut cream. If you combine vegetable juice with milk, where there's protein in it, with any kind of meat, no matter whether it's seafood, fowl, or red meat, you're going to have an acid and an alkaline in the stomach at the same time, and they're going to neutralize each other, and neither are going to digest. The only time that I recommend that they're eaten together is like eggs and milk and vinegar and cream is when somebody gets really backed up, stopped up. None of that digests together, so it'll just flush right through.
Oh, so you don't even combine eggs and milk?
Yeah, eggs and milk, they're both acids.
Yeah, they're both proteins.
Right, they're both acids, so they're great together.
Yeah. So what I was getting to was that it seems like, but I'm not sure, that because I have such trouble with energy anyway, that I needed some kind of carbohydrate for energy, that I wasn't.
No, you'd be lacking the protein. See, the main fuel that's the healthiest fuel and that is utilized with the least amount of byproduct is 80% fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrate.
Carbohydrate mean vegetables?
No, it could be from vegetables, but that doesn't digest well as carbohydrate. It could be fruit. It could be the 10% of the honey that you eat, carrot juice, or something like that. No. I recommend starches for people like fighters, who beat their girlfriends up or their wives up. I'd rather it damage them than they damage the other people, because that cooked starch will arrest those excess hormones that cause them to be so violent. And that's the only time I recommend it. Like in the book, when you read that I ate the cooked starch when I found out my son was, on his deathbed, I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think properly or anything. So for the first time in 13 years, I ate a half of a baked potato with a whole stick of butter, raw and salted butter. So it, wouldn't, those advanced glycation end products wouldn't end up in my tissues, But after that, I went for nuts and a nut mixture to take care of that carbohydrate. Nuts in the human body will be mainly starch.
So that's good because I eat a lot of nuts.
It isn't good unless you mix it in proper form, because in any nuts and seeds and sprouts you have enzyme inactivators, protein inhibitors, enzyme and protein inhibitors. So you eat a lot of them, you get still hungry, and you're more hungry and more hungry, and you can't get satisfied. If you take nuts, let's say you take a half a cup, better nuts are the softer ones like pine nuts, walnuts, pecans. Take a half a cup, blend them into a powder. Add 3 ounces of either raw cream. You could have up to 4 ounces. But if you're using, the Spectrum Natural peanut oil, which is pressed below 92 degrees, use 3 ounces of that. One of these fats, coconut cream, peanut oil, regular cream, butter. So if it's, if you wanted to use 8 tablespoons of butter, that's fine. 2 tablespoons of honey, unheated honey, and blend that together. Now the combination of those oils and with the honey will neutralize those enzyme and protein inhibitors. If you eat the nuts by themselves or just with honey, you will bloat and you'll stop digestion of certain things. And you'll inhibit the activity of the pancreas, which has to supply the enzymes that they're missing. Or the pancreas has to take the enzymes that are in food, rework them, which is normal, into enzymes which are utilized in the human body and send them back into the stomach and liver. That's a normal process. If you're eating cooked foods, the pancreas has to send out hormones to pull out, leach from your body enzymes, vitamins, minerals, that's part of your natural constituency, and then it's robbing from Peter to pay. We've got a lot of people here, so I'm going to get started. Is there anybody who has to leave early? Because this will be about 10 minutes per person, maybe only 5, but depending. So you have to go early?
No, I thought.
Okay. You have to. Who else?
What was the question?
Does anybody have to leave early?
What's early?
Let's say, do you have about an hour and a half, 2 hours? Pardon?
Yes.
Okay. So just one gentleman. Let's start with you. What is your name?
Doug.
Doug? Come on up, Doug. Come on up. The price is right.
Great.
Okay. We're going to have to open this up a little bit because the lights, because of the glum day. I have to look over here. Okay. When we have to resort to that, we will. Face this way. There we go. Good. Okay, Doug, you have very overactive sex glands. So if you don't have a partner, take care of yourself, because that can make you irritable. Very heavy and overactive adrenal glands. Pancreas is overactive too, but it's debilitating. It's probably about 40% active. Lots of swelling.
In the pancreas?
In the pancreas. It's mainly edema, not much fat in it. The left thyroid gland is okay. The parathyroids are overactive. The lymph glands in the throat are pretty good. Did you have your tonsils removed?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you may have grown the left one back a little bit.
Tonsils and adenoids.
Yeah. Looks like a little bit has grown back over here. Here it's completely flat. Parathyroid's overactive on the right side too. The thyroid's low. Red blood cell count is good. You're not utilizing fats properly. So you've got a lot of clogging in the liver, in the kidneys, in the small intestine, a little bit in the spine and the center. Looks like you're starting to, the adrenaline is starting to store at a rapid rate and drying out tissue. And it looks like you're on the road to eczema or psoriasis. You need to eat lots of fats, about 50 to 55% red meat, meaning beef, lamb, buffalo venison. When I talk about red meat, I'm talking about that variety, not like salmon or tuna. That's seafood. That's white meat. And then the other, you need about 10% fish, seafood, and 25 to 30% fowl. That'll help your skin and lymph system get back together. You're just not utilizing fats very well anymore. Do you exercise? Do you?
A little. Not a lot.
Because with these overactive adrenals and that overactive those overactive testes, it's a lot of hormones that will make you, if you don't do it, you're going to be irritable.
So I should exercise.
Yeah, unless you want to take it out on other people. I mean, you can be irritable. You have very good regenerative abilities once you start eating, lots of raw meat and raw fats. You'll go fast. I suggest you eat about 8 to 10 eggs a day.
Okay. Raw.
Yeah. And I would have maybe 4 to 6 of them Rocky style. Just down them without whipping them up.
Okay.
And that'll be easier to eat them. You'll be able to eat more of them that way. The others you have with milk.
Okay.
If you can get the milk. Because you have these skin conditions, a lot of people, if you listen to these, you'll get a lot of information out of it. Because you have some skin conditions, I'd suggest that you do not have eggs and fruit together, because it'll be made into a solvent. You're already too dry right now. I want to lubricate your system before you go making solvents. Your body will make what it needs to when it needs to, but if you mix fruit with eggs, it's going to be made into a solvent. Okay.
Toxic, Bonnie?
Pardon?
Can you see if it's toxic? I've had that feeling.
Well, you've got lots of toxins, but most of the toxins are fat bound.
Okay.
But you have no fat left to lubricate your system. It's already bound in toxins. So you need to go on a detox program, and I'm going to take a few minutes right after I finish him to give everybody some basic detox regimes so that they can, so that you can detox easier. One fruit I recommend you have to break up some of that fat and eliminate it is a little pineapple once in a while. And if you're going to eat fruit, no more than 1 piece a day with some kind of fat. Mm-hmm. It's coconut cream, raw cream, milk, okay. Cheese, something like that. Okay?
Good.
Do you have any questions?
Good things. The only thing I didn't know is the parathyroid. Everything else you've nailed right on. That I sort of had a hint.
Okay. What I like people to do is part of the detox process. I like them to get fat, gain weight, gain anywhere from 12 pounds minimum overweight to 30 pounds minimum. 30 pounds overweight. 12 to 30 pounds over what you should weigh. Now, the reason for that is those fats, like I said, your body will use them as solvents and for binding with toxicity. So as those toxins that are stored deeply in you are pulled out with the solvents, the fats can bind with them again, and then it's like old oil in a car. You put the new oil in, it takes the carbons, the shavings, it gets thick and black, and you need to change the oil. You cannot remove old deep storages without this process. I tried for years, about 11 or 12 years, and the only way people can do it is by gaining that much weight. Now, there's some people that will do it in a 3-month cycle, 3 months gaining, 3 months losing. One girl does it in a 6-week cycle, gains it in 6 weeks, about 15 pounds, and loses it in 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks. Her body is cleaned faster than I've ever seen anybody. Her eyes went from dark brown to green in a matter of 2.5 years. I've never seen anybody go from dark brown to that much clearer of a color in only 2.5 years. She's diligent about it.
What if you're overweight already?
Well, what I usually suggest for that is you just eat the raw foods to stabilize yourself for about 8 to 10 weeks, and then you go take it off. And then once you take it off, then you start putting it back on.
So first you lose weight, then you do that?
No, first you just stay where you are for about 8 to 10 weeks, and then you take it off. Now, to put it on, milk and eggs together, lots of eggs and meat together, fat with everything. That'll help you put it on. That'll help stabilize your system, relax your nervous system, stabilize your nervous system, your brain, function, everything. And then when you detox, there are several methods. But basically what you do is one day you'll drink a cup of vegetable juice. When you're very hungry, 1 egg. When you're very hungry, another cup of vegetable juice. When you're very hungry, another egg. So what you're doing is egg juice, egg juice, egg juice, egg juice, egg juice, until you go to sleep. But you always wait until you're very hungry. The next day, you have the same thing, only instead of egg, you have an egg-sized amount of meat. You can't have the meat with a sauce if you want, like a salsa, which doesn't have fat in it. You blend tomato and onion, maybe a quarter of a teaspoon of lemon juice in that.
Is the honey mustard all right?
Yep.
Are we all going to have recordings of this whole?
If you buy them from him, yeah.
So we don't need to worry about having.
Right. Okay. So that way it's juice, meat, juice, meat, juice, meat, juice, meat all day long. But you always wait till you're very hungry. Don't wait till you're so hungry that your brain stops working. Because that can happen. And don't wait till you're so hungry that you're shaking. Just wait till you're very hungry in the stomach, not in body. Sometimes you can not be hungry in the stomach and be too hungry in body. Don't wait to be hungry in stomach then. If you start shaking, that means you're getting dangerously low in protein. Dangerously low means that if you stand too quickly, you could pass out and hurt yourself. For some people, I will tell them to have 2 days of meat in a row. 1 day of juice, 2 days of meat. 1 day of egg, 2 days meat, 1 day of egg. If somebody's very thin, I will tell them to do the opposite. 2 days egg, 1 day meat, 2 days egg, 1 day meat. Sometimes if you're very overweight, I'll say go 3 days meat, 1 day egg, 3 days meat.
So do you do this for a week or?
You do this 6 to 8 weeks, however long it takes you to take off the weight.
If you're taking weight off.
Yeah, if you're on that. This is the detox program. This is
For a heavy person.
no. This is everybody's supposed to gain the weight, and this is how to take it off.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So when you get up to, 12 to 30 pounds overweight, then it's time to take it off.
So what about people that cannot gain weight right now?
Because?
Well, I don't know. I tried, but...
Well, you were combining a few bad things,
Yeah.
which may prevent you from doing it. You've discovered today you've combined a few. You don't remember?
Lemon.
Yeah, you're having lemon with the nuts.
That's
Lime.
somebody with an anger remedy. I don't do that very often.
It's the anger remedy. Yes, that is good. That nut thing is good for an anger remedy. But do not put lemon or lime juice in it.
Okay.
Because that will completely stop the digestion of the nuts. And then you'll have all these undigested proteins floating in your blood. And that'll cause allergies.
This put on weight, take off weight, basically doesn't 2 to 6, however many weeks it takes you to get to a weight that you feel you put on weight, and then you change that and you take off that.
Correct.
And whether it's 2 weeks or 2 years, you go to the cycle again to a low point, and you just keep taking it from a high point to a low point.
Yeah, I've been doing it for 20 years, 17 years. Yeah. I've only been eating a diet of meat on a daily basis for 17 years. My 6.5 years of raw food fruitarianism, veganism, I don't even count because there was no protein to build my system. I give it 3 years. If also I take the years from 76 when I started eating meat to 82 when I started eating meat on a daily basis, there's about 5 years there that, 76, it's about 6 years. I still only count 3 years with all of that 10-year period because I was not eating meat every day. So I'm basically only halfway, 20 years in to being toward my optimum. I'm halfway. I'm already satisfied. I mean, if I stopped right here, it'd be okay. But I know that I still have a lot to go. In my irises, I can see the scar tissue that still remains with my spine, all of my abdominal area, and in my brain. 65% of my brain is scar tissue. That's why I'm such an idiot. We only use 5% of our brains for, neurological thought processes. The rest is a garbage dump. Man is the only one who cooks his food, and man is the only one who has a big brain that mainly, in everybody's eyes, comes out to be at least 60% toxic. I met a girl, a new client, about 2 weeks ago that only had 40% toxic. I was amazed. But most brains are just toxic dump sites. And probably that's why the brain got so big, because man's been cooking a long time. In fact, there was a scientist that came up 300,000 years ago, 2 million years ago, the man's brain was this size, and basically they also found that he cooked some of his foods. That may have been the start of it, who knows? That's just theory. Okay, so, to put it on, to take it off, put it on and take it off, that's a process. It'll help you get through your stuff easier. You'll have less flus and colds, and there will be, if you have them, they will be less virulent.
What foods keep somebody from gaining weight?
Pineapple. This man eats a whole pineapple a day. Usually when I have other clients that are as thin as he is doing that, they become so emotional and so irritable, they're unbearable. Unbearable. So I usually say stay off of it when you're that thin. Have pineapple, just once in a while. I suggest that most people do not eat much fruit at all. I only eat fruit maybe once every 3 to 4 days, sometimes 5 days. And a lot of times I'll go for tomato, something that doesn't have a lot of carbohydrate in it. Remember that fruit will make you emotional.
Very true.
If you are very weepy and feeling sorry for yourself, stay off of fruit. Stay away from it like the plague for about 5 days and you'll come out of it. If you want to speed it up, rot some meat and eat that in place of your fruit. And you'll be out of your depression quickly.
Can you eat too many eggs?
For you, no. Some people, yes.
Or too much protein? Is there such a thing?
It's all individual. But for you, I would say there's no way you could eat too much of anything. Especially if you're eating, a pineapple a day.
I could eat two.
And you'd also eat tons more food, too. So remember that fruit is only 5%, needs to be 5% of your diet at most. The body utilizes fat, mainly fat for everything, as a solvent to stabilize your body and to give you energy. 80% is fat, 15% protein, 5% carbohydrates. The carbohydrate doesn't have to come in the form of fruit. So I eat one piece of fruit every 4 or 5 days. That'll total up 5% of my need. I need to stay away from it because I was diabetic and my pancreas really hasn't healed much, but maybe 10%. So I don't handle fruit well.
Does the brain run on glucose?
Pardon?
I just, heard that the brain only utilizes glucose for energy.
Yeah, but your body can make glucose from proteins even. Pyruvate.
Isn't it the harder way to do it?
No. Most of your animals in nature, don't eat much fruit. Monkeys. Except for the bat and some of the monkeys. But those monkeys are hyperactive and crazy. And the National Geographic showed John Goodall, who was Jane Goodall was this daughter of John Goodall, and he did a film called The Beginning, a documentary, a full-length documentary in 1970, I think it was, or 71. It was nominated for an Academy Award and won it. And he showed that if you took monkeys and apes and in their natural environment, they never ate ripe fruit. Never, ever, ever. They always ate it green where there was hardly any fruit in it. I mean, hardly any sugar in it. Green bananas, green figs, everything was green that they ate. When they took ripe bananas, and they took 3 bunches of them, and threw them in the midst of these apes. Now, the apes normally would go up and pull a banana off, and that's it. But they were throwing out these bananas, and the apes started eating them ripe, because they'd never done that before. Started eating them ripe. Within a half hour, they were all fighting over them, and they couldn't stop eating them. And they were fighting each other, they were screaming, they were hitting, and they weren't like that before. So fruit you should be careful with. Not the great carbohydrate to use. You have the nuts, you have carbohydrate in everything. Even in meat there's carbohydrate.
Could you talk a little about berries?
Berries I use for detoxification of toxic minerals in the system. And also to get rid of mutant antibodies from vaccines or antibiotics. If you'll take berries and then you take the juice and put it on metal, you'll see it turn black and the metal come right up and off. of that container. If you have one of those canning jars with a lid and you get berry juice on it, with the pulp on it, it will just turn black and come up off. And you've ruined the lining of that lid, throw it away, get another. That's what happens in the body. I use them to help pull out lots of toxic minerals. The most toxic alternative therapy I've ever seen in my life is chelation therapy. And people who take colloidal silver and colloidal minerals. It poisons the system. They say it pulls out toxic minerals like lead, mercury, and stuff like that. It may pull it out, but it's also, those things are full of metals already. That's what they are. And in a solution that's very fine. So what happens, it lodges in both the bones and the lymph. I've seen people turn their systems completely toxic from one bottle of colloidal silver and cause chronic fatigue for up to 7 years to get rid of it. So anybody you hear say colloidal silver, colloidal minerals, chelation therapy, I hope the hair on your back bristles up and tell them not to.
Colloidal minerals as well?
Yep. Can't be utilized. It's impossible. If you go out and feed it to one of these trees or plants, a plant is geared up to take those inorganic minerals and to make them organic. And then an animal eats the plant, and then certain animals eat the animals to get those nutrients. But we are not plants. We cannot utilize those minerals. They are toxic to us, poisonous to us.
What about supplements?
Same thing with supplements. But mineral supplements are usually bound in some kind of a starch or some binder in a capsule or a pill. So usually they don't even get absorbed. You're just paying a lot of money for placebo, basically. All supplements are only 2 to 12% utilizable. 2 to 12% means you're spending a lot of money for nothing. The rest, the 82 to 98% that is toxic, non-digestible, and it will cause toxicity, and your body has to remove it, has to use good nutrients to get rid of it. So supplements may be helpful to people who predominantly eat cooked foods. Let's say 80% cooked foods. Supplements might be helpful for them in some circumstances. But mostly they're toxic. Anything, if you're eating any more raw foods than that, they will be more toxic than not. Unless you are deficient in one particular substance that causes, that's the straw that breaks the camel's back, causes your problem. Then that one particular substance that you may get that's only 2 to 12% utilizable may be just enough for you to come out of it. But that's not the way to do it permanently, because there will be side effects. Yes?
I've been reading that sulfur is what bonds to toxins for detox.
Pardon?
Sulfur is what bonds to toxin for detoxing. To toxin for detoxing. You know what I'm saying?
Sulfur? Sulfur. The mineral sulfur is good to detoxify bones.
Well, there's this doctor that was saying that.
MSM, is one of the latest supplements.
Oh, yeah. Well, if you want to have, when I did experiments with that over a long period, it's not new. It's just now marketed well. Sulfur drugs cause all kinds of skin lesions, burns.
I wasn't thinking about drugs so much. Maybe sulfur food or of some kind.
Well, sulfur food is eggs. Eggs and milk are very high in sulfur. Sulfur. Yeah. No. All those things are poisonous. You've heard about the people who spontaneously combust? Has anybody heard about those people?
Yeah.
Everyone that I interviewed took sulfur drugs for kidney problems or bladder problems. When that mixes with certain people, that sulfur mixes with body chemicals, and when it comes out to the skin and hits the oxygen, it causes spontaneous eruptions. People constantly have burns all the time. All of a sudden, something will look like they've been burned. That's sulfur drug coming out through the skin, having a toxic reaction. The one woman that I interviewed where 2/3 of her body, she was in a trailer sitting down drinking coffee, and her body went up in flames. 2/3 of her body was burned. She took sulfur drugs for 22 years. And in her burned tissue, guess what was high in there?
Sulfur.
Burned sulfur. Gee. Now, why doesn't the medical profession come out with that information? Why didn't the news cover? This woman's body, her skin had high sulfur in it because she took high sulfur drugs. They don't tell you that. Any of these supplements that you take, when they're inorganic and not in a food form, are not going to be utilized properly, and they're going to cake in your system like plaster. And if your body tries to pull it out with a solvent, which has maybe the turpentine reaction after that, then you're coming up with some dangerous chemical reactions. And if it's exposed to the oxygen when it comes through the skin or out the nasal passages or causing cancer, skin cancer, there are all kinds of side effects from it. This is all about marketing. Did you notice that the medical profession and pharmaceutical community have adopted all of these vitamins and supplements now? Because there are more drugs they can sell. That's why they got into it. 20 years ago, they were fighting them because they didn't have a market on them. They weren't selling them. Now that they're selling them, they want you to buy them. Okay, let's take the next person. Should we just go around the line, or do you want to...
She has to leave first.
Okay. Yes?
Maybe somebody else should go while I'm getting this set up.
Okay.
I don't want to be last to go to
You have to be last now.
I don't want to be last that long.
What's your name?
Marcy.
Marcy. Okay, Marcy. Okay, Marcy. You have very overactive sex glands. Your adrenal glands are normal. Your pancreas almost looks non-existent, so it looks like you have a diabetic nature. Doesn't look like you produce much insulin at all. Thyroid's in very good condition. Parathyroids are overactive. All looks like you had a tonsillectomy.
I did.
The lymph glands in your throat on the right side are very congested throughout the entire neck area, and even in the chest area a little bit, especially on the left side. Poor circulation everywhere. Your red blood cells don't transport oxygen very well. You need about 60 to 65% red meat, and about 35 to 40% white meat, and of that I would say 10%, or a little bit higher should be seafood. I would vary it. Sometimes I'd eat more fish and less fowl. You have indications of very low self-esteem, so you need to be very creative. I don't know if you've healed from that or not.
I am trying to get my creativity back. That's one of my big issues, and I've been low energy, and I haven't been painting.
Well, it could be writing. It could be anything. While you're in this fatigue, you still need to be creative because your self-esteem is based in there.
It is.
So writing, whether it's poetry, music, or prose, whatever it is, will help you there. You have a lot of bruising. Were you a big salt eater?
Not particularly, no. But you mean when you bang
Yeah.
and have a bruise?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do that.
Not high in adrenaline and not much salt. Did you still use salt a little bit? Because you just could be allergic to it.
Hardly ever. Hardly ever I use any extra salt.
There's been a lot of foods that are hidden, like brags, soy sauce.
Yeah, I don't use much soy sauce either. It could be hidden other places.
What kind of paint do you use?
When I am painting, oil paint.
Yeah, oil?
Mm-hmm.
It could be mineral toxicity from that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the cadmium, the in the yellow, the cobalt in the blue.
Mm-hmm.
What I recommend that you do is put olive oil on your hands and all the way up to your wrists so it doesn't absorb into your hands.
Okay.
Okay? Because it looks like actually a poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
Salt can do that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's causing bruised tissue all over. It's causing like a degeneration of the blood veins.
Mm-hmm. I've always had a very low immune system since I was a baby and catching pneumonia and heavy flus that go for months, things like that. Whether that plays into this bruising business or not.
Well, you could have gotten some kind of medication at a very young age, which caused some damage.
Tons of antibiotics, frankly.
I'm going to recommend that you drink a half a cup of white or green cabbage, whatever you want to call it, not the red cabbage, the white cabbage, for about half a cup every other day for about 6 weeks to help stabilize that. Because looks like there's hemorrhaging in your blood vessels here and there, some ulcerations, and the vitamin K and the vitamin U and the cabbage will help balance that, stabilize that. You need to eat lots of ripe meat. You have very little bacteria in your system, in your torso. You do have the bacteria in your glands. You have molds, in your extremities, but none in your torso. And you have them in your brain, but it's just in your torso you hardly have any bacteria. I guess that's from taking the antibiotics.
Yeah.
Your body protected your limbs from it, but not your torso. Basically, I would only eat fruit when you absolutely feel you have to.
I'm not much of a fruit eater.
Like me, maybe once every 4 to 5 days, and always eat it with some kind of fat.
How about, I have done smoothies since I read your book, so, juice, fruit juice with an egg blended up. No, okay.
Even in my book, I say do not use fruit juice.
Well, I make my own.
Even if you juice it, you're supposed to use a whole fruit if you're blending it with eggs.
Okay.
Yeah. I suggested you just have milk, honey, and eggs together, mainly.
All right.
And keep the fruit down, way down. Otherwise, with this kind of condition, you'll get very emotional and very depressed from fruit. Of course, if you go 5-6 days without it, then you might get depressed for the same reason, that you're not burning your fats. Do you exercise?
Occasionally. I'm trying to do more.
Well, I suggest that you mainly walk.
Mm-hmm.
Do a little walking every day, at least 5 days a week.
Uh-huh.
And that'll help. Your circulation is really damaged from the lack of bacteria.
Mm.
And then your bronchioles, your lungs. It looks like you have, some scar tissue there, pretty heavy scarring in your lungs. Were you a smoker?
I had been for a while, and I almost died of pneumonia when I was 4. So that was
a deterrent to smoking, but you smoked anyway. This kind of scarring in the lungs means that you're going to go through pneumonia a couple of times to clean it out. Rejoice, have a party.
Okay.
Be happy, because that's about the only way you're going to break up that kind of scarring. And it's mainly in the left lung and bronchioles. Very creative bone there, so you just have to keep creative.
Yeah, that I know.
And pretty headstrong. You have to have things your way, so if you're going to have a mate, pick one that likes doing what you like doing. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Do you consider, when you tell us not to eat fruit, like the half of a lemon in a lubrication formula, if we're not, is that separate from?
Yes, that's definitely.
Part of the formula.
Yeah, those formulas are set.
Okay.
Any additional fruit is what I'm talking about. Okay, would you like to come up? Well, we've got somebody napping out here.
Are avocados fruit?
No, they're not. When I talk about fruits, I'm talking about fruits with high carbohydrate value, fruit sugars.
Mechanically they are. But
they are a fruit, but they're a bland fruit. High-fat bland fruit.
Are those okay to eat?
Pardon?
Are those okay for your heart?
Most people do not have a liver that digests it properly. Avocados, yeah. I tell people, wait about 2 years after they've been on the diet before they eat many avocados. Other than that, maybe 1, 2, 3 a week at the most. Unless you have no other fat. What's your name?
Carol.
Carol. Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Okay. The right ovary is fine. It's overactive, good and strong. Starting to debilitate a bit. The left ovary is almost 50% debilitated. Doesn't look like it's producing at all. The adrenal glands used to be very overactive. They're a little fatigued now. The right side of the pancreas is almost completely debilitated. The left is about 40% debilitated, and it's edemic, which means it's retaining a lot of water. It's swollen. So you shouldn't use many sugars either, fruits. Keep the fruits down to maybe one every other day, and always eat it with fat. Circulation in your spine is good on both sides. There's hemorrhaging there. So you have a little bit of hemorrhaging all over in your body, too. So I'm going to suggest that you also have about 4 ounces of cabbage juice every 3 days for you. I forgot on those other 2 people that I read. I recommend 4 cups of vegetable juice a day. And I usually give the amounts. And it's usually 80% celery and 20% parsley, unless I suggest something else.
When you say a cup, do you mean a cup?
8 ounces. And do not have vegetable juice with any foods other than fats. Coconut cream, cream. in the groin area, looks like a tendency toward constipation, poor circulation in that area. The extremities, good circulation there, but not in the torso and down in the groin area. Red meat should be 60%, white meat 40%, 20% of that 40% should be seafood. You may increase that at times when you don't have an appetite for fowl. There's a lot of congestion in the small intestines. It looks like the suet that normally is around the kidneys is not breaking down properly, and it's filling with ammonia, and it's sending it out into the intestines, blocking the small intestines. Thyroid is whole, just not functioning well. Parathyroids are whole, functioning better, but not as well as they should be. Do you have your tonsils?
No.
Say ah.
Ah.
Put your tongue down. You have some swollen glands here. Almost looks like your tonsils regrow, but they're not. The right parathyroid is very overactive and fine, and the right thyroid is in pretty good shape. The left side, all of the glands on the left side are really low and breaking down and deteriorating. So it's half of your glandular system is not functioning like it should. It's odd because the circulation on this side is better, yet the glands are debilitated. Here the circulation is poor, but the glands are stable. So it's your particular way of balancing it yourself. Because of this configuration, there's a tendency to be ultra-critical. You're right for you. Just know that you're right for you, and everybody else is right for them, and then there'll be less conflict. Very philosophical. I enjoy that. But again, it's all theoretical stuff. All that criticism makes your low esteem hit bottom too. So be creative, and then that'll pull you out of it. Because that's where your only enjoyment will be found, is in your creativity. I usually stay just into the nutritional and physiological properties, except when I see that mental properties will interfere with the healing process. You need to write out some of your philosophies, because some of those that you created are very debilitating to you. So I would, just open up a little bit more with some of those philosophies. Your liver is not working very well. So you're storing bile all over your body, and that will cause in a little, and I'd like to take an 8-ounce canning jar and let some, in one jar some chicken, and another jar some beef, and another jar some fish. probably because you have toxic minerals in your system too that are interfering with that. Use swordfish for one of them. So you have 3 separate jars, and you have maybe like 3 ounces of each. Open it up, go outside, open it up to the air 2 days a week. Just open it, close it right back up, and take it in the house, put it in the refrigerator. At 3 weeks, start taking it and taking it up till it's all gone. But you only take 1 large marble-sized amount of each a week, and rotate each week a different one. Okay?
Is that in your book?
No, my publisher would not let me put certain things in. That's for another book. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Yes, that one I got away with.
What else didn't get in the book?
Oh, lots.
That's awesome.
2 books worth of material.
How do you know if you can eat avocados or not? Oh, good question.
Well, normally I can't tell unless I'm looking in the iris and blow it up, so I would say that if you eat an avocado and it sits a little heavily on your stomach, for about 15 minutes afterwards, you don't digest it well. Of course, if you eat it with something like pineapple, you'll never know the difference. Because there's so much bromelain in the pineapple, we'll just melt it.
Would papaya have a similar effect?
No, it doesn't have the intensity and the citric acid to help break down the fats. Very different, papaya and pineapple. Let's say if you, after eating the avocado, you get a little lethargy, you get a little sleepy, sign you're not digesting it well.
I feel like I'm doing real well with what I just ate.
Well, probably because you ate so much cheese with it. I would have said just the reverse, more meat, less cheese. Yeah, because you're so enzyme deficient that cheese doesn't have a lot of enzymes. So I would say eat some honey, just little bits of honey, just to get the enzymes in there so you can utilize it. It's better when you're first starting out like that to eat the meat with just very, very little cheese. And then you'll probably have no trouble at all. Did you drink anything, have anything with it other than the cheese and meat? Water? Never, ever, ever drink water with meat and cheese. It will completely dilute your acids. And then that stuff will sit in your stomach for quite a while, at least 40 minutes, 50 minutes. And usually meat and cheese should be gone out of the stomach in 20 minutes.
Any fluid? Not just water, but any other.
You should never drink water with any food.
But no fluid,
any food.
No fluid with any food then.
Well, you can drink milk with almost anything except for your vegetable juice.
Okay. How long after a vegetable juice can you do milk? Would you recommend?
After the first time, let's say you have vegetable juice the first thing in the morning, which I usually recommend to get everybody's enzymes going for the day, wait about 20 to 40 minutes, that's all. After that, it should be an hour either side for any food before or after vegetable juice, an hour. Just to be on the safe side.
Do you recommend the high meat for everyone?
Mm-hmm. No, because some people may have such a violent reaction from it, may put them into such a heavy detox, that I may not.
Someone who is relatively healthy with no specific symptoms, just a maintenance dosage of that might...
Absolutely. I would say anybody who wants to eat rotten meat on a regular basis every week, go for it. You'll get better faster. The Eskimos, they would do it every summer, getting ready for fall and winter. That's where I was introduced to it. They took caribou and beat it into a mince, rolled in whale and seal blubber, wrapped it in a hide, and buried it in the ground. It was never deeper than 6 inches under the ground and never above 2 inches above the surface. So it was right in that 4-inch plane between 2 and 6 inches under the ground. And they let it rot until it smelled for half a mile, and then it was ready downwind. And man, did it stink. I couldn't get within 5 feet of the stench of it. I just wanted to barf. So I took cotton balls with musk oil, stuffed them in my nostrils, and they shaved about a golf ball size amount off. I went and stuck it and swallowed it quickly so that, I could get it down, and then ran again away from it and pulled the stuff out of my nose. And it was okay. But, I had blood and bone cancer, so I was always plagued with the cold. If it got 72 degrees, I was already in pain in my joints. So after I ate that high meat, and I didn't know it was high meat because it was green and black, I thought that it was herbs rotting. And I was a vegetarian at the time, and they were trying to eat me raw meat. I wouldn't do it. But they got me to eat this because they made me believe, or I interpreted right away that it was some herb. And I ate this stuff, and for the first time, and ever that I could remember, I was not cold, and I was in Alaska. Sure, it was late summer. It was September, but it was still already cold. And in Alaska, it's already snowing in September, heavily snowing. And I was not cold for the entire time that I was there for the month, into October. So they eat massive amounts of this. I mean, the kids come over and there's fish that you just would not believe that people would eat. These kids got smiles from ear to ear, and they're just eating it as if you were a lollipop.
Just on a regular basis, when you buy meat, if it's going to be 2 or 3 days before you eat it, do you refrigerate it or leave it out?
I usually refrigerate it, but for the day that I eat it, I usually leave it out because I like it room temperature. It's tastier that way.
But you could leave it out for 2, 3, 4 days.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Alonzo, who I talk about in the book, who had 63 tumors, took about 11 years to recover from all that. She did something that even the Eskimos didn't do. She took a whole cup of meat, and she let it rot on the kitchen counter for 6 weeks in her apartment. Open container with nothing but cheesecloth over it. It stunk up the whole building. I mean, this was in Beverly Hills. And this apartment building, there were 8 apartments in this building, and the 5th week I walked into the hallway and I could smell it in the hallway, and I was getting a headache. So I wouldn't even go into her apartment the last week. It was that bad. No, it didn't. In fact, she healed in the next 18 months, she healed quicker than I've seen her heal. I had seen her heal in the previous 6.5 years before she did that. There was worms in it, there were flies in it, and she ate everything. She ate everything that was in it. Everything that was in it, she ate. Every bit of it. I don't even know how she did it. Probably because she lived with it every day and the smell when she was living with it. I don't know. She was braver than I. But she did it, and she got much better after that. I mean, she was always in depression. And after she had that, she was not depressed again. Never knew her, not known her to be depressed since that. And she didn't eat it all at once. It took her about 3 days to eat it. But she did.
How much did she rot?
About a cup. Yeah. She had one of those wide-mouth apothecary type jars. They had that metal flip lids. And just a gauze cloth over there with a rubber band around it. I don't know what it prevented from getting in there because it was all in there anyway. Flies and everything, little bitty flies. She ate everything. Because your whole house will stink.
Even if it's closed?
Even if it's closed. It will leak. It gets gas in it. It'll start pushing the top up a bit, it will bend it, it will crack it, it will bubble it, it will do everything. Unless you open it regularly every couple of days, and then that stench gets into your house. So I say, go out and take it outside and do it outside. Unless you want to prepare yourself for it. Pardon?
Bacteria growing in it?
Yeah. Gas, it creates gases.
Sulfur.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's one of the reactions. The sulfur is sets free. Okay, who's next? What do you think?
Kathleen.
Kathleen. Let's turn this way a little bit. Well, your liver stopped working properly about 22 years ago. How old are you?
35.
You have bile all over the place, everywhere, all of your tissues, all of your cells. That if you have a lot of advanced glycation end products, and you do have some in your body, you're a prime candidate for herpes and candida.
Yeah, I used to have it. Stronger when I was 20.
Mm-hmm. But you still have it. It's just that you're not detoxing it.
Mm-hmm.
Stand by when you detox it. It's all going to come back. There'll be times when your whole face around in this area is going to turn green and orange when it starts coming out. And then it'll turn brown. Sex glands are, the left one's pretty normal, the right one's overactive. The adrenal glands are pretty normal, the left one's a little overactive. The pancreas is okay, about 50% functional. It's just that even though you can handle fruit sugars, you're just so thin, you lack proper fats all over, and you've got all this bile in there. So if you have the fruit, it's likely to make you very irritable.
I get angry a lot.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so I would stay away from fruit for that reason. If you can get raw cream, and you can have, a cup of cream, a whole cup of cream with some fruit, you could probably get away with it. That's a luxury.
Well, I've been doing 4 raw eggs a day,
Mm-hmm.
and that seems to really mellow me out.
Well, you need about 10 to 12 eggs a day to help get all that bile out of there. You're using fragrant oils?
Yeah, I make essential oil soap.
It's starting to deteriorate your brain cells. So I would wear a mask if you're going to, with a charcoal mask, something to stop those vapors.
Is it essential oils or fragrances? Because we've always been doing essential oils, and then we just switched to fragrances.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Strength.
Yeah. It's the vapors.
Mm-hmm.
You can't handle those vapors. That also adds to your irritability because it's damaging those nerve cells.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're exposed to the finished product, it's not a good thing. You need to stay away from oils. It's to hell with your career, right?
Mm-hmm. That's okay.
Lots of congestion in your torsos, especially around the kidneys and liver, spleen. Do you have backaches?
I've got 2 spots in my back that are just sore to the touch.
Um,
Lower back one too well.
you're concentrating some of the bile right there in those two places, and they're actually eating away the nerve tissue. So you need at least 8 eggs a day, minimum of 8 eggs a day, up to 12 eggs a day. Cream if you can get it. You know, I mean, do like I do, get some extra quarts of milk and suck the cream off and use the skim milk for a bath. That'll also help draw some of the bile that's in your skin out. I have never, ever suggested this for anyone before, but 2 days a week, eat 2 egg whites without the yolk. You can have the yolk with some meat, red meat, another time, and then have the egg white, 2 egg whites when you're having milk and a couple of eggs at another time. That concentrated protein in that form will help build some mucus around the liver to help protect that liver. Have you been diagnosed with hepatitis? Because you have all the symptoms of having 3 types of hepatitis. It doesn't matter whether it's hepatitis or not. There's just severe liver damage. I'm going to suggest that you have liver at least 2 times a week. I have liver. When I take liver, I like pate. I'll just put it in a food processor with some red onion and blend it into a pate. And I like it that way. I came up with a new recipe last week when I was eating a lot of new buffalo glands, or just earlier this week. And I make a salsa with cherry tomatoes. Take like 5 cherry tomatoes, 1 little sliver section of red onion, about 1 inch by 1/4 of an inch, 1/4 teaspoon of vinegar. Blend that together. And then I'll take a teaspoon of that and put it with, like liver or lungs or anything. 1/2 cup of each, milk, gland, and a teaspoon of that salsa. And just a little bit of garlic, a little sliver of garlic in that. Blend that in the salsa, and then I'll take a teaspoon of salsa and put that in with the milk and the glands and blend that together. It tastes like an incredible soup. And that's an easy way to eat glandular tissue. If you have a particular glandular problem and you need to bring the gland back quicker, good fresh gland will get it back. It's the only thing I found that will help the glands grow back quickly, or the same glands that you have a problem with.
Is moldy better than fresh for that?
Well, to degenerate the old tissue in it, the toxic tissue, the rotted is the better. But to rebuild it has to be the fresh. So remember that a rotted food will help. Let me finish this and I'll do that. The thyroid gland is almost non-functional, both sides. The parathyroids are very overactive trying to make up for the inactivity of the thyroid gland. So if you can get thyroid, who was it? Can you get thyroid from the deer?
Where is it located?
Throat. Yeah. Okay. You two live near each other? Oh. Easy. You've got a source. You get that thyroid. Yeah. If you just blend it with, take that and some milk and some red onion and blend it together, it'll taste like clam chowder. But if you like the salty, tomato-like, Mexican flavor, then go with the salsa and with it. So you need liver, you need the thyroid gland, and predominantly, this is a confusing one because you're over-acidic, so normally for over-acidic people I say less meat because that has a tendency to make you irritable. So you're one of those people who needs a lot of red meat, but yet will get irritable. So you have to stay on top of your juice, vegetable juice. You have vegetable juice, meat, smoothie, vegetable juice, meat, smoothie, vegetable juice, meat, vegetable juice. Make sure you get the 4 in, because you have to keep your system alkaline or you'll get irritable very easily. And if you go off of that juice, even for 2 days in a row, you'll know it. Okay, and you won't be able to eat the meat. You'll get anorexic. And if you eat too much fruit, you're not going to have an appetite for meat. The more fruit you eat, the less you'll be able to digest meat because it over-alkalinizes the intestines. Sweet fruit. And I would say I would wait about 3 months before you eat some rotten meat, just to stabilize. Because you start breaking down some of that liver tissue right now, and you'll go into fatigue pretty heavily. So wait about 3 months till you've gotten good and stable before you start eating rotten meat. And you do need some rotten meat, because that has to do with a lot of your depression. Okay?
And the recipes for juices and smoothies are in the back of the book?
No, yours should be 80% celery and 20% parsley. Everybody's 80% celery, 20% parsley, unless I tell you differently while you're up here. Okay? Smoothies for you, like I said, have eggs and milk and honey only.
Okay.
Okay? Once in a while, maybe the fruit, but I wouldn't, because it'll make you irritable and emotional and all wound up, I would say try to stay away from it. Be balanced.
Butter, coconut butter, more fat.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Yeah.
And that can be blended together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you can put as much fat in as you like, as you can digest. With your liver problem, you don't want to overburden it. Because of that problem, it's going to be harder for you to get through than most people. I mean, it's not going to be like your brother, like that. Yours is going to be slower because there's some severe damage there. Okay, and there's lots of scar tissue everywhere. But you can still recover. Okay? You're welcome. Okay, what was it I was going to finish and talk about?
Regenerative, moldy meats.
Oh, moldy meats. Okay, moldy foods in general. Molds are there to break down the substances that are clogged in your system, that there's no way to remove them and dissolve them and eliminate them. You eat cooked foods, you destroy the natural enzymes, everything in them, the bacteria, they're destroyed. Over, fini, nothing. So when that food dries out in your system, that substance dries out in your system, there's no way to dissolve it and remove it, except with solvents. To get molds and bacteria in your body, if you will mold foods that you ate a lot of cooked, you can eliminate them from your body. To help get rid of advanced glycation end products, I used to take wheat berries, rye berries, rice berries. I was a big what was that? Sugar crisp? What was that? Sugar pops?
Rice Krispies.
Rice Krispies. All those things. I was a heavy cereal eater. So I was full of those advanced glycation end products. So I took those same grains and would germinate them and then let them rot, black and white molds, and then I would eat them to help get rid of mine quicker.
Do you still recommend that?
Absolutely.
Should we do something with potatoes too? Like I was heavy potatoes.
Yep, you can do it with potatoes too. Just remember, you don't want to have a lot of it because there are two things that happen with that. Sometimes a black mold will form, which is ergot, and you can get high because it's LSD. And it can be a nice high, but it doesn't really ground you into reality. I haven't experienced anybody that's had hallucinations from it, except when it was pulling out somebody who had intense LSD. People who had a lot of LSD, yes, it would bring it out, and they would have reoccurrences of hallucinations. So grains is something you probably would want to take with, less often than you would meat. Meat's something you could do every week. Rotten meat, fine. The grains, I would do no more than one cycle of them about every 16 to 18 months. And no more than probably 2 ounces. 2 ounces after it's, if you took 1 ounce of berries and they swell up double the size and then you mold and shrink a little bit, that's about right.
Over how long the 2 ounces?
Well, you want to start taking it, you'll take about maybe 4 or 5 berries that have molded every week, and you start at the 3rd week, and you go until you finish them. All molds have 17 stages that they go through, and you want to eat them at all those different stages.
I've been molding raspberries, and they just are just staying red. For the longest time, I hardly any mold on them.
You didn't let them mold outside the refrigerator first?
No.
Oh. When you're molding berries, you wash them first, you let them get wet, you even let them swell and get soggy, then you leave them out and they'll mold. The mold will grow quickly. Once the mold starts growing, then put them in a jar and put it in the refrigerator. And in the book, I talked about having a lot at one time, and some people would go into chronic fatigue that could last anywhere from 30 days or a few weeks up to a year. Another way to do it, again, like the grain berries, you can use the raspberries and the other berries in the same way. You mold about a pint of them. You only take 3 berries a week. And very rarely does anyone go into a fatigue. And if it lasts, it will only last for a few days. Again, that's to destroy the mutant antibodies created either by antibiotics or vaccines that feed on the proteins in your blood, the somatids that make up the proteins. So you can look like you have a lot of protein in your blood, but they're hollow, like an empty egg.
I ate a lot of soy. Can you do that with soy?
You ate a lot of soy?
Mm-hmm.
That's a difficult one because the soybean is poisonous raw. That's a very difficult one.
Did you mold soy sprouts?
Yes, you could. That'd probably be your better way. But just remember that I would do that very, very lightly and only once in a while, and no more than probably 5 grains, maybe one of them a week, and that's it. Because does everybody know the soy ploy?
Yeah. No.
Okay, soy is one of the most poisonous foods there is, but it's high in protein, easy to grow, and great marketing. Even vegetarian animal herbivores cannot eat soy without getting sick. They cannot feed it to animals in any large quantity. An herbivore will not eat it in any quantity, even a goat, because there are enzymes which absolutely stop digestion, protein inhibitors, enzyme inhibitors. If you want to know about it, go on Price Pottinger's site, www.pricepottinger.com, and put in soy ploy, and you'll come up with Dr. Enig and Sally Fallon's research on it.
Well, what about the Japanese? I thought they did so well on this.
The Japanese only ate it in soy sauce.
That is even worse.
Yeah, they never ate tofu.
Yeah.
That was an industrialized thing that the Japanese came up with later on when soy started becoming a marketable substance.
What about miso?
Miso is, again, almost all salt and soy.
For the fermentation, isn't that good for enzymes?
If it were raw fermentation, but they don't ferment, the soy they don't ferment any of that raw, and then the salt counteracts some of the fermentation, yes. So, If you're going to make a rotten food, make it raw. If it's soy or grains, you need to germinate or it's not going to do you any good. And you need to germinate the grains until they mold in the germination process. Keep them wet. Not completely covered, but keep them wet. So you see this white mold start growing, and then when the blacks and the other molds start growing, you know there are different stages. And eat them at all those different stages. Yes?
When I came back from France, I decided to mold the cheese, and is that a good idea?
That's a very good idea. Because we've all eaten lots of cooked cheese in our life, Was that American stuff? Velveeta? How much Velveeta I ate? No wonder I was so sick. That stuff was awful.
What about cheese whiz?
That's plastic. Who said that?
Phil, of course.
Cheese whiz. You just leave it out.
And I also found that to put it in a dark place, it seems to the mold faster.
Right. If you leave it out room temperature and close, if you'll take it out of its package and then let air inside, plastic bag, like a Ziploc bag with air in it, it will mold very quickly. All different kinds of molds. That may be a difficult one, so only a little bit, because I've seen people get fatigue. So eat only a little bit. Maybe, a little, let's say, molds on the outside first and will work its way in over the months inside. So when it gets on the outside, if you want it to go blue to blue cheese, you need to let it sit a longer time. If it's just a white mold, that'll happen within a few days. You shave some of that off, but I wouldn't have any more than a thin shaving like this, about as wide as the brick is, and no more than an inch long per week.
Why would one get
And remember, don't mix these molds. Don't be having, don't go having, let's say I have my moldy berries this week, and I have my rotten fish this week, and I have my moldy grains this week. No, one mold a week. That's it. Or else you find yourself fatigued. This is a 40-year process. Do it intelligently.
So why would one get tired from this?
From the molds. The molds are there to decompose substances. That's what molds do. So you start molding, you've got a lot of molds in your body, breaking down toxicity in your system. All of your energy and nutrients are going to handle that, and you're not going to have any energy to do things. Okay, next. What's your name again?
Richard.
Richard. There we go. Okay, the left testy is pretty normal. The adrenal glands have been off and on overactive. The right testy is very overactive. Right adrenal gland is was pretty overactive. The adrenals right now are inflamed. The pancreas is inflamed and edemic. Pancreas is probably working only about 20 to 25%. One fruit with high carbohydrate in it, maybe only once every 2 days. Always eat high fat with it. Red blood cell count is very good. However, the oxygen is not being transported very well with the red blood cells, so the red blood cells aren't very strong. I'm going to suggest that you have 25% parsley and I'm going to suggest 25% parsley, 10% zucchini or summer squash, the yellow, and 55% celery for about 6 weeks, and then go to 20% parsley, 15 to 20% parsley, 60 to 70% celery, and then zucchini or cucumber for the remainder. You have fat cells clumping like leukosis in your glands, thyroid, parathyroids, and the throat area. You had a tonsillectomy. Lots of scar tissue there from it. And the lymph glands in the thyroid aren't so good. You need lots of moldy meat or high meat, bacteria meat. About 70% of your meat should be red meat, 10% seafood, and 20% fowl. I would suggest that you do some walking, maybe even do some push-ups, because that congestion in your glands will help get that all moving if you'll do that kind of movement, or chin-ups, something that will get that going a little bit better. The reason I said zucchini is because you have a lot of lead and toxic minerals stored in your limb and your brain. A little bit in your spinal cord, mid-back. When you do have fruit, I suggest you have pineapple, but not very much. You seem to have a hiatal hernia, which is the membrane between the stomach and the lungs. It's almost all scar tissue and lots of congestion in there. Sometimes that creates a very acid condition in here, soreness, burning. Eating whole coconut can relieve that. It's about the only thing I've seen relieve it when it's this pronounced. When I've seen it this pronounced, it usually takes 10 to 20 years to completely get rid of it. But it can be gotten rid of. Most people live with that all their life, and it gets worse and worse and worse until they have to have almost everything removed. But you can reverse yours. Just have to be patient. Have you ever had a hernia?
Not to my knowledge. I have had pain in those areas, but I never consulted any medical people.
Yeah, well, you've got some ulcerations down there. And that's going to form into scar tissue like the hiatal is. I suggest that 3.5 cups beet other juice, and then half a cup of the white cabbage, about a half a cup a day, which is 4 ounces, every 3 days for about 8 weeks. And that should resolve the hemorrhaging. It's not going to resolve the pain for a long, long time, all of it, but it'll get rid of most of it, 80%. So it won't even be that noticeable. But you still may have a sharp pain every once in a while. Did you work around heavy metals like lead?
I don't know.
Where did you grow up?
New York.
Well, you must have been allergic to, all those heavy metals in the air, because they're all throughout your lungs and chest cavity, the bronchioles everywhere, and it's just sitting in there. Tomatoes, eat tomatoes with cheese. Maybe 3 days a week. recommend that you have about 8 to 10 eggs a day, right around 8. Are you living where you can get milk?
Not really. Or no. I'd have to order it.
Second my next food's coffee.
Okay.
Go get it. They have the Clairvale milk. It's a great milk. Yeah. I recommend that you have a quart a day of milk.
What about headaches?
Well, if you let it sit and clabber like I do, let it sit out for 3 days at room temperature, and don't leave it in those bottles. You saw the quart jars with the wide mouth that Jill has. Put it in that, and don't fill it all the way, and put a lid on it so some air will get in there and it will clabber quicker. You should use the natural clabber, though. I would rather that the milk digest itself rather than adding the rennet, because the rennet for you won't work. I need the milk to break down properly on its own for your system. And the headaches you're going to have because you have the heavy lead and mineral toxicity that's all into here, and when that dumps into the blood, you get high blood pressure. Go for the headache formula, the pain formula that I gave. That'll help counteract that. So 2 eggs in that, some of the cream, the bee pollen and everything, that'll take care of, most of your headache. So you can still function, at least. But you can go without that side effect. You need to eliminate it. Boysenberries and blackberries will help you also get rid of those metals faster. And if you're going to mold some, mold those particular berries. Do you have any questions?
I think that'll do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you put it on pause for a minute? All right. What is your name again?
Andrew.
Okay, Andrew. This guy should be an athlete or a prostitute. Very, very overactive sex glands and adrenals. Hope you have a very active partner. If not, you need to take care of yourself. Because that many hormones building up can make you a very irritable man. Or distract you entirely. The pancreas is about 60% functional, but not very healthy. So you could handle 1 piece of fruit a day as long as you eat it with something. If you eat fruit without fat, it's likely to increase your sexuality and make you more uncomfortable.
Restless.
Very. Not necessarily more emotional. It'll work up to that eventually, but you will make you more restless and irritable. Circulation's good in the spine and the limbs. Lots of bile collecting everywhere. Your liver's not in good shape. The lymph glands around the liver are very congested. The liver's done as much as it can do until its whole environment changes. There's a lot of metal toxicity in your right testy. What that's going to do, eventually when that starts coming out, the whole area between your rectum and your scrotum is going to inflame and could last for a couple of years and itch at times. Who knows when that's going to happen in the next 40 years, but it will happen probably several times.
Metals.
Mm-hmm. Why they've stormed mainly in the right testy, I don't know. Also, in the sinuses on the right side, all up in here. Do you work with the welding or?
I've previously done a lot of welding, also a lot of solvents, paints, metal work, metal shavings, dust.
Well, it's really lodged, and it's basically poisoned your liver. So you need lots and lots of eggs, up to 28 a day.
That'll break my previous record.
And your record so far has been?
I could eat easily 8 to 10 without
nothing. For you, that's nothing. You need a lot.
The iceberg.
Are you working out? Do you exercise?
I have a physical work. I don't exercise purposefully.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of.
What do you do?
Landscaping.
Oh, that's very active. Yeah, then you can definitely eat 28 eggs a day. That's the only way I see you going to get rid of that bile. You don't have to do it every day, all the time, but you need to just load your body up with it. You need to get fat around here, and then take it off and get fat around there, because if this bile with that kind of metal toxicity and solvents gets to your intestines without enough fat around here, it's going to put holes in your intestines, and then you'll find yourself not able to function. So you want to make sure you can build that up. Cheese is going to be very helpful too, because when your body takes some of that, it's going to dump it right into the stomach, and the cheese will help absorb it. So you won't have so much nausea. There'll be times when you probably will have to vomit it up.
How about mineral deficiency?
Well, it definitely creates a mineral deficiency, but the cheese will help correct that, and the milk. And I recommend, a quart to 2 quarts a day. Lots of milk and lots of eggs. I would say concentrate on those for about 6 weeks, 6 days a week, and maybe a half a pound of meat every day of the various types of meats. I'll get into what percentage in a minute. And then after about 6 weeks, increase it up to about a pound of meat a day, and cut the eggs down to about 12 to 20 a day. But for 6 weeks, go 20 to 28 a day, half a pound of meat. And keep up your juice, vegetable juice. Maybe you can let it go 1 day, 2 days a week, but never 2 days in a row. Berries, I would wait until maybe August before you start eating berries, because that's going to pull them out even quicker. And I would just like to make sure that your body is stabilized everywhere, so when that solvent and those metals come out into your system, that your system will be protected. So there will be the chance of damage will be minimized.
It's an older exposure. It's not a day-to-day thing currently.
But it's in glands.
Right.
It's very fluid.
But luckily, I'm not taking it in currently.
Yeah.
To that degree.
No, it would look differently if you were taking it in now. This is old and deep. It's all in your bones and your arms, and your ribs, and especially in the right testy, and in your brain, sinuses. The thyroid looks okay. It's got some metal toxicity. Parathyroids are underactive. Tonsils and adenoids looks like scar there, so they look like they've been removed.
No, I have.
You have them? Where's my flashlight? Get a little one? All right. Say ah. Way down. Ah. Put your tongue out and down. There you go. Now say ah.
Ah.
And quite a bit deteriorated. I'm going to get mine. Mine's a little bit brighter. In case I need to see him again. Do you have a... Yeah? That'll work.
We have one.
Did I swallow my tonsil somewhere along the way?
No, sometimes the solvents will actually cause them to just deteriorate, disintegrate. Yeah. Say ah. Yep, that one's almost completely gone, and it's very dark. And so is this one. I can see that the left one's a little bit better though.
So a lot of
but there's no, you can't even see a gland. There's no scar tissue, but it looks like the gland is just eaten away.
What do the tonsils do? What's important about them?
Well, they break down certain toxicity and protect the brain.
How can people can protect themselves from solvents and chemical pollutants and things like that?
Wearing masks and putting oils like olive oil, peanut oil on the hands so it's not absorbed.
I was a heavy equipment mechanic for years, so I've had enough. There's so many chemicals in used motor oil, fuels, solvents, and lubricants, and it goes right into your cuticles, right into your nails. It soaks in, and that was a daily
everywhere
thing for me for years.
And breathing it.
And you breathe it all. So there's no food that you can take to protect you actually literally need to protect.
No. Well, you need lots of fats, which will help, like milk and creams and stuff like that, to buffer it. And then coating your arms and where you're touching it and wearing gloves. That's about all you can do, but you can't really prevent it. Also, you need to stay away from using any kind of oils other than a natural oil.
Right.
Fragrant oils, any of them. Aromatics, any of them. Or solvents again for you.
Right.
If someone could create,
like citrus, maybe, like those.
Well, you could use those. To rind and just squeeze it on you.
Rather than the aromatic.
Correct. Well, they're all heat processed. Even Young's, which are distilled at 257 degrees. He says in his book, nature does it at 62 to 72 degrees, not 257 degrees. So his oils are better than those that are done at 357 and higher, but still his are done at 257 degrees. That's too high. Turns it into plastic. And it has a very toxic vaporous reaction. So if you want real oils that will be fragrant for you, eat the flower petals. Early in the morning before they vaporize, before oils vaporize.
And to me, then any kind of soaps with any kind of essential oil for that's inadvisable.
Right. I don't use soaps at all.
What do you use for this?
I blend 1 egg, 3 ounces of vegetable juice, 2 ounces of milk, and 1 tablespoon of honey. And I use that. I put it on my hair when it's dry. I didn't do that today because I didn't have access. I just put straight milk on my hair today.
You use that just like if you wash your hands after using facilities, same thing.
Yeah. Well, I'd recommend that you do not wash your hands after facilities. I recommend that you touch yourself with that E. coli and salmonella and everything. Some of my cancer clients, believe it or not, and this is going to get out because it's the first time I'm saying it publicly, I have them take rotten meat after they've gone to the bathroom before they wipe themselves to take their finger over their rectum and to rub it on the meat and let it rot. That way they'll ensure the high E. coli and the high verotoxins produced by it. And like I said, the University of Toronto has shrunk entire brain tumors along with the vessels going to it in a matter of 7 to 15 days with one injection of verotoxin.
What about all those babies that died and mothers that died giving birth before doctors figured out to wash their hands? That whole,
that wasn't that. Everybody likes to, theorize what was responsible. A lot of women were not able to get access to meats.
So they were low in protein.
Were very low in protein and mainly lived on carbohydrates. And they were very thin and had very low fat levels. So both they and the babies would die under high strain. A lot of women died that way just from being thin, from weather temperature changes, because it was not easy to build fires. Stoves were expensive, even potbelly stoves. So there weren't a lot of homes that had them. Women were considered healthy if they were fat. You couldn't get a wealthy man to marry a skinny woman 100 years ago. He would reject her in a flash because the odds of her dying in either heat prostration or hypothermia were about 90%.
Yeah, you see it in the art, too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Now that we have heaters and we have all this convenience, skinny people don't die so easily. And a lot of them would die in childbirth because you need a lot of fats to have a good, birthing. Yes, John?
How about washing your hands after using facilities? What about in public restrooms? I
don't touch anything there. I just touch myself. And if I hit, they have all those electronic ones now, but I'll hit with my elbow or something like that, But I don't worry about germs. I want them.
Well, no, I'm not saying I'm worried about germs, but there's a lot of great germs in there, like the airport. You get from all over the world.
I don't mind as long as they're organic germs. What bothers me is man-made germs. Yeah. Like the War Department's, AIDS virus and stuff like that. They're not easy to handle.
Yeah.
Pardon?
How do we protect against that? We got this phenomenon, chemtrails flying everywhere. God knows what kind of fungus and bacteria coming down that are man-made and war germs.
Well, I did about 5 months research on the chemtrails. And basically, they're trying to handle the ozone layer.
That's what I heard.
Okay, they're trying to deflect global warming. And what they're doing is they're spraying an aluminum compound, which is a neurotoxin. And it destroys natural bacteria that's in the atmosphere, that's suspended in, in clouds. You have lots of bacteria. You have protozoas. You have what they call sea monkeys. That's how...
They live in water droplets.
They live in water droplets, exactly. And when you release that aluminum compound, it kills them. Then more bacteria feeds on all these other animal-type compounds. So that's why they're finding so many different levels and kinds of bacteria in it. It's because these aluminum compounds are poisoning the atmosphere just like it poisons a human body.
Because we've been getting dosed here for, months and months,
yeah.
almost every day.
How do you
do to prevent or shield oneself or protect?
Not easy. The only way you can protect yourself against neurotoxins is by drinking cream, milk and cream, and eggs. But milk and cream are your best.
That's best for that.
Best for that, yeah. But you need to get in touch with your Congress people and say, hey, this is not, poisoning me is not the way to handle, the atmospheric toxins. You need to cut out fossil fuel, period. That's the only resolution.
How do you see that else?
Pardon?
I was just wondering what she was talking about, that she knew that it was happening here.
I've been photographing it, going to the supervisors about it, doctors.
What is it, in the air?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's the airplanes. You see the airplanes making these white streaks, and they don't go away, they don't evaporate, and they stay as clouds.
I didn't know that's what that was.
Yeah, that's trying to deflect the sun rays back out of the atmosphere.
So it's because of global warming. Amazing, amazing. Oh.
And it only works about 1 to 2%. And then the pollution is greater than 1 to 2%. So it's really stupid. Really stupid.
Try to get that word out, but it's people know about it.
Oh, it's stupid. It's asinine.
It's nuts. It's
expensive. Yeah. $1 billion a year. Hughes Aircraft has the contract. And they're using the military planes to do it.
There's a very high level of cancer in this area. I mean, extraordinary. I'm wondering if that's connected with that, because we never have figured it out, really.
Well, it's low bacteria, high everything. It's happening everywhere. It's happening everywhere. Cancer's everywhere.
Is there a specific meat I should be thinking of to clear some of those toxic metals and solvents and whatnot?
No, the things that are going to get rid of that is lots of eggs, and zucchini along the line. Even eating some late at night. The last thing you have is your vegetable juice is a little zucchini that'll help pull it out. But you really need to stabilize before you do it, because your liver isn't real active and you've got a lot of bile throughout your entire system, like his sister. Where did she go?
She can't go.
Oh. Kathleen
no
was
meat in
there?
particular, not fish or more red meat, or it's just...
Well, you need to just stay, like I say. Didn't I tell you the proportion? No, I didn't?
We didn't get that far.
Okay. It was about 65% red meat. About 25% fowl, and 10 to 15 fish. For about a year and a half, 18 months. Then you'll probably change at that time.
Are these percentages by weight? Volume?
Volume. Yeah.
And juice?
Or weight.
Juice,
that's
fluid,
the same,
volume?
yeah. Pardon?
Juice is fluid volume?
Yes.
So when you say those percentages, you mean every day or over a week period?
You can work it out to a week's period.
So you can eat one day?
Yeah, you could eat all beef one day, unless you're very delicate, and he's not delicate. Kathleen's delicate, so I would ask her, to do it on a daily basis. But, to do those percentages on a daily basis, to have all of them. But other people who, aren't fragile like that, they could mix it over a week and make it work out to those percentages. Okay, next. You still have all that bile. Your skin's looking so much better, though. You notice it, too? Wow. Okay, you did get a lot of the bile out, because now I can see why you were having so much fatigue and so many problems. You also have metals stored all up in your sinuses and in your brain.
Oh, that's why I have a constant open sore in my nose.
Yeah. So what metals poisonings were you around?
I don't know.
Mainly on the left side.
Do you have metal fillings?
Not anymore.
Usually metal fillings won't create that abundance of it. I'll find that this lodged a little bit, but this is tremendous.
How about lead from water pipes? They soldered with lead, or they used to?
Yeah. I've never seen it from that. This is usually some kind of exposure to some art medium, whether it's stained glass or, working with solvents, or being raised in a city where there's lots of heavy, combustion pollution.
Yeah, I hate cities for that.
the left side of your small intestines are very, very congested still. Oh, this is Pascal. I don't know if I've been saying the names each time. Okay. I'd like you to have 5 to 10% of your juice now as dandelion.
What is that?
Dandelion greens.
Okay.
Should help those intestines that are just, you have lots of scar tissue there. Those advanced glycation end products. Dandelion greens, because of the high vitamin C in it, will help go in there and dissolve it a little bit better.
You know, I've been constipated most of my life. Does that mean I'm going to be constipated a lot again?
Well, you just have so much scar tissue there. You know, there's low intestinal bacteria because of that, low intestinal flora, low digestive enzyme reaction. So, in order to really get that moving properly, we need to get rid of the scar tissue. As I told you before, though, if you use the suppository if anybody has constipation, they really want to help remove it permanently rather than the quick fix that I gave, which was the vegetable juice, the eggs, and the milk, and the vinegar, and the honey. All those things are indigestible together, so just wash things through, loosen you quickly. If you want to heal that, you've got to increase the bacteria level in your colon. Fecal matter is normally 60 to 80% bacteria. E. coli, Salmonella, Campylobacter. The fecal matter, if we didn't have those bacteria, would be about the size of marbles, and they'd be the texture of granite, and they go through and just rip you apart every time you had a movement. Bacteria feeds on it, sponges it out. All its byproducts of the B vitamins, the amino acids that they manufacture, the verotoxins that prevent tumor growth and growth or storage of dead cells. It helps all of that. So all of that's good. There are even people who eat fecal matter to reutilize their proteins.
There's animals that do that.
Yep. Does anybody know Dr. Edward Howell? He was the man who discovered enzymes and did the research on enzymes.
Yeah, I know him.
He fed rats cooked diets and raw diets. The ones who ate cooked diets all got diseases of man. The ones who ate raw didn't get any diseases. Curious thing was, he said, with all that disease, usually you would expect the lifespan to be shortened. But the lifespan was equal for the ones who ate cooked and the ones who ate raw. But one thing in his notes that he didn't become conscious of until after he was looking at the information was that the rats who were eating cooked food ate all their feces. The ones who ate raw food did not eat their feces. So the next test, he took the rats and put them on a screen so they could not eat their feces, so it would fall through once they lived only 2 years instead of 3 years. So there's lots of animals that will eat their fecal matter when they need the bacteria to flush back into the system, or they're not finished digesting what they ate to recycle it.
There's nothing left.
Pardon?
There's nothing left to work after that. We're eating our own shit. There's no more stuff.
No scatological jokes here. But they use it as a remedy in some countries.
And urine too.
Yep.
So when somebody says eat shit, he goes, thank you.
Thank you, exactly. Piss on your own, really, thank you. Oh, please, you're causing me to blush. suggest you eat from 35 to 40% fish. For about 3.5 weeks. That'll help get some of that metal toxicity out of there. And along with that, the dandelion greens will probably get your intestines working a little bit better. Oh, what I was going to say is if you want to get the bacteria in your intestines going in your bowels, take clabbered milk that you clabbered for about 4 days in a solid like yogurt. Take an enema bulb syringe, put about 3 or 4 ounces in there, get on all fours, bark, and then insert it in your rectum. Then get down on your shoulders with your knee on your knees and your butt still up in the air and roll your stomach like a belly dancer to get it down, moving into the transverse colon. Then roll on your right side, belly dance again, roll your stomach, and get it to go down into the ascending colon, so that the fecal matter, the E. coli, the Salmonella, the Campylobacter, will have something that's non-toxic to feed on. Because since you're so toxic, you're going to be putting out toxins in your fecal matter that the bacteria sometimes will not work on, especially with heavy metals in their system. So the fecal matter doesn't touch it, and that means, the bacteria doesn't touch it, or it actually will destroy the colonies of bacteria, will poison them. And the only way that you can reintroduce that and keep them fed is maybe once a week doing this clabbered milk suppository.
Is it the whey part or the solid part or both?
Well, when you got it at a clabbered stage, there's no separation.
Oh, because mine was separated.
That's because you've taken it too far.
Oh, before that.
Before that, yes. And that'll help, grow that bacteria so you'll move better. But until you get rid of that scar tissue, you're going to have to do that on a weekly basis.
I really like the fish, like the hahi tuna, and then a friend of mine told me that in Hawaii, there's so much mercury in it that it's really toxic to the liver, so I've stopped, and I was going to ask you about that.
If you cook fish, it causes the mercury to be a free radical. When you do not eat it cooked, it will not be absorbed as a toxin in your body. The mercury in swordfish is a very healthy mercury and helps that creature be very buoyant and can dive and jump very high. Without that mercury, it wouldn't be as buoyant. It wouldn't move as fast. It's a non-toxic until you cook it. And then you've made it a free radical. And it is a poison. So as long as it's fed, not fed, high levels of toxic mercury to the point where the fish itself has tumors and is diseased, it's not going to be a problem for you. Because my test showed that if you eat the animal raw, the toxicity passes out with the fat chelated with it without any digestion, without any breakdown of that fat or that chelative compound. So you eat that tuna.
Okay.
Enjoy it. Your glands are in great shape now. Everything's working well. That liver and your kidneys are not, and your intestines.
What about the pancreas?
Everything is working better. Pancreas is a little bit better. It's nice and high. It hasn't regenerated, but that you have is now at least working. So your pancreas is probably working about 30%, and it's working very well for that 30%. So still no more than a piece of fruit a day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And, it doesn't have to be that often. You do not really need fruit. Some people do, but mainly most people do not need fruit. Some people that have a lot of fat congestion, I do recommend having pineapple. And that's when I've said that to the individual.
That's what you've said to me, that if I have fruits, that's the one I should have.
Well, also the pineapple can help break down scar tissue. But I would suggest that you start eating, high meat in the next few months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it looks a lot better. Your red blood cell count is still low.
So what do I need for that?
Red meat.
Red meat?
Yeah.
That's the one I've been craving most.
Mm-hmm. So you don't need a lot of chicken right now. You need mainly red meat and fish.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, it will now.
Question?
Yes.
I hear around that the fish have a lot of toxic metals and chemicals in them, and that they're not good to eat.
I just addressed that. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking.
The ocean is only 2% polluted. The earth is 36% polluted. So are you safer by eating land food or ocean food? And the freshwater pollution is like 50%, 48 to 50%. I don't eat any freshwater fish.
So what about fats from animal fats? Aren't they kind of
The what?
Animal fats.
Animal fat's wonderful.
But doesn't have a high pollution to it.
Well, I will not eat fat from animals who've been fed hormones and antibiotics, and vaccines and stuff like that. Yeah.
But what about toxic metals? Isn't that stored in the fat?
Yes, but as long as you don't cook them, they won't be released in your system.
So how does the
They'll pass through. Pardon?
So the fat is not connected to toxins there?
Yes, they chelated the toxins, but in my lab tests, it showed that the body could identify that when it wasn't cooked and did not break that fat down, just passed it through with the toxins.
And the rest of the fat is broken down?
Correct.
The animal's already dealt with toxicity and encapsulated it so it could deal with it.
Correct. And then when your body takes it in, as long as you don't cook it, it can identify that. And there's a symbiotic process and passes it through.
What about the idea that the big fish eat the little fish and the concentrations of toxic materials get larger in the bigger animals? Well,
if they're feeding on land creatures, that will definitely be a response. But if you've gone around polluted areas, most of those fish won't touch those little fish that are so polluted and full of tumors. They won't eat them. You'll see them floating around dead, and no fish is eating them.
I just have a theoretically simple question, and that is to do with water and drinking water. We have a spring here in town called Bitney Springs, and I had it lab tested, and they said that it was 50 or 100 vegetal coliforms per the little thing I brought in. Would that be good water to drink, or what water would you suggest drinking when we want to drink water?
No water.
No water? Really?
I'm very hard against water.
Really?
Water is nothing other than minerals without any nutrients, and what do minerals do? Minerals attract nutrients. They pull them out of your blood, pull them into your intestines, and what are you doing? Washing nutrients out of the body. And they dry the system out. Yeah. So I suggest a quart of juice a day, at least a quart of milk a day, and that usually handles it. Now, some people do need a little water. So if you're craving water, then drink a little bit. I maybe have, during the winter and this time, 3 ounces of water a week. And that's it. But I may go through 2 quarts of milk a day. Plus my juice.
Water a day serum that we've all been fed.
Yeah, well, before I was on a diet like this, I was drinking 2 gallons of water a day. And by drinking 2 quarts of milk and 1 quart of the vegetable juice, it more than satisfies me. And I'm not on the toilet every hour. over the toilet every hour.
Does that in any way mirror what animals do in the wild? How much water do they consume relative to that?
It depends upon the animal. If you're a camel, you can take up to 25 gallons at a time and not drink for 6 weeks. But other animals drink very little water.
Depends on how hot it is.
Yeah. Probably birds eat more water, drink more water than any other creature.
They have to. They consume grains.
Dry grains all the time. Yeah, so much. Yeah. Well, you notice that when they feed on insects, they don't drink much water. But when it's season for seeds, they will drink more water.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Your name again?
Ursula.
Ursula. This is Ursula. Okay, Ursula. You have very, very little protein in your system. Everything is debilitated. Your glands, there's no rounding. Everything's sunken. I only see hands like this on people who've eaten mainly grains in their life or were vegetarians for a very, very long time.
25 years.
You still maintain a pretty good red blood cell count, and that's because your system is basically over-acidic, very overactive adrenal glands.
Overactive.
You used to have overactive adrenal glands. I can see that your ovaries at one time had been very overactive. Now everything's underactive. The only thing that looks like it's still overactive is your right parathyroids. Do you have your tonsils?
No.
I'll use this end instead. Say ah. Put your tongue out. Say ah. Definitely scar tissue. Must be lymph glands that are very overactive around in your neck. Do you have swollen glands here? Okay. Thyroids basically are not very active. Parathyroids are trying to do the work. You need lots of chicken, lots of beef, a little fish. The fish you need, whenever you eat beef, you need to eat a little bit, let's say for 5 to 6 bites of red meat, you need 1 bite of fish to help rebalance you because you're over-acidic and you're not going to have a taste for it and you won't digest very well. Because you're low in all kinds of digestive bacteria, it'll be easier for you to eat if you eat, it's very restrictive, but more mono meals, like meat with maybe a little sauce, like a salsa sauce, so it's not confusing your digestion too much. That's a problem with vegetarians that I've seen over the years. They lose so many digestive enzymes and so many digestive abilities that they have to reduce everything to mono meals. And you're definitely in that category. So I would say if you're going to have, a smoothie, have 2 or 3 eggs with only maybe 2 or 3 ounces of cream.
I can't digest the eggs very well. The raw eggs, I've been trying to do that.
With?
Clabbered milk.
And? Just clabbered milk and eggs?
Yeah, I tried a little, half or a third of banana just for flavor. But I've also done it without that. And still had trouble with it.
Well, I don't want you to have the milk. I want you to just have the cream.
Okay.
2 ounces of cream with 3 eggs and some honey. Okay. Now, sometimes you have a reaction with the honey with that mixture. Usually it doesn't happen because 2 ounces of raw cream prevents that. And you can utilize the honey. Pardon?
Candida problems with the honey? Yeah.
Well, you're having it with enough fats. There's enough fats in the egg and all of that.
Can I have coconut cream?
Pardon?
Coconut cream?
Yeah, coconut cream is fine. I prefer cow's cream for your system. But coconut cream is better than nothing. Better than no rich fat. Because your body has so many advanced glycation end products in it, you have yeast going in everything, even in your bones. You're going to have a reaction when it comes out your skin. So what I suggest that you do is, and this is a great moisturizer for everybody who would like to help their skin, and when toxins pass through the skin, take 3.5 ounces of cream, juice ginger to get 1 tablespoon. So it's 1 tablespoon to 3.5 ounces of raw cream. Blend that for about 10 seconds and put it on your skin. If you have good thick cream, then it'll whip into a whipped cream, and it's just like putting a cosmetic cream on. It's very nice. If it isn't a thick cream, then it will not whip, and it's still good. It just doesn't go as far. And then I would put that on your skin so that when you have that, when your body's... The honey does not create a candida, an environment for candida. Honey helps detoxify the yeasts that are candida. Get rid of them. So as they pass through, you have the itchy and the flaky and the dryness resulting from it. So if you have enough fats with it, like you have that many eggs, 3 eggs with 2 ounces of cream, and you're just having a little honey, when it comes out, it's not going to drive you crazy. And I would suggest that when raw butter is available, you eat a stick a day. You just need everything lubricated and stabilized. And then to eat lots of chicken, when it comes to that, lots of chicken and beef. And just a little bit of fish just to keep you alkalinized. And I doubt that I would even, if I were you, I would suggest that you, even with chicken, have, a little piece of fish with it, just to make sure you don't get too acid. You also have lots of metal toxicity in your sinuses and throat, nasal bones, bronchioles. So I recommend that your juice be 70% celery, 20% parsley, and 10% zucchini or yellow squash. The time span that I've given you, whether it was 6 weeks to 18 months, you can add about 10% carrot juice in it to help get rid of the bile. But make sure that you stabilize as long as I suggested before you do that. And you have lots of bile everywhere, too. So I would suggest you stabilize before you start removing that bile.
So by stabilizing what you just recommended.
Yeah. And, like I say, when the butter comes out and cream comes out, I would consume a lot of it. And I would gain a lot of weight and then take it off, and gain a lot and take it off. The reason I'm saying this is because when I've seen situations like that, like yours go into lupus. And lupus is so difficult. You can't lift anything, you can't touch anything.
I have arthritis.
Yeah.
Intermittently. That's related to what you're talking about.
Well, it's one more stage toward that. When that starts happening between, in the connective tissues, it's swelling. Everything's so sensitive. You can't pick up anything. You can't touch things. You can't do your clothes very easily. at advanced stages of it. So, at some point you're going to need lots of bacteria. From meats, I don't suggest that you use grain bacteria, molds, or berry molds for a very, very long time, maybe 3 or 4 years. Just meat bacteria for a while. If you do those, it could throw you into lupus. So I don't suggest that you do those. I would recommend that you do 10 to 12 eggs a day when you can utilize them properly. So you work up to that when you can do it, even if it takes a year and a half. Do you like red bell peppers? Okay. You can have that, make it kind of a sauce with cheese, cream. You may have a lot of trouble with milk at first.
Well, clouded milk.
And you're able to handle the clouded milk?
Yes, surprisingly.
Yeah. Okay, but not with the egg.
Well, it's not the milk, it's the egg that's throwing me off and out, I think, in that combination.
Yeah, but it's the combination.
Yes.
So that's why I want you to have the cream with the egg. You could blend egg, red bell pepper, and a little cheese to make a sauce for your meats.
Okay. How about the feta? That raw, does that eat raw goat feta? Is that good? Or is that too salty?
It's too salty.
It's too salty.
Salt for you is absolute poison. And when you can get honey in the comb, eat the wax, except for the sheet in between. Scrape the wax off and eat it, because the wax will help stabilize and protect your kidneys. Kidneys are very exposed, very vulnerable. You see your eyes in it? Pineapple is likely to make you very irritable, even if you have a little bit. So I would say that if you in a grocery, or when you go into like a store that may have a few pieces of pineapple, out, you just buy a couple of pieces, like 2 pieces only, little, squares or wedges of them, and maybe twice a week have that, but no more than that, and always eat it with an egg and some cheese, even if you just down the egg Rocky style and then eat the cheese and the pineapple together. Okay, do you have any questions?
I don't know, I'm a little overwhelmed, so
I'm sure.
You're overwhelmed, I'm even more overwhelmed. The fragility?
Yeah.
Is that not related to health?
Is what?
The fragility. The emotional fragility.
Yeah, that's because you have no fats in your system, no protection. You have all those sugars, so advanced glycation end products stored everywhere.
Even I don't eat sugar.
Carbohydrates.
Not much.
Yeah.
I don't eat much.
Grains, breads, all that for over the years.
Yeah. Then it's from the past.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you're just so fat deficient, you have no protection anywhere. And you have all these yeasts feeding on the advanced glycation end products. And so you're exposed to all those acids, so they'll irritate your nervous system all the time. That's why I say, when you can get that cream and butter, just start drinking that stuff.
So the protein, I have all these things in my mind, but we've learned over the years that protein is hard on your kidneys.
It is when it's cooked.
When it's cooked.
Yeah, just remember that those things that damage the kidney are the lipid peroxides and the heterocyclic amines. that irritate and damage the kidneys. Those are only formed from cooking, not from raw. The easiest way to stabilize your kidneys is to eat meat, especially red meat and chicken.
How is steamed vegetables like broccoli or zucchini, any of that stuff?
No, because they create resins that will block the system that turn into plastic, basically.
That's not good.
Yeah. That's in the book, so if you get to that meeting. Okay.
I read it. I just don't remember it.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to have to get some more milk. Oh, no, I got some here. Never mind. I drank that hours ago.
There's some more milk.
Oh, that's it. Okay. I looked for some more juice, but that's all I got. Okay, who's next?
I guess I'll go.
All right. How about, can we have a fight here? I like to see some action. Turn around this way. Lance, okay. Okay, Lance, your testes are very overactive. If you don't have a partner, enjoy yourself. Because they will make you very anxious and unsettled. There are certain types of fat that you're not digesting properly. So it's causing an inability to use minerals and proteins together. So it's causing a buckling of the tendons, tightening of them, tightening of everything. Coconut would be very helpful to dissolve some of the hardened matter. Coconut cream, whole coconut too. You have heavy metal toxicity in your shoulders and your neck. In your spine. Looks like a little bit in your pancreas. Your thyroid, your left thyroid, looks like it's very toxic, doesn't work very well. It looks stable, it looks like the tissues are all there. It doesn't look debilitated, but it's not functioning. The parathyroids are working overtime. They're very overactive, compensating for it. Looks like the tonsils are gone, but the lymph glands are working very well in your neck. Did you have your tonsils removed?
No.
It's completely flat here. See, this one looks like it's here. Tonsils here, but over here it's not there. This is probably deteriorated, and this one's fine. I always like to check this one. Wow. Yep. Well, the left one is amazing. I mean, the right one's amazing. The left one is almost all deteriorated. About 75% deteriorated. The other one's nice and full and clean. Parathyroids on the right side, very active, overactive, compensating for the low activity of the right side of the thyroid. I think you should make coconut cream as a regular thing, probably 12 ounces a week, and you should have them with your meats. So do more like you'd be good in the Polynesians, the South Pacific, because they have coconut cream with almost all their meats.
Yeah.
But do not have the lime juice with it unless it's fish or chicken.
Yeah.
Do not with the red meat. But I suggest you have coconut cream, even if it's only a tablespoon every time you eat meat. I want everybody to try to work up to a minimum of a pound of meat a day. I didn't tell people that. Try to get a pound of meat in a day, work up to it. And it's best if you don't try to do it all at one time. Some people, yes, most people, no. I'm going to suggest, I usually don't suggest it, but I like you to eat one salad a week and have it as the last meal in the day with some vegetable juice. So that no other food comes in for 5 to 8 hours after you've eaten it.
Yeah.
Are you a teacher?
No, I'm a sheet metal worker.
So that's why all that metal poisoning, too. Be a great teacher.
Well, I'm a shop foreman now, so I am teaching to a certain extent.
You have to go into teaching. Be very good at it.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoy it. Teach shop. You need to eat a lot of shellfish. Probably the only way you're going to get that metal toxicity out of your system. Oysters, clams, urchin, scallops, and have it with some kind of a tomato sauce, with some, tomato and tomato, lime juice, and coconut cream.
Sounds good.
That's not mine. That's a Polynesian recipe. I got more in Bora Bora. But it'd be very good for what you need to remove some of that toxicity. I recommend that you have about 1.5 quarts of milk a day. Butter, when it becomes available, about 1/4 of a stick a day.
You say 1.5 quarts of milk?
Yeah. And 1 quart of vegetable juice. You could even have 5 cups a day. Sometimes, when it gets hotter.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in a metal shop. It's really hot and steamy in there. You can go up to 6 cups if it gets, because you need all that, all those vitamins, minerals, and enzymes that you can get.
Yeah.
And I would start, taking some of the Spectrum Natural olive oil and rub it into your hands several times a day. Before you put it on, take, a towel, clean towel, and wipe it off, and then put it back on. So you're not absorbing a lot of that here. And of course, if you're, shaving or grinding, you need to wear a mask.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been doing that these days.
Good.
Didn't used to do those precautions.
Now as you're getting older, right? Better.
Yeah, the feedback's apparent now.
Just want to say this about your relationships. Don't take your teaching nature into relationships. Okay?
Yeah.
If you're the martyr in the relationship, you're never going to be happy. So if you have an affinity to try to fix your relationships, fix the other person, and then you'll always be the one thinking that you're giving and not receiving. But you set yourself up for that if you do that. Okay? And that seems to be a pretty important thing to you.
Yeah.
Is how how you communicate in your relationships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is important.
You know? So I would say, don't be the martyr, don't be the teacher.
Yeah.
Just be a sharer.
Mm-hmm.
All my experience is this. You have to do what's right for you. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Cheese, something you should have. At least a brick a week. And what you might do is...
cheese, if I start eating any cheese at all, I find myself binging on it. It's a brick at a time.
But that's because you're going for the cheese like that. I was just going to say, if you grate some with your meat, then that'll be fine.
No, don't.
Yeah. That's not necessarily a bad thing because you just need a lot in there to keep over the toxicity that dumps into the stomach.
Yeah.
But binging on it is probably not a good balanced diet for you.
No, it's not.
So if you shave it off and have it with your food, you'll even be able to eat more meat by grating your cheese on it.
Uh-huh.
But just let that be the condiment.
Right.
On your food to entice you to eat more food, but not cheese. And it even tastes better that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any more questions?
Well, I have this horrendous problem going on with, I guess it's candida, and of course, kind of going along with that is endless craving for fruit, which I keep fluctuating. It's like I get it reduced down really small, and then pretty soon it's like I'm consuming a lot again, and it's like I just have not been able to get out of that cycle.
Well, it doesn't look like you have a real candida problem. It looks like you have dryness everywhere.
I have a lot of gas is the problem.
Yeah.
And then when there's a lot of gas, there's a lot of pain. And
right.
So getting myself lubricated, deal with the fats,
that's the way you need to go about it.
Yeah.
Eggs and the cream, coconut cream.
Okay. So what was it? You said how many ounces of cream a day? 10, I think, of coconut?
Well, 12 a week.
12 a week.
Minimum.
Okay. Yeah, minimum. Okay.
So you can divide that up.
Yeah. Okay, great.
That's minimum. Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yes. Particular veggie juice combination for him?
For him?
Yeah, I'm just writing notes.
I thought I said 70% celery, 20% parsley, and 10% zucchini or yellow squash.
Okay.
Didn't I say that?
No.
Maybe I didn't. Okay.
Question on the coconut cream.
Yes.
How do the Polynesians make that?
Well, if it's a young coconut, they just scoop it out and then wring it to a cloth.
That's when it's still pulpy. If the coconuts we get are so hard.
Yeah, but if they take an old mature coconut, they call it, they'll grate it and then wring it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cool. Like through a cloth?
Yeah, like a muslin cloth.
If a coconut has started to rot a little bit, is it still good to eat? There's so many of the ones we get are good hard.
Yeah, I just, two I made today, I let some go yellow. We'll start the fermentation and rotting process. Because I loved coconut as a child, but it was always steamed. So I need to clean a lot of that out. So every once in a while I'll eat some rotten coconut to help cleanse it. But the Mayans and the Aztec used spoiled coconut to help bowel problems and digestive problems.
It ferments, doesn't it? It actually ferments, does it?
Well, there's not a lot of sugar in it. It's mostly fat, so it's not necessarily a fermentation. There is some sugar that will ferment in it, but it starts breaking down the fats, creating a bacteria in it, and that's what will help the intestines.
By the way, you didn't tell me how much started milk, because I just started that recently, going up on it. I like it.
That's going to vary, but, I would suggest that you have, a quart a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't congest, because I always have chronic congestion.
You're going to have that because you're so dry. Yeah. If you had the cream to drink, everything would just relax everywhere.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. You know, if you buy extra milk and just suck the cream off the top of the straw like I do, because I need the cream, I have to have it. Clairville? Raw milk.
All the straws is pasteurized.
All of that's pasteurized.
We don't have raw milk up there.
So they separate them, they pasteurize them separately, then they combine them back together. That's why the cream's on the top.
So the only thing we're going to find in this county is raw cheese.
Clairville.
Clareville milk.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you can, since...
One person drives to Sacramento each week.
Yeah, but you don't have to do it every week because, milk, so you leave it in the refrigerator and you leave it out to clabber. I keep milk up to, 3 weeks at a time. It's not a problem. In fact, the more spoiled, the better. So...
I need to go, can I?
Yes. Your name again?
Sandra.
Okay. Relax. Okay. Very overactive sex glands. Sandra, naughty girl.
I've been active for a long time.
they are active. It's just they're making up for the low adrenals that you have. This adrenal gland doesn't look like it's working at all. This one looks like it's working a little bit, but it can't keep up. So you're substituting your sex hormones for your absence of adrenaline. Very low thyroid on this side. Parathyroid's fine. The glands in your throat are good. Here also. The thyroid's, the shape is okay, but it's not producing well. The parathyroid on the right side is very overactive again. So you have hypothyroidism. I'm not a doctor, I can't diagnose, but this is what it looks like in hypothyroidism. Pancreas looks debilitated. We're probably 25% active on that side and maybe 20% active on this side. The side's drying up and debilitating more than this side. This side's more edemic. This ovary is starting to debilitate a bit. Very toxic minerals in it and in the right. Left, more in the right. Lots of minerals, toxic minerals stored in the sinuses. Do you get headaches?
No, but I have a chronic postnasal drip.
Surprised you don't have migraines with that one.
No, I don't get headaches usually.
You're very fortunate. Usually when I see this condition, people have either migraines or cluster headaches.
So there's toxic minerals there?
Toxic metals.
Oh, metals.
Metals, yeah. It's a concentration like it could be mercury from fillings. It's a little bit more than that because it goes so high up. It's mainly on the left side.
Yeah, it's the left side.
Intestines, lots of scarring in the intestines, lots of advanced glycation end products stored in there. Worse on the right side than the left. Even the good kidney on the left kidney is full of scar tissue and fatty deposits. Red blood cell count is okay. Circulation, blood temperature. Blood pressure seems like it's okay, but blood temperature is low.
Well, I'm usually very hot. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I'm going through menopause. I'm hot all the time.
Are you getting hot flashes?
Yeah, but they're not as often as before. But still having them. But still, I'm always hot in the summer. Or even before the summer comes.
And in the winter?
I'm hot and warm. I don't get cold.
Okay.
I don't get cold.
So this is just something that's happening right now?
I'm not feeling cold. I'm warm most of the time. Too warm. Sweat a lot.
I guess your hands are working as a radiator.
They are? What about the rest of my body?
It's very warm. Your hands are just ice cold. My feet do that for me. So the red blood cells look like you're carrying oxygen well. Everything's fine. You're not digesting fats well at all.
So how could you? I eat so much fats if I don't digest that. I mean, you would recommend fats, a lot of fats.
Well, if you're eating raw fats, and you need proteins to digest them.
Okay.
You're not assimilating the proteins that you've been eating to utilize your fats properly. Once you start eating raw fats, then you'll be able to digest the fats that you are eating. Okay. And then I would say stabilize for about 3.5 months before you go on the detox program.
3.5 months.
Yeah. It doesn't mean you'll gain more, you'll probably lose some. But I don't want you to lose a lot. I'm going to recommend 6 to 8 eggs a day.
Before you do that, what about my liver?
The liver isn't in great shape.
Isn't?
No, it has scarring in it. It has some rupturing in it, hemorrhaging in it.
Any mineral deficiencies?
Well, you have all of you're mineral deficient in all of your minerals. Because you've eaten so many cauterized from cooked foods. So you're deficient in all minerals. And that's what the juice will help you with. I'm going to recommend that you have 10% carrot juice, 80% celery, and 10% parsley. That should help stimulate your adrenal glands a little bit better and bring your body temperature down a bit. If you're going through, heat prostration in the summer, have a half of a grapefruit with some coconut cream, about 3 ounces of coconut cream. And that'll help the heat prostration. I recommend that you try to eat 12 ounces of meat a day and then through a period of about 1 year and 3 months work up to 1 pound. Various meats. You need a lot of red meat at first. I'd say 75% red meat and 25% white. And split that up everywhere in fish or chicken. And then after about 18 months, then you can lower the amount of red meat, increase the amount of white meat. Not by much, maybe only 5%. You need red meat for a long time. Lots of red meat. That juice I would take for about 7 weeks. Then eliminate the carrot juice and add 10% more parsley for another 3 weeks. Then lower the celery to 60% or 70%, and 10% zucchini or summer squash, and then 20% parsley. One day a week, substitute your 1 cup of regular juice, one cup of the quart, for 1 whole cup of white cabbage. Varicose veins are, pardon?
Straight 1 cup of cabbage with that.
Well, don't drink it all at one time. You might have a lot of gas from it. So just sip it.
Okay.
Yeah. Have it all at one time, but, sip it over a 20-minute period, not mix with anything else. Some almost thrombotic type reactions going on in your body with the varicose veins. And it's a severe vitamin K and U deficiency. And that the cabbage will help bring it back. But you need it in a concentrated amount 1 day a week. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Probably in about 2 or 3 years down the line, you could incorporate it into your juice on a daily basis. But right now, you don't want to start detoxing those toxins right now. You want to concentrate on that. A lubrication formula at the top of page 163 when the butter's available. Have that.
How often?
Well, all you have is the last meal before your last juice in the day. You could have it with your fish meal, with fish or chicken.
Once a day.
In the evening, yeah. Have it in the evening. Only once a day, yeah.
Meat meal.
Right. Last meat meal. Okay. Do you have any questions?
So what about eggs and milk?
Well, I said you need about 6 to 8 eggs a day.
6 to 8 eggs.
Milk, as much as you like.
Mm-hmm.
You would do better by clabbering it
mm-hmm.
because you're very low in enzymes in the intestinal tract.
Mm-hmm.
And the clabbering will help take care of pre-digesting it for you.
Okay. You said eggs, you said meat, you said juice. I said, what about honey?
Have that as you like it.
Okay. And fruit, you didn't mention fruit. Or did you?
Because you have, even though your pancreas is working, you've got varicose veins and thrombosis type developing thrombosis. And fruit will cause more swelling and rupturing. So I really suggest that you limit the fruit if you're going to have it. Pardon?
What about pineapple?
If you're going to have small amounts. Let's say you had a 1/4-inch circular slice, half of that, once a day with cheese or cream or something like that, be okay.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have it every day. I'd have it every other day.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to have swelling there, and any swelling is going to cause rupturing and more of a development of that. Maybe a couple of years.
Thank you.
I'm giving everybody what I see as the optimal for them. You do what you're going to do.
May I be next?
Pardon?
May I be next? I've got to go, please.
I'm sorry. And how many do I have yet to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay.
So, sweaty.
Lorraine.
Yes.
Did I pronounce it correctly? Lorraine? Boy, what an artist you are. Some control issues there.
Probably.
Maybe probably.
I've got all parts.
The left ovary is debilitating a little bit, shrinking. The right is okay, fine. The adrenal glands are normal. I would expect them to be very overactive, with as thin as you are, but they're not. Left side of the pancreas is almost completely debilitated, less than probably 5% functional on the left side. Right side, maybe 10 to 15% functional, mostly debilitated. So it looks like a diabetic type pancreas. So fruit, I would say, only if you absolutely have to. Red blood cell count is very good, excellent. So concentrate on maybe 50% red meat for a while till the liver is rebuilt. You've got a lot of blood going into the liver.
What is that?
Usually means that the liver is needing a lot of nutrients, a good supply of nutrients. Usually means that you're producing a lot of bile and using bile in place of good fats, which irritate and break down the system. Going to recommend that you have your carbohydrate rather than in fruit juice. You have 10% carrot juice is part of your juice. So 10% carrot juice, 70% celery, and 20% parsley. Now you're also going to have, a huge amount of bile come out through your skin, and you're going to get very yellow and green and brown at times. Thyroid seems to be very good. Both parathyroids are very low, not very active at all. The tonsil on the left side looks okay. The right side, it's debilitated. Do you have your tonsils?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get sore throats on the right side at all? Earaches on the right?
Not really.
It's very unusual with this pattern here. Well, now that you're getting good food, you might start cleaning out those areas because it's very debilitated. The parathyroids on the right side are very debilitated and toxic. You have the appearance of arthritis developing in the joints. Kidney is fat congested. That's just the left kidney. The right kidney looks like it's not functioning at the end of it. So I recommend the honeycomb for you too, eating the wax with the honey to help. At least a quart of clabbered milk a day. About 6 to 10 eggs a day. I recommend that 4 of them be Rocky style. That's a recommendation. You know, a lot of people that have your feeling about that, usually they poke a hole at both ends and then suck a little out at a time. It's easier to eat that way. Sometimes somebody has your kind of repulsion. If they have the whole egg and try to, they can't get it down. Like wants to come back up. So you just take a little bit at a time.
Okay.
It's easier. And if you don't have to look at the whole globby mess and it's inside the egg and you're just looking at it, you never get to see the egg. It's easier.
Okay.
Okay? It's just so artistic and visual.
I think that would be harder to do it that way.
I don't think so. Give it a try and see. Coconut cream is going to be very important to help get rid of this joint toxicity that you have. It could develop into the arthritis.
I do a lot of that.
Pardon?
I do a lot of that.
Good. And also eat some whole coconut. Circulation's good. No real congestion too much anywhere. Let me see your eyes. You have scarring in your muscles. Were you a dancer, athlete at all?
Active kid.
Yeah. And your lymph system is pretty clogged.
I know that.
I would suggest, as I suggested for one other person, a few slivers of pineapple twice a week for you. To just a couple of them to help break down that lymph congestion. Coconut cream will help with that a lot. So when you have the pineapple, have the coconut cream and the pineapple together. And I suggest that you have that with some chicken or fish, or even beef once a week. One of the times that you have the 2 wedges or pieces of pineapple with coconut, one time have it with chicken preferably, and another time with beef. Chicken, you have a hard time with chicken, I can tell.
I haven't even
gone yet.
yet.
I recommend at least, 4 cups of juice a day, a quart a day, probably more. You are going to need a little bit of water. Probably a half a cup a day. I hope that's not somebody's stomach. That's what?
His pager.
Oh.
His vibrator.
Yeah, vibrator after my sexual dose.
Taking care of himself.
I like that, Jim.
What about my lungs?
He's sitting over there. How long distance relationship?
You're not in real good shape. There's a green cast to it, almost like there's some gangrene. And I haven't brought it up because I'm still trying to figure out what it's from.
Well, I have smoked off and on for 10 years, various things.
Like marijuana and crack, or?
Well, no, not like crack, but marijuana, DMT, cigarettes, cloves, played with different things.
Well, the only way I can do it. It's the tissue that will substitute there better, unless
well, I'm having
the lungs.
Well, really.
Yes. Oh, really? It don't make a big difference. I was a heavy smoker. I smoked 2 packs a day of Lucky Strike, no filter.
Whoa.
And I smoked them down to the very end. I would burn my fingers. My mother called me a fiend. And I started about 13 years old till I was 24. It was the hardest thing for me to give up. My lungs were still full of scar tissue, like bronchioles. So, but I had some lung of a buffalo last week, actually on Tuesday when I arrived, and I took the milk and blended it with a little teaspoon of salsa. It was the best gland I've ever had with that salsa. And it was delicious. The next day, I had it that night, and the next day I felt like I was absorbing and utilizing all of the oxygen I was breathing, and I haven't felt that since, probably never.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's really delicious. And he brought some. He brought some today. They're gorgeous. They're pink and lavender and, mauve and really beautiful gland. It's the most beautiful gland in a healthy animal.
Didn't smoke.
Yeah. Just kidding. Maybe it's parent smoke.
That is my excuse.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, so, eating lung and chicken's the best way to remedy that.
Yum.
That usually means 2 or 3 spells of pneumonia in your lifetime. That kind of gangrenous look.
I had like pleurisy type thing once when I was little.
And you probably took antibiotics, which prevented.
I only had antibiotics once, maybe once in my life.
Fortunate. Wow. Well, then probably those 3 times won't be so traumatic.
Okay.
You have any questions?
Don't think so.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to tell you a little incident about, everybody knows what multiple myeloma is?
Yeah.
It's cancer of the blood and bones, what I had. 0.0, I just looked at the statistics a month ago. The survival rate is 0.0001 survival rate. Okay, that's what I had. I had a client about a year and a half ago that was in 4th stage. She had been in that for 4 years, or had been diagnosed after 4 years, had lots of medical treatment, was on her deathbed, had not been out of the bed in about a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. She had had pneumonia 2 times before I saw her, in the 6 weeks before I saw her. She didn't tell me that, and I told her that she's probably going to have to go through pneumonia because it was a condition I saw in the lungs. The lungs were in the bronchioles. And she said, well, I just went through it twice in the last 6 weeks. And she said, if I hadn't gone to the hospital, I would have died. And I said, that's your belief. I said, but if you'll go through, if you'll bear with it, and even though you think you're going to die, say it's okay to die. Take your chances, because your only shot is to get through it and get well. And if you take the antibiotics and stop it, there's no progression toward well. There's only more convalescing. So then I said, you're already in bed. How would you not like to be able to talk or breathe without a respirator? I said, and that's the way you go every time you stop pneumonia or bronchitis, any of them. So sure enough, 10 days later, she got pneumonia. And it was do or die. She was going to get through it. There were moments during the nighttime when it usually hits the worst, when the nervous system is detoxing, that she just thought she wasn't going to be able to take another breath, and that was it, and she was going to die. She got through it in 3 days and was out of the bed first time, and it was a year and a half, 2 years. And everybody was all around her, freaking her out, scaring her, but she stayed strong and got through it. Okay, next.
Could you take... Hi, I'm Gordon.
Gordon? Hi, Gordon.
Hi.
Okay, very overactive sex glands. Very overactive. Adrenals are pretty normal. The right one's a little overactive. There's fatigue in both of them right now. The pancreas, the left side, is about 90% debilitated. A little bit of inflammation, a little bit of edema. The right side is about 15% active with edema and inflammation. I would treat yourself as if you were diabetic and have very little fruit, once maybe every 4 or 5 days. 4 days is probably about right. You do need a little fruit, so probably every 4 days would be best.
Any particular recommendations on that?
You need some kiwi when you can get it. Berries, very good for you. Any of the berries. Strawberries, not as much, but raspberries, mulberries, blueberries, blackberries, boysenberries, any of those. And when you have them, have a little cheese before you start eating them. Have some with coconut cream, other creams, milk, avocado once in a while. The liver's not in good shape, storing bile throughout the system. Thyroid glands are both good. Parathyroids are good. The glands in your throat look like they're very good. Well, the right one is. The left one's okay. Circulation on the left side of your spine isn't that great. Some kind of stomach problem. Looks like probably 60% of the stomach is scar tissue in the duodenum.
Where would that come from?
Probably your body not manufacturing mucus properly to coat the stomach and the acids and compounds from eating away at the stomach, and just kept getting scarred over the years. I recommend that you have about 70% red meat, 30% white for maybe 6 years. You have some very toxic compounds in your sinuses.
Long-term exposure or more immediate?
This is very long-term.
Okay.
But it could be also present because it looks like it's active right now, or it's coming out.
Any particular compounds you can identify?
Well, it looks red in your system. And as it lodges in the tissues, it's causing a green and purple.
Now this is independent. I throw some carrots and some beets sometimes in my juice mix. That coloration you're seeing is independent of that coloration.
No, that's not toxic.
Okay.
unless it's pulling out some metal toxicity. You have just a lot of fat congestion everywhere. So it isn't that you don't have good fat digestion. You have, you don't have bad fat digestion. You have bad fat assimilation and utilization. I would suggest that you drink your urine after a meat meal twice a week.
Midstream or full?
Full. About 10-15 minutes after you eat meat, I suggest you have about a tablespoon of honey.
That's any kind of meat, red or white?
Yeah, any kind. You have some good instincts going with the beet juice. I usually don't recommend beet juice because it cuts down bacteria levels. But if you mix some beet juice with some coconut cream, at the time you're going to drink it, not pre-mix it, and that would be like a teaspoon of beet juice to about 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and you had that with either chicken or fish. That will help you utilize the fats properly, and to break those down didn't get utilized properly.
And specifically coconut cream rather than milk cream?
Yes. You will not have the same reaction of beet juices with cow's cream. Suggest maybe 5-6 cups of milk a day, preferably clabbered. You need lots of high meats, high fish, clabbered milk. You need lots of bacteria. Usually when I see this there's a lot of depression involved. And that's because bacteria levels are low. Not all the bacteria, but just certain ones. And they're mainly for fats. So fish is a good high fat that can grow a lot of bacteria in it quickly. Chicken also, because the oil is permeated in them. It isn't sectioned off in marbling. So those 2 high meats would be preferable for you. At least a quart of juice a day. 80% celery, 20% parsley, but per quart use a half of a small lemon or lime. Juice the rind and all. That's what I was going to say. When you're on the detox routine, add 1/3 of a lemon or lime per quart, rind and all, and help you lose the weight quicker.
A quart of
vegetable juice.
Okay.
You juice it with the rest of the vegetables.
When you're on the lose weight side of the diet.
Lose weight cycle, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Per quart, you
Okay.
Yes, per quart. Yeah. Yours is more. And you have it at all cycles, for about 6 months. There's some days you can take off if you don't want it, but 5 days a week. I would say you need 6 eggs a week with red meat. So 2 eggs at a time with some red meat. So 3 meat meals a week of red meat. A little steak tartare there. Red onion would be very good for you.
I've had an allergy or an intolerance to red onion. It can make me very ill.
To what extent?
I get first a burning sensation, then all my energy drops out. I become very, very weak.
For how long?
If I get a piece the size of my fingernail, it can knock me out for a day, maybe 2. Red's the worst for me.
And with what were you eating it?
Depends if any form from if it hasn't been cooked. If it was cooked thoroughly, I don't have as much reaction. But raw, in any form, any place I would get a raw, it wouldn't matter what it was with, as far as I know. I mean, I haven't experimented with different things, but for example, in a salad or just by itself.
Okay.
In fact, I avoid any kind of onion or things in the inland family, scallions, white, whatever.
About garlic?
I can tolerate garlic.
But it doesn't do the same. I'll just have to skip that then, because you do have a blood problem with that acid.
Yeah.
Trying to see if there's something else that can do the same thing. Have you ever tried just a little bit with raw cheese?
I've never tried that. I'd be willing to try it once.
Okay.
On a day, and when I know I'm not going to have to go to work.
Okay. Do that. What I'd like you to do is only take a section about like this. I mean, a piece. A square like that.
A little bit.
Okay. And use this much cheese and blend it with an egg.
Okay.
Blend it all together and see if you have a reaction.
Can I just do that with a fork? Be fine?
Oh no, you need to blend that because you need those acids that you're having a problem with in your blood, because it's in your blood that it's happening, and that's why it's fatiguing you. For some reason, it's causing your red blood cells to rupture. Like it's almost like sickle cell anemia. It's almost identical to that, which maybe has some black heritage there.
I don't think so, though. Not that I know of.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, it's not identical to that, but it's similar to that.
Similar,
right.
Yeah.
And that's the reaction you're getting from...
Explains why it's so violent. Yeah. I felt it as such a violent thing, yeah.
So if you mix it with that and then eat it with some meat and you don't have a reaction, it'll be fine, but you need all of those acids absorbed into the cheese and the egg fats, so that it cannot get loose into your system easily. So it'll already be bound and arrested in fat.
I'll give it a try.
Okay. I'd like you to call me and let me know.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure. I'll try to do it sometime in the next month.
Okay. That's a big risk. Risk factor. Yeah. Because all you need is just a little amount like that about every, 2 weeks.
Okay.
like a medicine. We'll try to get the medicine to where it doesn't cause the side effect.
Right.
Cream will not do it. It has to be cheese.
Okay.
Cheese and egg.
So I don't take any milk, cow cream at all.
You can, but I mean with that onion.
That thing is cheese.
It's cheese and egg.
Okay. Right.
For a meat sauce. I didn't describe it. I showed you a thumb size, my thumb size. So it's like maybe 2 of your first joint of your thumb, that much cheese.
Okay.
Blended with 1 egg.
Okay.
And a 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch cube of 1 thin slice of onion, red onion. Now you say it happens with the red onion, but not the yellow and white?
Red is the worst. The next would be white. The next would be yellow, and the least would be scallions, although I still react. But it's sort of in that order.
Okay. Well,
how about chives? Chives, again, I can tolerate in very small quantities. If I get a few, it's okay.
Well, do it with the yellow onion.
Okay.
How about leeks?
Again, very tiny quantities. Too much and it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Shallots, not, yes.
Right already.
Yeah, we got the point here.
Also, shellfish should be very good for you.
Okay. I've been eating raw scallops about once a week.
Great. Good. Good instincts. Okay, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I have problems with my eyes. First, I'm kind of an eye strain accompanied with developing farsightedness, but I also have a serous retinopathy in my right eye. And it's an ongoing problem where I have a slight rupture and the serous fluid leaks behind the retina and creates a bulge. And I'm wondering if there's anything I can specifically do to try to address that.
Well, put the egg white in your eye. 2 times a day. At least once a day, but twice a day would be more helpful. The eyes get nutrients so delayed, and it's so last usually in the cycle of where food goes chain. So that's why putting it directly into the eye helps.
So that will actually internally affect the retina.
Yes. Yeah, because it'll be absorbed into the white tissues, and even under it'll be absorbed in the tissue of the eyelids, and then the body can process and utilize it. So if you're feeding it twice a day there, it will help the internal, protein. Red meat, like I said earlier, is important to stabilize the eye condition for some reason. So, eating red meat will help that a lot. Red meat, and it says you had red meat and chicken together, or red meat and fish together. That would also promote it. The healing of it quicker. Anything else?
I have some cardiac arrhythmia.
Look right here. The heart tissue looks fine, but the lymph glands all around the heart are just very congested, all the way out to the skin and bones. So it's basically a fat block.
Okay, so it's all related to
this fat, not utilizing your fat properly.
Right. Okay. And the last thing is, on intuition, I've been juicing chard and beet greens along with my juice mix. Any reason why I shouldn't do that?
No, as long as they're greens.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay. That's not a bacteria killer. It's just the beet root instead of.
Well, the beet root has the high hydrochloric acid in it, and that's what destroys it. The stalk doesn't have that kind of concentration of hydrochloric acid.
What about oxalic acid?
You mean in spinach?
Yeah, I'm not using spinach.
That's not a thing I recommend very often.
Okay, so very...
Because that's an antibacterial.
And beets also?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But not
And chard.
Chard too?
Mm-hmm.
For some reason I'm craving, wanting to do it.
Yeah.
Should I avoid that instinct? Or?
No. You'd have to have it in a very large quantity.
Yeah.
Chard doesn't have the same reaction like beets do.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And garlic will also have a heavy reaction toward antibacterial. So you'll use it as a flavoring. I love garlic, but if I have garlic, my blood pressure shoots up and I can't sleep and I get horny as hell. So I will just take a thin slice and blend it in something, and it permeates the flavor, and still I feel like I'm eating a lot of it.
What about ginger? Is that antibacterial?
Most people, it lowers their blood pressure. Me, it raises mine. Pardon?
How about ginger? Is that also antibacterial?
Yes, it is antibacterial. I don't mind using it on the skin very much, but it does help break down certain fats. It is something that you could use once in a while, some ginger. Some people have an allergic reaction to it. The best way to have it, if you're going to have ginger and use it in that way, if you do not have an ill reaction, is to make an ice cream, ginger ice cream. And that's taking 1 egg, 5 ounces of cream, 1 tablespoon of honey, and half a teaspoon of ginger is all it takes.
Ginger juice?
Yeah, ginger juice. Yeah.
Hey, Aajonus, I put ginger in my juice every day for taste. Is that a good idea, or just a little bit?
Yes, you have a lot of fat congestion, definitely, because that's your main problem. 2 of you have similarities there.
We both can take ginger.
Yeah.
Can I chew on it, or should I really juice it?
You need it mixed with those things.
Okay.
Because that could cause an ill reaction.
You just answered one of my questions. It's like probably 2 months ago I started consuming a lot of ginger, and now when you said it, it's like, about 2 months ago my intestinal problem got a lot worse, the gas problem.
Yeah.
So I'm really disturbing an already disturbed population.
Environment, yes, yeah.
Wow. So it's the ginger, eggs, cream, honey mix is what...
Yes,
sorry.
all together.
You don't make an ice cream about it, even if you just make a mix.
You can just make that mix. I mean, it's like an ice cream. If you were to, add a half a teaspoon of carob to that, it would be like gingerbread ice cream. I love that. Delicious. It doesn't even have to be frozen, but...
You add carob, is that what you said?
Pardon?
You add carob?
Yeah, about a half a teaspoon of carob to that. And I love gingerbread ice cream. Okay, next. He wants to stay and get as much information as he can get. Okay, Michael.
Yes.
Overactive sex glands. You need a partner or play with yourself. Circulation's good all over. Lots of youth hormones. That's why you're reacting so quickly. Usually I don't see this kind of youth hormone except in somebody under 15. You're very fortunate. It's creating so much radiance that I can't see as many of your problems. Severe congestion in your intestines, and looks like spleen, lots of scarring in it. There's almost no bacteria in your intestines at all.
I drink almost a gallon of milk a day. Really.
It's not going to do anything.
Oh, it's not?
Unless it's clabbered. What you need is some good high meat, rotten meat.
Okay, all right.
Rotten chicken be the best for what you need. Rotten fish and rotten chicken.
How about rotten deer?
You could do that.
Okay.
What you might do is take some tripe, some deer intestines, and eat that.
Okay.
That'll probably reconstitute from that intestinal damage that you had. Probably reconstitute it quicker. Lungs, you've got some damage in the lungs. Heavy metal toxicity in the right lungs and all through the sinuses on the right side. Metal toxicity all through the mucous membranes and the throat up. What were you doing?
You name it.
You did everything? Because you have lots of metal toxicity too. Lots of solvents, lots of chemicals, paint. I'm going to recommend that you have 60% celery, 20% zucchini or summer squash, and 20% parsley. 1/3 of a lime per quart of juice, rind and all. Suggest a tablespoon and a half of honey with your juice per quart. Were you a smoker?
Mm-hmm.
Because the smoking is related to kidney damage. Does your left kidney back here ever give you any soreness?
I used to hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Not since the diet.
Good. When you start getting rid of some of that scar tissue in there, it's going to hurt again. So.
In my lungs?
Well, the lungs. I'm talking about the kidney right now, because the kidney is in pretty bad shape, the left one. If you're going to have fruit, I suggest you have berries. Any kind of berry. Cheese, cream, coconut cream, avocado. Avocados, you're not going to digest more than 3 a week.
Really? No, I got to cut back. I love olives.
You need to eat at least a pound of meat a day. Anywhere from 50 to 60% red meat and 40 to 50% white meat to help reconstitute those intestines. You're going to need that fowl.
So I got to do the bird.
Yeah.
I'm ready for your fowl recipe book.
The recipe that I gave earlier with the coconut, tomato, and lime juice, coconut cream.
I did that one with the cabbage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No cabbage.
Where did I get that one?
Who told you to have cabbage?
Well, I thought I got it from your book, a Polynesian recipe.
No, I don't have it.
Okay. All right.
I didn't have it in my book.
Okay.
At least I don't remember putting it in my book. Maybe I did.
Yeah, the iceberg lettuce. I got
Samaria. Iceberg and lettuce and tomato and...
Yeah, iceberg lettuce is not cabbage.
Oh, okay.
Cabbage will create gas and all kinds of ill reactions.
Okay. I did that one. That was very good.
Yeah. I don't recommend much lettuce in that. That's a very small amount, just diced up in there. Otherwise, that'll over-alkalinize it. The lime, it kind of, they balance each other when you have a small amount. So did you have chicken that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
good?
good? Yeah, okay.
It was very good.
Yeah, so just have more. Anywhere from, a quart to 2 quarts of milk a day. With that intestines in that shape, I would say definitely clabbered. 90% of it clabbered. You could use some ginger too, because you have some fat clotting. That may have changed. It looks like it's changed since you started the diet, so you won't have any trouble building any more of that. But the ginger will help get rid of the old stuff that's clogged in your system, especially all around the intestines. You have these clots, toxic fat, congested
I can see it in
clots.
my eyes. The little fat rosary beads, they were around the outside of the
That's
eye.
the lymph.
They're moving
Yeah.
to the inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. Well, that rosary means that you're at the brink of lymphoma. So if that's going away, that's great. Yeah. Okay, do you have any questions?
Yeah, is it okay to put lemon juice on my deer?
No.
It's my quick lunch.
If you put lemon or lime juice or pineapple with red meat, it will turn it into a pyruvate to be burned as a fuel instead of utilized as a regeneration for regeneration of tissue.
What if you're about to go do like 3 hours of intense exercise? What would you eat before you went or during?
When I did that for 1.5 years of my life, when I did some exercise, I ran anywhere from 5 to 13 miles a day. I did 250 push-ups with my feet at least this high off the ground, and then I did 30 to 50 handstand push-ups. That was when I first started eating lots of fats and meats. First time in my life I felt I could do something. It was hard getting into exercise because I'd never been able to exercise. But when I would do that, I would always suck 2 eggs before I went.
Now, what's the difference between a blended egg and a sucked egg?
When you blend an egg, you mean without anything in it?
Like I take 3 eggs and put them in the blender and then I have
With?
All by itself.
You oxidize some very important proteins that can no longer be utilized properly.
When it's blended?
Yes, when it's blended. If you have cream in it, coconut cream, milk, it coats the proteins so that they don't oxidize. And if you're blending it in a small container where there's not much air, it'll even reduce it more.
Even if you have it right away, it's still oxidized?
The oxidizing is when the air passes into it.
Right there.
Through, yeah.
So it's better not to put them in the blender then?
Correct.
Aajonus,
Yes.
how can you tell somebody has a really poor constitution?
Poor constitution? Well, it depends on where, What,
Like many years ago, I had somebody look into my eyes and he said, that I had serious problems, but I also had bad genetics. And so I guess I was wondering if that's something you can see or...
Well, yeah, that's when I take a look at you, I can see, the degree of debilitation in your system. Now, let's say your eyes are supposed to be blue or green, and they're brown, and you were born that way. That means that you came in with a poor constitution. If you came in with lesions or scar tissue, that means you came in with a poor constitution.
But all that is reversible?
All of it's reversible. I came in basically with diabetes like 5 of my cousins, and they all started insulin from about 8 years old and on it, definitely between 8 and 15 years old. And I completely reversed mine.
Is onions antibacterial?
Pardon?
Are onions antibacterial?
Yes, but I just use them for flavoring, just a small amount.
Mm-hmm.
I have another question. Like when I was born, the The hip bones were out of the socket, so I had surgeries for that. And although I can walk and I'm fine, but okay, I have this pain on my right side that happens, and can this diet correct or help?
Yeah, but it takes 7.5 years to replace every cell in the bones. And it takes 5 generations to do that. So it could take up to 40 years to remedy that completely. Now, both of my femur joints were almost completely gone from the bone cancer. So, I couldn't walk. And I rarely have pain anymore, and I'm only 20 years into it. Next. Michael.
Number 2.
Michael, let's say your last name so we know.
Rhodes.
Michael Rhodes. Okay, Michael, very overactive sex glands. They're debilitating. Again, I see a condition where it looks like were you a vegetarian for quite a while?
Long time.
Yeah. How many years?
25.
Yeah. There's no stable protein anywhere in your body. You're very fragile, very frail, like the other lady here that was that long. You're a little bit better shape. Relax your hand. There you go. Both thyroids are inactive. The right parathyroid is somewhat active. I said the right parathyroid, didn't I? Right parathyroid is somewhat active. The left is barely. There's lots of swelling in the throat, in those glands in the throat. Did you have your tonsils removed?
No.
This one looks okay, but this one looks like it's debilitated and scarred.
I have throat problems with my voice, losing my voice. Would that be related?
Yeah, that's a gland. It's trying to deal with the toxicity around, and it keeps trying to drain out your throat with mucus, so that will affect your voice. Anytime toxins pass out to the throat, it will affect the vocal cords because the mucus gets in the way of the cords. You have no stable animal fats in your body, so everything is very, very tenuous. Any compound that is of an acidic nature will irritate your system. Like her, I would suggest when you can get the cream and the butter, you eat a lot of it. Until then, eat as many eggs as you can, and I suggest anywhere from 10 to 18 a day. Lots of fish and beef and chicken. If you want to reverse some of this quickly, I would say work up to eating about 1.5 pounds to 2 pounds a day of meat. I eat from 1 to 3.
Okay. And high meats? High meats as well?
High meats, I would say not for about 2.5 years. If you have a little depression, I'd say maybe you might think about eating maybe a pill-sized amount of fecal matter to get your straight verotoxin right in there to get the bacteria full force rather than something that still has to go through to break it down. In the meat, if you start with the high meats, you're going to spend a lot of time detoxifying and you're going to have no energy. You're too vulnerable and you have too much degenerative tissue that can be fed on immediately. and that'll put you into chronic fatigue for years. So what I suggest is you get stable, you get strong, get some cells regenerated, and then about 2.5 years start.
Okay.
You start getting rid of some of that. But right now you can't afford to get rid of anything.
Okay.
How about sunlight?
Oh, sunlight's very helpful. For everybody, sunlight's helpful. Do you handle sunlight okay?
Well, I do now. I used to get herpes sores, and the sunlight would aggravate that.
Right.
Is that just a detoxing kind of thing? Yes.
Right. Because the oils in the skin convert to vitamin D, and the vitamin D is a good detoxer. You have a lot of swollen arteries and veins. They've gotten, like thrombosis, they've gotten very watery because there's a lack of protein in them. So that'll reverse with lots of protein. So I say you need 1 pound to 2 pounds a day of meat. Juice. 90% celery, 10% parsley for about 6 weeks, then lower it to 80% celery, 10% parsley, and 10% zucchini. Every other week, in one day's juice, 1 quart, use 1/3 of a lime or 1/2 of a lemon rind and all in the juice. That means juice with a rind and all.
Okay.
And where do you live?
Brookwood, Grass Valley.
Okay. You need a lot of glandular help. Thyroid, lungs, parathyroid, which are attached. So when you get the thyroid, you get the parathyroids with it. Testes, you need some glands.
Okay.
And that'll help you bounce back quicker.
Okay.
Your testosterone right now and your overactive adrenals are basically what's keeping you going. Thank God you have that, because some people don't. In your situation, like this young lady over here who was there. It still looks like you have some growth hormones, which is something I usually don't see in vegetarians. I've been vegetarians for a very long time. So it looks like you could rebound better than most on a good diet, like Michael. I would suggest that you drink some of your milk at an odd stage. When it goes just a day old, it's got more of a bitter taste, but that particular enzyme and bacteria is something you need. So let some clabber 3 days and let some just go a day, and kind of mix them. So have 1 quart to 2 quarts a day, whatever you like. But I'd focus more on the meat than I would on the milk, because if you eat a lot of milk, you're not going to crave as much meat. So sometimes, concentrate on the milk, and sometimes concentrate on the meat, predominantly the meat. Okay, any questions?
How about homemade sauerkraut?
That's great if you want to lower bacteria levels. You don't need that. You needed it while you were a vegetarian to keep the bacteria levels down because you have so much degenerative tissue that if you started bacteria feeding on your system to degenerate it, you go into chronic fatigue. Homemade sauerkraut will prevent that. You don't get well, but of course you don't get stronger, and you'll have a certain amount of fatigue, but at least you won't bottom out. So I suggest do not do it.
All right, and avocado?
No more than 4 a week.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question: Does it take the presence of growth hormone to allow regeneration, and without it, are you basically just going to hold things where they are?
Well, usually in the meat, when it's raw, it has growth hormone activity in it.
Okay.
If you have your own, it magnifies it. Like lucky guys like this.
So what did you say? Did you say growth hormone or youth hormone?
Growth hormone, same thing.
Okay.
But the idea is that for the various folks here who have had places where there's been, organs which have degenerated significantly, raw meat is the single biggest thing that's going to help to regenerate.
Correct. And if they eat the gland that's degenerated from an animal, it will increase that.
So, for example, should I be eating stomach?
Yes, it's like I told didn't I tell you? No, it was who was it?
So you mentioned that in
someone.
my case that had.
I told you to eat tripe. Yeah, eat stomach. The tripe is the intestines. Yeah, you need intestines and some stomach. Yeah.
Or stomach, even.
Yeah, see this man. He's got the connection up here.
But if you don't have access to organs regularly, well, then is the single best next thing
is any of the meats. Yeah.
Red or otherwise.
Well, if it's an organ, it's usually white meat like chicken, turkey. If it's a gland like the liver, the spleen, and the pancreas, and the muscles, it's mainly red meat. We'll build them faster. Next. Jennifer. Can we pump up light at all? Okay, then let me use this.
Do you want to hold the lamp?
No, that's okay, because I've got to move it where I need it to be moved. Thank you. Okay. The spine looks like it's improving. The left ovary isn't, but the right one is. The parathyroids are looking better. The thyroid still isn't. It's stabilizing, but it's just not functioning well, so there's probably, you still have fatigue because of that.
Yeah, I do. So do you think it's a good time to do a moldy version of it, or still go with the fresh?
You mean the rotten meats?
Of the thyroid, particularly.
No, because it's building, and that's really what I wanted you to do, was build first. And then when it's functioning, we can do the moldy gland, rotten glands to get it broken down. You still have anemia. Do you get out in the sun at all?
I have been a lot more now.
Okay. You need about 70% red meat. For about 6 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, this is an odd one. I want you to have, I'm going to suggest that you have 60% celery, 20% parsley, and a half of an orange, rind and all, per quart. Do this for 3 weeks only.
Okay. What is that for particularly?
I'm trying to figure it out. Sometimes some things come intuitively, and I'm trying to figure out why. It has to do with your lungs, your liver, and your pancreas and spleen. There are certain resins from cooked vegetables that have collected in that area, and they're like crystals. The oils in the rind, when combined with the acids in the juice, and in the high mineral content and the rest of the juice in the vegetables, will combine to help, looks like, free up those crystals. Trying to see if it's going to dissolve it. Doesn't look like it can be dissolved. It looks like they're stone. They're actually like jewels, not precious being there. Far from it. Pretty, but not helpful. Your body's going to try to pass them like stones out of the gallbladder. So you may have some cramping and some pain within 6 weeks after having that 3-week period. So have the pain formula handy.
Yes.
It's a lot of sugar. You may get emotional, during that period.
Oh, for the orange juice?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So
trying to get away from that.
Yeah, I know. I would say, try to have like 3-4 ounces of cream within 20 minutes after having the juice each time. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's say 2 to 3 ounces each time, which is a lot of cream.
Yeah.
You just have to go down to Clairville and get some for that 3-week period. And sour cream's wonderful.
I wanted to ask you how to do that. Is it just outside the fridge? You just let it go?
No, I let it sit inside. You can let it, if you do it out, if you want sour cream, you can leave it in the fridge for about a month. Sours beautifully. You can leave it up to 3 months if you like. Now I've had it up to 5 months and it's still delicious. So beyond that I couldn't tell you because I haven't let any sit for more than 5 months.
Were you going to say something about that sour cream for me or something?
No, I'm just saying that you can utilize cream even if it's sour.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have any other fruit.
No. Is a date a fruit?
Yes.
Okay.
High sugar. Okay. Definitely. Even though it's high in niacin and high in minerals to help bind with the sugar so they aren't used so rapidly, it still can create emotionality. That's the only thing I would change.
Okay.
Jennifer.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to show you something. Remember I cut my finger rather severely and I did the mud.
Right.
Just lately the nail is turning white right at the bottom. I don't know if you can see it, like here.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I think the circulation and things are okay.
That's fine.
Do you think it's healing?
There's probably just scar tissue being built into that.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because that's the way you can build out the scar tissue and get rid of it quickly.
Okay, I had a couple other questions. I still have, I seem to have like tightness or congestion right in here around in my small intestine. Is there anything you can suggest?
Well, that's part of that's just what I was saying. All of that.
Okay.
Those resins.
Okay.
They're locked in there.
And I tend to feel dehydrated even though I'm drinking That's just par for the course.
You're so dry, it's going to take you probably 6 years to feel non-dehydrated.
And for the kidney, my kidney's been swelling up a lot and going back down. And I wondered, could that be a reaction to any of the foods that I'm eating? Or you think it's a detoxing sort of thing?
Detox, right.
So not avocado or milk or anything. Okay. And then I've gained like 14 pounds, and I'm wondering how much further to go before losing weight.
You look pretty good.
Should I go up like another 10 or something?
Yeah, I would say 10, definitely.
And then I also have heart arrhythmia and palpitations.
That's usually a low protein level.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My turn?
If you want to go?
Go ahead.
Oh, Phil, too. And? Great.
Oh, Audrina?
Yes.
On the juice, you said 60 celery, 20 parsley, and then half an orange. Does that make up for the, what is that, 20?
Well, whenever I add the orange, it's like don't even consider the percentage between, Yeah. You'll just have a little extra juice.
Okay.
Okay?
Name? Benjamin.
Benjamin. Very overactive sex glands and adrenal glands. Very overactive on the right. The sex gland is on the right is about normal. The one on the left is very overactive. Usually that means that you could be an athlete or somebody who's physically involved in life, unless your other glands above, your chest do not function well. And your thyroid is underactive, both sides. Your parathyroid is overactive on both sides, but really not functioning that well. The one on the left is overactive, but not producing much. It tries. It looks like you still have your tonsils.
Had them removed. I think one's growing back.
Oh, the right one. Yeah. Looks like the fat cells are clumping in your intestines, in your liver. Small and large intestines. It's affecting your spine right in this area right here. It looks like it's even causing some hemorrhaging, some ulcers in there. So I'm going to recommend that you need to handle that, because you'll go into if you go into spinal meningitis when this is going on, it could be a long time to recover. I'm going to suggest, if that scares you, that's good, because I want you to, take care of it. Take a whole cup of cabbage juice, the white cabbage, a day, 4 ounces at a time. 4 ounces in the morning and 4 ounces in the evening. Okay? And the rest of your juice.
That's green?
Yeah. Green cabbage and white cabbage is the same, just not the red cabbage. Juice it. Pardon?
How? Blender?
No, if you're going to blend it, then you need to strain it.
You don't want the pulp then?
No, then I want the pulp.
Is blending better?
No. Well, I would like the pulp removed, so if you blend it, you have to put some kind of cloth that takes the pulp out.
Okay.
And you wring out the juice.
How much
Champion, Green Life, any of those juicers. Do you have a juicer?
I have an Omega.
It'll work for cabbage.
It doesn't squeeze it out very well.
No. Well, then you can take it and press it.
I see.
Yeah. Once, just open your Omega up and press it against the side, and that'll squeeze out even more. Or put it in a cloth and wring it.
Okay.
That's what I did, in the old days. Have you been a vegetarian?
No, not strict. I'm omnivore.
You say not strict?
Yeah, I try to have a healthy diet.
Uh-huh. You're not reproducing, but that was cooked meat, of course.
Yeah.
You're mainly eating. Okay. Because you're not, the connective tissue and the tendons are buckling on you, which means that you're storing scar tissue there and you're losing elasticity. White meat is best to remedy that. You're still a little anemic, though. I mean, your red blood cell count is good, but your red blood cells aren't as strong as they need to be. Basically, you have a pretty balanced system.
It's just balanced low.
Yes, it just doesn't have the enzymes and everything it needs, and it has toxicity in it. But there's nothing that is exceptionally out of whack except that you're not getting rid of the advanced glycation end products, the toxic sugars from cooked starches. You know, that is stored in your body, and that's causing an acid reaction throughout. A high sugar and acid reaction, so it's damaging the blood, it's damaging everything, and causing a little swelling everywhere.
I do a lot of fruit juices.
Well, that'll certainly help clean it out, but it'll also damage you at the same time. You know, so it'll also give you a hell of a craving for cheese and meats and fats. Or starches if you eat cooked starches.
Like in potatoes?
Yeah.
I don't care for potatoes.
And how about breads and grains?
Sprouts.
Sprouts.
Yeah.
That usually won't cause that. That will usually cause more hunger. How much vegetable juice do you do?
I have done a couple of quarts.
A day?
For one meal.
Uh-huh.
And fruit juices in the morning. And peanut butter in between.
Oh, so there you're going after the nut butters to balance it. I knew there was one food in there that had to go crazy over. And none of those nut butters are raw, even if they say raw.
I make them myself.
Oh, great, good, okay. But like I say, they have that, even if you're making it into a butter, it has the enzyme suppressants, enzyme inhibitors, and the protein inhibitors. So it's better to blend that mixture I suggested, and you won't have to eat as much. You'll be much more satisfied. I suggest that you have, 1 to 1.5 quarts of milk a day, a quart of the juice a day.
Along with the cabbage juice?
Yeah. Extra. Yeah, so that's 5 cups a day.
Okay, and so is that throughout the day or just for one meal? Or
No, you need to spread it out throughout the day. Because if you have a lot of juice at one time, you're going to urinate out most of it after it robs your blood of fats.
Okay.
The vegetable juice at least won't rob your body of fats like the fruit juice will. But you need to spread it out so that your body can absorb and utilize it without urinating it.
Okay. What about apples?
Apples? If you're eating it with cheese, I would say it's okay once in a while. Your pancreas is okay. There's a lot of debilitation on the left side. But you could handle a piece of fruit a day, definitely. We were talking not a piece of fruit like this man was eating a whole pineapple a day. Talking about what will fit in your palm half closed.
Mm-hmm.
That's a piece of fruit.
So any kind of fruit. kiwi or
whatever you like. There's no real. Well, like I say, you do have some fat congestion, so pineapple once in a while, kiwi. Basically, whatever you're attracted to, pears would be good for you also.
Banana?
When they're in season.
Oranges?
Banana's not a great thing for you. It looks like...
I don't crave them, but once in a while. But
yeah, well, the once in a while be okay.
Orange like three oranges, big oranges a day.
Yeah.
But no,
I don't recommend having that much fruit.
That's basically my mainstay. Oranges and...
The problem with that is if you eat a lot of fruit like that, it's going to alkalinize your digestive tract so much that you're not going to be able to eat meat.
Okay.
It will absolutely destroy your ability to eat meat.
Over a period of time?
Meaning?
Over a period of time that it's going to destroy my ability to process meat?
Yes.
Or
probably immediately.
I see.
I mean,
because
you'd have to start... because you're already doing that. So trying to eat meat's going to be difficult. You'll see that if you tried, let's say tomorrow...
I had a piece today and I got cold.
Yeah.
So
you're not digesting it.
So what do I do to...
You just need to get on the vegetable juice, eat lots of eggs, like, let's say, to build that. Eat the meat and let it clabber. Because basically that fruit juice wipes out the intestinal bacteria that handles meat and eggs and dairy. So what you need to do is have those, cut back on the way back on the fruit juices to build your ability to digest. And I would clabber all of your milk.
All of it?
All of it.
And how much today?
Quart and a half. Yeah.
What percentage of celery per the quart of juice did you say?
I think I said 80 and 20.
20 parsley?
Yeah.
Peanut butter, honey, that combination?
Well, not peanut. Peanuts have an enzyme that's very difficult in the whole form. You can have the peanut oil, with almonds or pecans or walnuts or pine nuts.
With the milk?
With cream.
With cream.
Or with peanut oil and the honey.
Okay. I have another question.
Mm-hmm.
I have scar tissue that I've been trying to figure out how to turn that back into muscle.
Mm-hmm.
And also my brain, I have neural temporal lobe dysfunction and hemisphere dysfunction. Mm-hmm. 2/3 of my brain doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's normal for everybody.
Because it's so toxified?
Yeah, because it's so toxic.
It debilitates my ability to function.
Mm-hmm. The best way to get rid of that scar tissue is to eat, brain that's, if you get brain from this gentleman and let it rot a little bit, and then also eat some healthy brain. Then the degenerative bacteria from the brain will go in and help break up the toxic areas of brain, remove the scar tissue. Eating the healthy brain will help restore it quicker if you want to concentrate on brain.
It's are you alternating it?
Because neurological tissue is so important. Whenever I do anything for the spine or brain, I will eat a toxic, the high bacteria one day and eat the healthy one the next day. And I'll alternate them like that. And no more than, let's say I'll take a calf's brain, which is probably about this big, it's the size of a softball or larger. And I'll spend 5 days eating that. And I'll let half of it get high and the other half not. And the way I keep half of it from getting high is I put it in a jar where there's no air, and the one where I let it get high, I put it in a big jar with a lot of air. and that'll work quicker. Also eating, olive oil with chicken.
You said red meat. I mean white meat.
White meat. Chicken is white meat, yeah. Olive oil with chicken will help dissolve some. Bacteria, like I say, works faster. Parasite works even faster. But if you can get them to take on in your system. Have you had a lot of antibiotics or anything in your system?
Probably some. Penicillin.
Injections?
No. And antibiotics this last fall for the flu.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that anymore. Okay. You're welcome. All right. Next. Everybody's falling asleep here?
What would you laughing at?
Phil wants to hear all the information. If he came here, he's going to take it all. Hi, Ray. Okay. Relax your hands now. Are you eating a pound of meat a day?
Yeah, about.
Yeah. Are you getting sunshine?
Yes.
I'm going to recommend that you eat 70% red meat for a while. The red cells are getting healthier, but not healthy fast enough.
You said that last time, too.
I know.
I'm having the clay, too. The rosbod that you had asked.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have liver at all?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Probably that will bring it back quicker. I try to have liver twice a week, so, about a half a pound a week minimum. The pancreas is still very debilitated, swollen. Adrenal glands are looking a little bit better. Thyroid gland, the left side, looks like it's functioning. Parathyroid's not. Thyroid over here looks like it's starting to heal. Parathyroids are working. Lymph glands in the neck are working. Are you having that nut mix at all?
No.
I think you're lacking some starch. So I'd like you to have that once or twice a week, that nut mixture. I gave you.
Remind me?
The half a cup of nuts, walnuts, pecans, or pine nuts, 2 tablespoons of honey, 3 ounces of peanut oil, or 3 to 4 ounces of raw cream or coconut cream.
That needs to be, blended?
Yes, blend that for about 50 seconds.
All right.
Yeah. And have that once or twice a week. And in, I'd say for about a 6-week period, not much chicken, focus on fish and beef and liver as part of the beef. Are you still having other kinds of clay other than the Rosbod?
No, just the Rosbod.
And how long have you been taking that?
Maybe 2 or 3 months. Like a month after the last time I saw you.
Okay. I suggest that you stop taking it for about 4 months completely. It's created a lot of good bacteria in your system, but it's becoming too much. And then when you go back to it, have it only 2 days a week for another 2 months. And then take 4 months off again. And do that pattern for about 6 years. 2 months on, twice a week, 2 months, off 4 months. And you're letting it get moist. It's already moist, and you're keeping it moist when you're eating it?
Not so much. I mean, it's a clay. It's a Rosbod clay. So
it's already moist.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. Some people let it dry out and then eat it as a powder, and that's exactly the opposite of what I want them to do. So just making sure that you're having it that way. Okay. What I'd like you to do is take about a tablespoon of kiwi and mash it with 2 tablespoons of banana and 3 drops of lime juice. And I'd like you to mash that all together and have it with 1 inch by 1.5 inch cube of cheese, Monterey or cheddar. Monterey is a little bit preferable. That is going to create a chemical reaction in your blood that will stop them from sticking together so much. Because they're clumping, and when they're clumping, they're not able to get to the capillaries as well.
So it's going to help.
Help circulation.
As far as like energy and stuff.
It should help, because the blood's not flowing properly, not utilizing oxygen well. Then your energy level's always going to be low. So see how long do that for about 6 months.
You do that every day?
No. Do it 5 days a week for 2 weeks, then 3 days a week for 1 week, and then 2 days a week for the rest of the 6 months, period.
How many is that? The last one?
For the rest of the 6 months period.
How many days a week?
2.
2.
Are you able to gain weight?
A little bit,
Yeah, it looks like he's got a little bit there. It looks fine.
Yeah. I've been having, 10 to 12 eggs a day for a while now.
And how much meat?
About a pound.
About a pound?
Yeah. At times a little bit less. I haven't really done much with high meats.
Do you suffer depression at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
The bacteria level looks pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's not my concern, is bacteria level. It's the clotting. The clumping of cells. There may be 3 stages to getting it to where we want it, so this is the next 6-month stage. But hopefully this will make a big break in it.
What about even filling out more, muscles and to fill out more?
Mm-hmm. Well, that would be taking it. You'd have to eat more meat.
Eat more meat.
Eat more meat, yeah. You still have a lot of congestion in the intestines. That could probably use a little bit more bacteria. Also eating tripe, if you can get it from Michael, when you're up in this area, once in a while. You might let a little bit of that get right. That bacteria is completely absent there, like you took, lots of oral antibiotics at some point, or dewormers or something.
Yeah, when I was a kid, probably. Yeah. I mean, that's what people did.
It was pretty destroyed on the left side.
Yeah.
But everything else is working out pretty well.
You're getting stronger.
Yeah. It's just that anemia. You've got an anemia where it's hard to break.
I sometimes have blood in the stool.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard at times.
Uh-huh. You have low bacteria level in the colon, and that's that scarring here.
Mm-hmm.
So, use the clabbered milk to help encourage the... It can be fun. It isn't like some colonic, where they're putting 5 gallons of water in you. It's just a nice kefir. Actually, it's very soothing.
Is that kefir and a keister?
Yeah. And it's funny, it just, all of a sudden, sometimes you can just be so feel irritable because you're constipated. And then you put that stuff in, and it's like, I didn't even have a movement, but I felt like I did. Because it just goes in there and absorbs all those acids and everything that's having a problem that the bacteria will not feed on. Neutralizes them pretty much.
When I detox, it's usually through the knees and the joints.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't sleep, for instance, at times I'll go through a lot of pain, and it goes. And I find that if I don't juice, I'm pretty good with acidic. I get that's what happens.
Acid in the joints and stuff.
Yeah.
Take the pain formula, and place it in a smoothie for 2 of your eggs.
Yeah. And also, how do you get rid of a long time little warts? And what is a wart from?
A wart is usually dead cells that are cartilage. Can no longer function as cartilage properly, but they're not completely dead. So the body builds it into the skin and makes it a wart. It's a viral activity, where the virus goes in and changes the RNA and DNA, so it pulls it out of the joint area and builds it into the skin.
So to let it go, what's the way to let it go?
What did I use last? There's several things that I have in the book to get rid of warts, but they don't work. They don't work as much as I would like them to, and I just found something that worked very well, and I can't remember what it is.
Well,
I think I need to eat some meat soon.
Or some brain.
Precisely. But give me a call, and I'll remember it all. Fax it. Email it to you. Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it. Okay, that's it. I'm finished for today. Phil, too bad.
You told me, to have the orange and no other fruit, and you told me to eat half a grapefruit every other day for swelling. Should I stop that for now?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the thyroid, how often should I be eating the raw thyroid?
I would say no more than 2 days a week.
Oh, so that often?
If you want to get it well faster, it's up to you. If you want energy sooner.
So every other week, twice a week?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I was usually eating it 5 days in a row and then off for 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
might be better if you have it more frequently, but less throughout that week. Yeah, all right. All right, this is good. Wow, your red blood cells are getting back together, yeah.
Should he be super up the teacher?
In his brain. Put in his ears. Wow, your bloods are coming together. You have metal toxicity all throughout your system.
Yeah. How does that show up in the hands? What do you see?
Well, it's what I see inside the hands. I can see the metals. Sex glands are, still very strong. The adrenals. Pancreas is looking much better. Even though you're eating all that fruit, doesn't make sense. Probably overworking it so much. The thyroid looks worse. It's probably the pineapple breaking it down. Parathyroid, 2 weeks. Just to stabilize.
No kiwis either?
That would be an okay fruit for you to have.
But not 10 of them.
1 a day.
How long is a day?
40 hours. For you, at least 40 hours. 40 Jewish hours. You know what that's like.
Is there such thing as too much cream? If I have like a...
No.
No, okay, good.
I didn't say for anybody else. I said for him.
Because I could drink like 2 pints a day without too much trouble.
I wouldn't. If you're eating a whole pineapple a day, probably use a quart of cream. Yeah, that'll reduce. You won't need as much if you're not having all that fruit. How much meat are you eating?
Pound a day. It's like 3 eggs a day.
You're only having 3 eggs a day?
Should I have more?
Now, when are you eating all that pineapple?
Exactly. Yeah, you need about 10 to 18 a day.
Oh, my God. And what about my juice mixture?
I'd continue with the same that you're having.
Okay. I'm juicing alfalfa sprouts. Is that a bad thing?
Yeah. It has an enzyme inhibitor in it. If you have too much, 1 day a week's probably all that you could handle.
Okay.
And no more than one of those little packages.
Mm-hmm.
And don't mix it up. Have it only 1 day. Don't mix it over a 3-day period. I can't get over how your digestive system, I don't know if it's that pineapple. I've never seen this before. Because your digestion is definitely improved.
Well, I'm only eating 1 food at a time. I'm very careful about that.
That's easier to do then, yeah. Okay.
I tried having kiwis and the milk product or something. I was like, you know what, I'm going to be really careful. And no honey either, because the honey was screwing me up too.
Uh-huh.
Well, copious amounts, of course. I had a hard time of having anything not in excess.
Well, that's because you're not having enough fats. You're eating the pineapple. That's going to make anybody crazy. The whole dietary regime will go nuts. So the more eggs, more fat, less fruit, you'll balance out a lot more.
Yeah, I cut down the cheese too. The cheese and the honey just was difficult to digest.
The honey can be eaten with cheese, but if you're pigging out on both, just remember that the honey works on proteins. And you can't count cheese as a protein even though there's protein in it, because when protein has been dehydrated, like in a cheese, the fat and the minerals become the predominant active ingredient in cheese. Honey isn't going to help you digest very much of the cheese because it digests protein well.
So how much meat should I have? Should I have more than that a day?
Well, if you increase the eggs, you won't need any more than probably a pound and a half of meat a day.
I've been doing mostly red meat, a little chicken. Seems to work, I guess.
Well, you could use some fish because you have all those mineral toxins. It would help neutralize some of that.
I'd have to go eat the fish in the emergency room parking lot since the last time I had any hint of fish. My throat swelled shut, so...
Oh, yeah?
I haven't tried it raw yet, though. Which is the least fishy fish?
Is that a possibility? Probably tuna.
Yeah?
To me, albacore is very strong, but the tuna is less strong to me. But I like the strong fish. I like swordfish, and I like yellowtail, and all those things are strong.
Cod is actually not too fishy.
That's true.
And also, king mackerel is the least fishiest fish I find, but it's hard to find that.
Hard to find it, non-farmed.
So what would be good for what should I do to help out my thyroid?
Eat thyroid.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Beef thyroid?
Beef, deer, whatever you can get. Get a hold of Michael, and when you're up this way. This guy's going to have a hell of a business. Listen, I've got guys in L.A. that have businesses going from this. Yeah, like the milk, the guy, he made arrangements. Now he's supplying all of Southern California the Clairvale milk. Yeah.
So question, the ridges on the nails, do you need to concern with that? Does that mean anything, or my dry hair?
Well, those ridges mean that you're putting out a lot of the toxic minerals from solvents that were in the hands. And that will go on for years and years and years. But there's a nice sheen on them.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they're good and strong.
And what about the dry hair? What about that?
You're very dry. If you're eating a pineapple a day, you're burning up all your fats. You're going to be dry forever. A pineapple, if you eat a whole pineapple a day, that will burn up about 3 pints of fat.
Really?
Yeah.
More than I could eat.
Just remember this. 80% fats, 5% sugar. That's all it takes. So you can take that big a pineapple and 5 times fat you'll need to utilize that properly.
Now he's got this new habit. Since he doesn't do honey, he does vanilla, which has alcohol in it. I'm not crazy about it. What do you think?
Not a good thing.
How about vanilla bean in a raw form? That's okay.
That's fine.
But
that's better.
Not the processed vanilla.
Yeah.
But what if I do
not in that high amount? If you're putting 1 or 2 drops in, that's okay.
That's okay?
Yeah.
That's about all I use. Maybe 3 or 4 drops.
That's double what I just said.
How are my eyes looking? You just saw my eyes.
Oh my gosh, they're lighter. Definitely, yeah. Well, I guess that pineapple is doing something good. Is he tolerable eating that much?
I mean, at work it's horrible, but with me it's fine.
Oh.
At work you have to be that way. You steal everything.
I have a question. Like when we were in France, everybody smoked, and it was so hard for us. Can we do something to clean up from that?
Tars are very difficult to break down. The only way that I've seen people can deliberately break down those tars is to eat raw tobacco, chew on it and spit the pulp out. Yeah. Even chewing it up and then letting it mold and then eating it also will help dissolve some of those tars.
Where do you get good tobacco, organic tobacco?
They do?
Yeah, American spirit.
Do you get totally ripped on that?
No, you can get a little bit of a high because, there's nicotine in it. Yeah, it stimulates the brain. It's vitamin B niacin,
But it won't make you nauseous like chewing tobacco would.
I've never heard of anybody getting nauseous on raw green tobacco.
Oh, raw green tobacco.
It's the better.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you got to grow your own.
No, you can usually, like going to John's source and tell them you want green. They can get you green.
So what berries would I have? Or should I have berries to get rid of the metals, the toxic metals and things?
Yeah, but I would calm down from the pineapple for a while. It's funny. The other person that I was talking about that detoxed, the eyes went from dark brown to a light green in 3.5 years. She was like that. She would eat a quarter to a half a pineapple a day. She was a basket case, but definitely cleaned quicker than anybody else. So, if you can tolerate them, yeah. You just take it all out on your employees. Right? Poor guys.
Customers too, yeah.
I mean, I was the
opposite. It's like, I couldn't believe it. Like that before.
Yeah. That's what too much fruit will do for you. So I think it's usually better to do it more gradually than that.
Way.
Yeah. Well, become that way. Eat more eggs and more meat and calm down.
So how can you blend the eggs without oxidizing? Can you just take a fork slowly?
No, if you want to blend them in something, then add a little bit of cream or milk or something that will coat the egg whites so it doesn't oxidize.
Is it better to have the whites and the yolks separately in separate meals?
No.
Doesn't matter?
It's better to have them together, except for one person I suggested to have them separate.
And what if our stools are green? Does that mean there's poor digestion or is it normal?
That means that you're not breaking down all of the chlorophyll in the green juice, but that's okay.
So go ahead. If I take my smoothie, put the eggs in there, and the jelly and the milk, and whatever else I put in there, that's okay. The eggs won't oxidize as much.
Correct. Because they'll be coated,
What about putting like a piece of pineapple or strawberry or something like that?
Then you're going to make solvents that will be for detoxification. If you want to detoxify more, that's fine. But if you do that often, get ready for a flu or a cold. That's why when in the book I have the smoothies with fruit as a remedy for it, because it helps more solvents get in there and break everything down so it will flow out.
I have sneeze attacks every time I take that.
Causing you to dry out then. You need some cream with it or something if you're going to do that. Yeah, but that's more of a solvent. If you need to soothe your tissues, you need cow's cream.
I have one more clarification. When eating the thyroid twice a week, can it be, for one thing, can it be 2 days in a row? Is that okay? It's hard to get,
Definitely 2 days in a row is fine.
How much at a time? Because I have a hard time. If I can get one of those, about like that, I feel lucky.
Well, like I say, if the new recipe that I gave, if you put 1 teaspoon of salsa in with that, it is so delicious in comparison.
It's the texture that just is so disgusting to me.
Well, did you ever have, potato soup or a clam chowder? That's what it's like. Yeah. And if with the new salsa recipe, it all of a sudden is like a soup.
Okay, I'll try it. I've been doing the new thing that you told me to do chunks and swallow it in shakes.
So wash it down. Yeah. The coward's way.
You just gave me in there.
The whip. No, that's very brave. Anybody's eating the glands, that's brave.
Is olive oil okay with the beef?
With what?
With beef?
Yeah. Huh?
Okay, I have another question. I'm trying to figure out why I have so much metal toxicity, and I grew up in. My parents had a bar and a nightclub. There was always like a smoke of, a cloud of smoke in there. And I breathed that, for many years. Could it be...
Definitely. Yep.
From there?
Absolutely.
So I need to chew tobacco?
it would be helpful.
The homeopathic remedies for that?
Well, because when they use the alcohol, it destroys the bacteria that will help break it down.
I can't handle alcohol, actually. What are the little pellets?
No, once it's dehydrated, it doesn't do it. You need it in its raw form so that you can get the bacteria and all the enzymes to form bacteria and molds to break it down in your system.
How often would you recommend to eat hibiscus?
Well, if you have too much, you could put yourself in pneumonia, cleaning too fast, or into meningitis when it cleans out of the brain. So I recommend probably eating it, chewing it and spitting out the pulp, about a tablespoon worth, or, about 2-inch piece of the leaf, 2-inch by 2-inch piece of the leaf, no more than 4 days a week.
4 times a week?
Yeah.
What's it mean when I have like a wheezing sound in my lungs?
It means you have no fat. You're too dry. Yeah.
You didn't mention eggs for me.
It also could mean that, the mucus isn't forming properly.
More eggs.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, how many eggs about should I be having per day or week? Do you have any idea?
I didn't tell you?
No.
Let me see your hands again. 8 to 12 a day.
Okay.
I would say 10 to 12 is probably better.
Yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Two things on. You didn't say eggs to me either. What? How many?
Let me see your hands again. 6 to 12.
Okay. Can I freeze raw butter?
No.
So freezing anything really is out of the question.
Well, not out of the question. You just destroy some of the enzymes.
Well, because the thing about the butter,
it flattens it.
Well, because the goat butter doesn't last very long. I mean, I have to make it almost. It's so labor intensive. I'd like to just make a bunch of it and freeze it.
Well, I'll show you how to do it easier and quicker.
I'd love to see that.
All right.
How long does raw butter last? I still have some stewed.
If you do it if you have the Stoovies, those Stoovies I've had last up to 12 months in the refrigerator. How the fuck did you have? Where is he? What's his address? I'm going to go home that direction and become a burglar. It lasts over probably a year is the longest I've kept it. It may last longer than that.
I have a couple of questions. One, I've heard pineapple discussed in a lot of different ways. For some people, it seems to be like burning fat. Others, I heard a recommendation about it relieving fat congestion. I know she didn't mention, in my case, you mentioned kiwi rather than pineapple. Should I avoid the pineapple for me?
Yeah, because it will cause too much fat depletion in your system.
Okay. The second thing is because of the arrhythmia, I've been on a half aspirin regimen for quite a while. Is that contributing to the stomach issue? And should I see if I can?
That creates like a cement. It goes into a cement in your lymph system.
So the question is, given that there's a risk for me if I don't take it in terms of having a clot throat, what way can I address that until I can somehow manage to get rid of the arrhythmia?
I wouldn't worry about the arrhythmia. I had arrhythmia from the age of probably 13 up until I was in my mid-30s.
What kind?
I don't remember what it was right now, what it was diagnosed as. I was so young. But it was serious. I had angina along with it.
Yeah.
You know how serious angina is. Sure. Basically like a heart attack every time you have it. My father, he came down with an arrhythmia. You know what I said? I said, don't count. Don't count. Simple as that. And he hasn't done a thing about it, and he's fine. Most people don't need to do anything about it. It's, again, a way to sell a drug.
Yeah, I've avoided any of the medications, but this is one thing that I, over and over again, that I was told was a risk. It's with atrial fib that you get a slowing of the blood flow through the atrium, and they say under some conditions that can coagulate and it can cause
It's so rare, and if you're on this diet at all, it's not
shouldn't
going
matter.
No.
And I've been doing, I have a completely plant-based magnesium supplement I'm taking. It doesn't have any kind of magnesium salt in it. It's only using plant materials to get the magnesium.
Doesn't make any difference. Once it's dehydrated, once it's isolated.
It's in liquid form. It's a Floridax. But
Yeah.
forget it.
Forget it, yeah.
I have a
yeah.
calcium supplement. Forget it. Waste it. Okay.
Because what you get in that supplement, you will get and utilize every bit in about a half a cup of milk.
Okay, so
and a whole bottle of that supplement.
Okay, rely on the milk and the juice to give me the minerals that I need.
Correct. And the cheese.
And the cheese. And CoQ10, eliminate that as well?
Eliminate that entirely. That's very toxic to a lot of people that have problems, that have arrhythmia problems.
And hawthorn leaf berry, eliminate that as well?
If you have the actual berry, fine.
No, this is a powder.
Yeah, no. He's got a hawthorn berry.
We have a hawthorn, so it hasn't put in berries yet. Flower and cereal, so we'll have them at the end of the year.
So, one of those a week is enough.
How about the algae?
I did a lot of experiment with that, and I didn't find that it did much of anything in a person who was on a totally raw diet. I found that with people who were not on a good diet, it provided some minerals that were important to them. Also, because it was so high in sodium, it created a lowering of bacteria, which I don't like. So probably the most remedial effect was that it was more of a balanced sodium than most people got, and it made them feel better because it stopped detoxification.
I tried it after being on the raw diet for a month, just one time, and it just destroyed my digestion. And I'm going to throw that stuff on the plants when I get home.
Exactly, they'll love it. Make a little compost with it. Yeah. Good health. Yeah, and boy, the plants love it because it's perfect for them.
So what about like Hal sells those enzymes?
The what?
Enzymes.
Plant-based enzymes. How?
Everybody was trying to market something to make all of their time and research worthwhile. And he tried to do it. And, he has this theory and postulation that will work. However, in actual practice, it doesn't work. For a few people in certain circumstances, it may work, but it's not controllable. You don't know who's going to work, for whom it's going to work, and who it's not.
I was reading about two different studies, a soccer team in Australia and a football team in Oregon that took supplemental enzymes, and they had documented that they had their injury healing time was shorter when they had.
But those guys eat 99.9% cooked everything.
Right.
So even those that are processed are better than what they're already getting.
Right.
It's like people who use essential oils that are heated at 357 degrees will not have as good a reaction as people who are using 257 degrees distilled.
Right. Right.
So there is an improvement. But when you're on a raw diet, anything that isn't raw is not going to be an improvement.
Just like the supplements, it's just all the same.
Correct.
It works well for somebody that has the similar processed diet that goes along with the processed item.
Correct.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So honey would aid digestion of protein. Is there anything that aids digestion of fat?
You mean a particular food?
Yeah, food or something like that, like honey is a food that aids with protein digestion.
Any of the fruits, any of the proteins. Doesn't take much fruit, takes more protein, 15% protein, but 5% fruit to utilize fats properly.
I see. That's the diet you're recommending.
Yeah.
I have fat cravings, so there's so many.
Pardon?
I crave fat a lot.
You crave fat a lot. Yeah.
So if I don't eat any honey, is that okay? If I never have any honey?
Why? Because you can't control yourself?
Right.
Precisely.
Well, I can talk about that. I went through a period where I binged on honey, and I just let myself do it, and eventually it leveled out.
Yeah, it will level out. But
I
if
just have a little bit at a time.
But if you'll make yourself have meals at a particular, 2 eggs and some milk and some honey, if you do that, you won't binge on anything. It's when you let yourself get too hungry and then you start binging, you're going to binge on whatever you're eating at the time.
So milk, even though the lactose in the milk is okay with the, because the carbohydrate and the protein together, the lactose carbohydrate in the milk is okay with the protein eggs. The digest just fine.
You're talking about the lactate is the lactose.
The sugar
is a sugar.
Right, and it digests okay because whenever I have eggs with the honey, I feel nauseous, kind of dizzy.
It may be causing a liver detoxification or even a gallbladder detoxification. So then I would cut out the honey.
I get that.
Is there anything we can do?
I had that problem every time that I had it, because I had that poison mushroom. And after that, anytime I ate honey with eggs, I got cramps, I got nauseous, everything. So I couldn't eat it for, let's see, I ate that in 81, and it was just last year was the first time I could combine honey and eggs together. Last year. So it took a lot of years.
So was it good to do the detoxification, or it wasn't good until you could do it?
Well, because it was so painful and it knocked me out, I had to do it gradually. 18 years. I've had enough pain. I'm no glutton for punishment. I want to give well quickly, but not that. I don't want to do it that way.
Do you have any objective number measurements about how the ingestion of the large quantities of raw fat affects things like cholesterol, homocysteine levels, and the second is, does it even matter, those things?
It doesn't matter at all. Because your body, I've got lots of blood analysis for it. I'll give you some of the extreme examples. A banker who had a 267 cholesterol level, I put him on a stick of raw butter a day. He was about 6'3", so he's a big man, and very overweight. So I had him on a stick of butter a day, about 4 ounces of cream a day, and about 10 eggs, raw eggs. So you know the cholesterol involved in that, all right? His cholesterol, he had the test done 3 weeks later, and his cholesterol is down to 167. Okay? I have an Olympic gymnast, 27 years old now, 26 years old. When she came to me, she had a 327 cholesterol level. And if she didn't keep that up to around about that level, she could not work out. But the problem was she kept having colds and flus every 2 to 3 weeks. And they'd knock her out. She couldn't even work out for a week, sometimes 10 days. Then she'd have to start her workout all over again. So they were going to drop her from the team because there's no way that they could keep up with that. No telling. If the games came along, what cycle she would be on. So she went on to a raw diet. Her level stayed at 327, but because they were good cholesterols, she didn't have a cold, and she can go right through and not have a problem with the cholesterol. I've got a champion skater, figure skater. She had a high cholesterol level, right around 210, which is not real high, but it's still high. For a female, she's about 5'3", 5'4", I guess. Somebody who works out, skating 6 to 8 hours a day. I gave her twice the amount of cholesterol that she was eating previous to that. Her cholesterol level went down to 187. And, she goes out there and works, and these other girls going out there can't go, and she's going 5-6 hours, and she just keeps going and going and going. So I can't say that the cholesterol level makes any difference. It's whether it's raw or cooked.
So is it when we're
younger, you can pretty much get away with anything. Your body just doesn't notice it gets away with it.
You have growth hormones, you have youth hormones, you have lots of adrenaline. If you're healthy, if you're a child like me, I didn't get away with anything. I was born sickly. So some kids, a lot of kids get away with everything until their growth hormones fall off. And then it's all downhill.
It would be good to rebuild my tendons and things. I still have some pain left in my right hip.
Rebuild your tendons? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
If you could take tendons and chop them up and grind them in a grinder, meat grinder, you would probably, if you can digest it, break it down. And the best possible way is to grind it. Put it through the grinder about 3 times to get it down into the smallest fragment. So when the hydrochloric acid invades it, it will dissolve more of it. But it's a very hard substance to digest in a human system with our lack of health. But that's the quickest way. The next best way is to eat a lot of chicken.
Excellent, thank you. Can we do anything to help Stevie along?
Well, no, Stuvie's now is at the mercy of the people who will process their substances and what they want. So this company that they contracted to do it, got threatened by the state to be closed down, so that scared them for about 6 months. And then when that got all squared away and everything was settled out with the health department, that would be conspiracy and that would be prejudicial. I'm glad that they did that, even though it canceled us being able to have the butter right away. It set a precedent that if they did go and do that and harass this company, then they would be facing a tremendous lawsuit and definitely would lose it. So I'm glad that the one health official, one inspector that came to that said, you do Stuvie's and we're going to really come in and do this to you and do that to you and do this to you and that to you. It was bad because they backed out from Stuvie's saying we won't do it. But now that it's cleared up, there's a threat to the health department if they do anything out of the ordinary. They're in big trouble. So this company said that they're going to start manufacturing it this month and it'll be out the 22nd. But we will see. Now, they have up in Oakdale, everybody that's near Modesto, that's where one of the Stuvie's farms is. They have just increased their herd to 350. They're going to start producing raw milk, raw kefir, and raw butter. They do not have all the facilities together up there in Oakdale to do that. So it may take some time for them to manufacture it so they don't have to ever rely upon anybody else again. And plus they will not be in Los Angeles County. Right. No Medical Milk Commission. Medical Milk Commission hasn't met since Stuvie stopped producing.
There's no one else. Everybody else has?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
He's also growing organic beef there, too.
Yes. Yeah. He's doing all of his milk will be organic when it comes out.
How long does it take for them to put together an organic farm? They have to have cows have to be...
They're already organic. This particular farm established theirs organic a year ago. They just sell all their milk to Strauss, or one of those organic producers. And, their contract is only for so many gallons. And I think about 100 cows takes care of that. Now they have 350. So they're not they're selling their milk to these organic, pasteurizers, but they're not contracting that says we will agree that we will give you this much every week or every month or whatever it is.
They can just stop it.
They can stop at any moment and produce their own.
Why is Clémentine not organic?
Why is what?
Farm not organic.
Because he doesn't buy the organic feed. It's a little bit more expensive.
You might have to change. It's competition.
Yeah.
Right now he's the only game we can.
Yeah.
What do the growth hormones look like on the fingers?
Oh, it's an aura thing that I see that is not. When I taught nutrition, only about 3 people out of 15 could see what I saw of that particular thing. There was a lot of other things that nobody could see, and that's when I realized that it was a particular faculty I had to see all those things where some people could see some and most could not see. 70% of what I see.
So you're seeing.
So it's an intuitional.
Or you see it in my eye, or you see it in the person's.
Oh, I can see it in the hand, but other people don't see it.
I see.
What I see.
So it's a gift you have.
Yeah.
So do you teach now at all?
No, because there are too many people who can't get it. So I try to pull down the information to a perfectly physiological, bare minimum, perceptions. And when I finish a book that will help do that and give people some measurement to go on, like the mounds that everybody can see, the coloring and why it's not working. They can just see that, okay, the thyroid gland is okay, but not all of them will be able to tell whether it's functioning properly or not unless they can see the coloring and identify the coloring. So I will have everything that I can see in the book, but whether a person will be has the faculties to be able to discern that from their perceptions depends upon the individual. But I will start teaching once that pedagogue is complete, because then somebody will be able to go away from the class and say, oh yes, this is what he said about this is what he said about that, because people left my class after a week, 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. They went back and said, that was a lot of information. It's on tape recorder, but without the irises, without something to see, to remind them of what they were looking at the time, they didn't remember. Because what we did is I take people out to Venice Beach, and I would pay these homeless to let us look in their eyes, and in kind of code talk, point out to the different toxins and the different conditions in the iris.
You wouldn't say, this guy's liver's shot.
Exactly. Could you imagine what the poor guy would be like?
You have enough to worry about before you heal.
Right.
What would you typically see when you see all various illnesses?
Oh, various. Incredible how varied it was with each person.
See somebody where you said, hey, you need to go do this now to keep from dying?
I wouldn't say that.
Really?
To somebody that didn't come to me. If I was reading somebody's eyes and they didn't come to me and I was using them as a subject, I would never say anything like that. Unless they asked. One guy did ask.
What do you ask? What did you get to tell him?
He was he looked good physically, but, he did his drinking and he was a homeless person, pretty young, like in his late 20s, and thought he was infallible. Obviously, he had some good growth hormones that continued with him. However, he had severe corking in his eye, which means that he's binding the advanced glycation end products were binding with the adrenaline and caking like plaque throughout his tissues. So that the easiest way out is a heart attack. The hardest way out is multiple sclerosis. So he asked me, what his condition was, so I explained that to him. He says, you gave me some real fucking bad news, didn't you? I said, you asked, I never would tell you, I would have never told you that without giving you answers. He says, okay, what's the fucking answer? And I said, stay off of alcohol, eat lots of raw meat and lots of raw fats. You're out of your mind. I said, yep, I am. And he stormed away. So I debate sometimes whether I tell somebody. Now, what most of the time I'll say is, you don't want to know. You don't want to. You want to hear it. And that usually dissolves. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
What's the argument when you tell people about a diet and you go, hey, people used to eat this way, 1,000 years ago, and they go, well, yeah, they only lived to be 30 years old too, so. I've heard that.
That's a fallacy. Complete fallacy.
That one is used over and over and over.
Yeah, such a fallacy.
I read that it was because of the diet childbirth that made the average lower, and if you got a broken arm, you died of it, and that sort of thing.
Not even that. People didn't die of broken arms.
What was it Napoleon? Was he the one that died of broken arm?
Napoleon, no. Napoleon, my darling, I tell you that.
Okay, who was it? Christopher Columbus. How about him?
Oh, maybe you had like a severe deficiency in some of the stuff. I mean, those sailors.
Right. They didn't eat very well on the sailboat.
No.
Do you know of any cultures that lived on a diet similar to what this one?
Well, the Eskimos lived 99.9% on animal matter.
Raw.
And it was mainly raw until the Germans brought cauldrons for them to cook in. Because they had no way of cooking in that kind of climate. They had no metal containers. There were no cauldrons that existed. So it was all 100... Pardon?
Not much wood.
No. So it was, everything was raw, basically.
Well, that's the one
and they had no dental caries until 1886, and that was in one of the Eskimos that lived in one of the colonies, the white colonies, and had been eating sugar and breads for 50 years. That was the first case of cavity. And the first case of cancer was until 1934.
So what was their average lifespan?
It was about what ours was. But you have to understand that if they took our white people and put them in Alaska, most of them would die within about a year to 3 years in that kind of a climate. The Eskimo lived the exact age as we are, and to 110 in that extreme temperature.
And also with no sunlight 6 months out of the year,
Yeah.
which is significant.
Mm-hmm. And the Maasai eat nothing but raw milk, raw blood. They mix it together and drink it, and raw meat. And they have no disease. They're considered the healthiest, strongest, tallest, most agile race in the world. Very so smart that they won't even let the white man get within 20 miles of their villages. Every day they will march 20 miles to entertain the white people and do rituals for them. But then the government protects them that they will not, no white man is allowed within 20 miles of their villages. That's smart. Because they saw what it was doing to them. The white man was bringing candy, potato chips, and garbage, and they were getting ill, having digestive problems. And for us, that's no big deal. But for them, with no illnesses and no diseases ever, never a case of diarrhea or anything like that. And all of a sudden you start having this, you want to stop it right away if you're smart.
What color are their eyes?
Amber. A beautiful yellow.
Mm-hmm. What is your take on royal jelly, the product from the beehive?
They're wonderful. It's it's what the bees eat for the first 3 days of their life. It's only what the queen eats. It's only that.
It, from what I understand, it stimulates the pituitary gland to produce
growth hormones. Well, actually, it has some actual growth hormone stimulants within it, not just to the pituitary.
I was wondering.
Yeah, so if you take like a BB-sized amount of it and eat it every time you eat meat, you're going to increase the regenerative effects of your meat.
How do you keep growth hormones alive in your body? Why?
Well, I think that you would your entire life if you didn't leach from eating cooked foods.
Also, if you kept on a nice raw diet,
Yeah.
you'd be abundant with growth hormones.
Right, for your entire life probably. You know, there are the fable of those people who did, live on raw foods and they lived, 1,000 years. I don't know if that's possible, but we should be living to at least 147. Because all other creatures live 7 times the time it takes them to finish maturation. For us, that's 21, so we should be living to 147. We're not even living half that. Most of us, most of the people out there.
Is the way you see when you're looking at someone similar to like these medical intuitives such as Carolyn Miss?
Yes.
So it's a gift some people have.
Mm-hmm.
How many years?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I think that everybody could develop it if they wanted to, because I certainly didn't have that faculty.
Develop what?
The ability to diagnose intuitively?
Well, I don't diagnose. I'm not a doctor.
Well,
I analyze.
Do you feel like this diet has something to do with helping to develop those
Yes.
abilities?
Yep. It does, and almost every person who goes on it develops their ability.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons why that's another, besides the physical health reasons I'm trying to pursue this.
Yeah, there was, everybody I've known has developed, psychically that way. And some do it incredibly well. I think the longer you're on it, the more your the neurological system is intact, then the more you can receive. Yeah. And I'm very limited in what